Game of Thrones, the strongest mother of dragons. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 51 Phantom Turtle. Your Highness, are you alright? Jorah asked with concern. Entering Dragon Dream again, all she saw was a hazy white light. Daenerys said, somewhat annoyed, something's wrong. I can't see anything this time. See what? Jorah asked blankly. What did you see? Arizon asked urgently. Daenerys looked around, puzzled, and asked, how long has it been? You've been staring at that candle for a quarter of an hour. I was worried. Arizon pulled Ser Jorah away and leaned closer to Daenerys, saying, I told him not to worry, but he insisted on waking you from your meditation. Mother of Dragons, tell me quickly, did you see something different? Composing herself, Daenerys roughly understood the situation. I saw the starry sky in the white light of the candle, I saw the Dothraki sea, and then I felt someone punch me hard in the shoulder, and that woke me up, she said, her face blank. I didn't hit you hard, just a light touch, Jorah argued. That would be a punch to her. Arizon glared at him, annoyed. The Mother of Dragons is an extraordinary being. Her vision can travel through mountains, seas, and grasslands through glass candles, seeing places tens of thousands of miles away. She might even be able to travel through time, see the future, and penetrate other people's minds to see their thoughts and dreams. Daenerys' lips twitched slightly, and she deliberately spoke with skepticism. Isn't that too exaggerated? I think it's more like an illusion. It's true. The ancient Valyrian Empire only had about 20 Dragon King families. How did they rule such a vast world? All thanks to glass candles. Through them, their wizards could communicate across half the world. Arizon said seriously. If they could see into the future, why were all the Valyrian Dragon Kings wiped out in the cataclysm? Jorah mocked. Who is she? Arizon pointed at Daenerys and asked, why did the Targaryen family sell all their possessions and leave with their entire clan on the eve of the cataclysm? Daenerys carefully recalled the fairy tale Viserys had told her predecessor and said, it is said that the Virgin Daenerys was a dreamwalker, and the enlightenment she gained in her dreams was not through seeing the future with a glass candle. The principle is about the same. Arizon waved his hand and sighed, a glass candle is just a tool. With a spoon, you can eat, without a spoon, you can still eat with your hands. What does a glass candle use as fuel? The light it emits is so peculiar, Daenerys asked. It's a solid object made of obsidian. Look closely, there are no pipes connecting it to the fuel. Arizon directly pulled the twisted glass rod from the stone platform, shook it from side to side, and no oil or anything like that dripped out. Shit, a perpetual motion machine? The laws of thermodynamics have been broken? A series of question marks flashed across Daenerys' mind. It must be drawing magic from the very source of the world, right? The dragons are back. Zaro, who hadn't spoken until now, smacked his lips and said calmly, I'm not ignorant. The glass candle hasn't been lit for over 100 years. That was right after those Targaryen spendthrifts pulled off the Dance of the Dragons. A bunch of madmen shattered the very foundation of their own rule. The Dance of the Dragons was the bloodiest and most brutal civil war in the middle period of the Targaryen dynasty. The Targaryen siblings fought for the Iron Throne, each riding dragons and battling it out for over a decade. Almost all the Targaryens and their dragons perished in the civil war, and within a few years, dragons were completely extinct. Daenerys didn't comment on the Dance of the Dragons, but asked the warlock, can you see the future through the glass candle? No, I'm not talented enough. I can't do anything except make it burn, Arizon said dejectedly. It was precisely because he understood the limits of his abilities that he wasn't so obsessed with mystical powers. What kind of magic do you know? Dany asked again. Curses. Arizon's voice was cold, the temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees as he uttered that word. Do you know Katie of the Merlov family? He asked. No. Dany shook her head. Katie? The wife of Mathis, the governor of the West District of Midtown? Jorah looked at the blue-lipped wizard in shock, her vigilance heightened to the extreme. She's the laughingstock of Karth now. A few days ago, in the bustling streets, she went crazy and stripped herself naked. It's said that even the softest eastern silks caused her excruciating pain, like being cut by knives and bitten by insects. That's right, I cursed her. Arisen nodded in admission. That was just a small punishment, he was fine after taking off his clothes. Katie mocked his wizarding robes for being old-fashioned, ugly, and not fancy enough, Zaro explained to Dany. How can I avoid being harmed by mysterious forces? Dany asked, revealing the main purpose of her visit that evening. Mother of Dragons, what price are you willing to pay? Arisen laughed, a very businessman's laugh. Every step a wizard takes to gain wisdom comes at a great cost. Zaro winked at Daenerys, signaling her to offer the gold and silver as agreed. Argo, she commanded the blood guard. Argo untied a soft leather pouch from his waist, the size of a full, heavy hot water bottle, and placed it with a thud on the stone platform where the glass candle had been placed. Arisen glanced at the money pouch, estimated the approximate amount, and smiled with satisfaction. Blood is the most important medium for casting spells, and demons in the shadows are the strongest attack method. Blood and shadows, pay close attention to these 2 points, and you can avoid more than 80% of witchcraft attacks. I'm not sure about the most powerful wizards, but generally, the methods of mystics are less effective than swords. A warrior sword is more direct and effective. A sorcerer might spend half a day in the shadows and still not harm a single hair on an ordinary person. Ultimately, witchcraft, magic, and ritual arts are all applications of wisdom. They are not fundamentally different from a blacksmith's forging skills or a weaver's weaving techniques. Harming people is merely a side path. That's it? Dany was somewhat dissatisfied. She had paid 200 gold coins for this advisor. Wasn't this expert Tubric-like? I've heard that the priests of R'hllor can conceive children of shadow, killing people with their shadows invisibly, she said. This. Arisen hesitated. I've heard of similar blood magic, but it's only in ancient legends. It's said that without hundreds of years of magical skill, no one can cast such spells. But how can humans live for hundreds of years? Unless what? Dany asked quickly. It's just a rumor. Arisen spoke reluctantly, with doubt and fear in his voice. Legend has it that ancient wizards froze time, hiding in the Temple of Immortality. They can live forever. The legend of the immortals? Zaro shook his head and scoffed. Even the Temple of Immortality has become a temple of dust. Where are the immortals now? The so-called legend of immortality is just a deception by the wizards, making people believe they possess the power of immortality, thus inspiring awe. You doubt the power of the wizards? Arisen said coldly. No, don't misunderstand. Zaro quickly waved his hand, flattering him. My presence here, and the fact that I've brought my most distinguished guests here, already proves my reverence for the power of the wizards. But the immortal, Arisen, as a wizard, have you ever seen them? Arisen lowered his eyes and murmured, only the great wizard Paiah. None of those who entered the Hall of Dust have ever returned. Apart from Paiah, no one can prove the existence of the immortals. Zaro shook his head. Besides the legendary immortals, have any other wizards survived for hundreds of years? Daenerys returned to the previous topic. No. Arisen's tone was certain. The power of magic has been severed for over a century, only recently returning to its source. If someone truly lived forever during a time of magical depletion, then he must be a god. That makes sense, but what about Melisandre? It seems this guy who's charging for answers is a mediocre wizard. What is a god? Daenerys asked again. A god is just a god. What else could it be? Arisen asked, bewildered. Dany rolled her eyes, utterly disappointed in him. Arisen's wisdom was far from sufficient to answer her questions about the world. Thank you for your hospitality, Sir Wizard. It's getting late, so we won't disturb your rest any longer, Dany said to the wizard, then gestured for Jorah and the others to leave. Night had fallen, and under the dim yellow light of the lanterns, the street appeared exceptionally peaceful and serene. Apart from the clatter of horses' hooves and the rumble of cart wheels, only the faint noise of the distant night market could be heard. Leaving the upscale western residential area, towering wooden and stone buildings with tightly closed doors and windows gradually rose up on both sides of the street, clinging together like lovers, making the space increasingly dark and cramped. The moon, like a mischievous child, followed along, occasionally peeking through the cracks in the chimneys to peek at the caravan in the hazy night. Hey, what's that? Suddenly, Lacaro, directly ahead, drew his scimitar and pointed to the alley to the left, shrouded in the thick darkness of the night. Dany peeked out and exclaimed in surprise, "That's a turtle? A glowing turtle that can fly? Could it be a turtle demon?" A turtle the size of a rice cooker hovered 2 meters above the ground, its body radiating a faint, ethereal blue light. It moved swiftly through the dark alley, exceptionally conspicuous and eerie. "Don't be alarmed, it's a phantom turtle, a wizard's pet. Like a raven, it's used for communication." Xaro got up, glanced at it, and then calmly lay back down. Daenerys craned her neck, and only after the phantom turtle passed through a stone wall as if it were nothing did she exclaim incredulously, "A pet? It doesn't even have wings, how can it fly? And it can even pass through walls?" Xaro shrugged, nonchalantly saying, "A kind of spirit summoned by witchcraft? I don't really understand." Because of the magical tides, wizards have begun to regain their legendary powers. Lately, people have often seen the phantom turtle delivering messages between the windowless houses on the Wizarding Road, and it's become quite common. The Wizarding Road is just next door, and not every wizard can afford a detached house like Arizon. Sigh, I grew up hearing stories about the phantom turtle, I never thought I'd actually see one. Is that a bit of an exaggeration? Daenerys didn't know what to say. How far can the phantom turtle go? Can it go to Westeros? Jorah asked curiously. As a native of a fantasy world, although he had always been taught by masters that there was no god and no magic, after seeing it with his own eyes, he readily accepted these magical things. It can only communicate over short distances, otherwise what would be the point of wizards keeping ravens? Readers interested in understanding the general plot of Game of Thrones can search for Westeros Chronicles on Bilibili. The short stories there are very helpful for understanding the setting. You can choose whichever interests you. The videos are short and visually appealing. Maybe. Chapter 52 The Hall of Immortality. After meeting Arizon, Daenerys became even more determined to leave immediately. There might be wizards elsewhere, but Qarth was the stronghold of wizards. Damn it, there was even a district full of wizards, Wizards Road. This place was too eerie. Let's go to a magic-free city with only swords and spears. Xaro was extremely frustrated. He had taken Daenerys to Arizon's house to learn magic, mainly to give her a last glimmer of hope, that she could ask the wizards for help after they rose to power. Just as the centaurs began equipping the camel caravan with supplies, the long-absent High Priest Paiah found Daenerys. He had actually been waiting for her to come to him seeking help, because he knew that neither the royal family nor the wealthy merchants would genuinely help her. The young girl, yearning for the seventh throne, after being rejected everywhere, would surely place her last hope in the wizards with their mysterious powers. Paiah waited and waited, finally receiving news that Daenerys was preparing to leave Qarth. His patience turned to rage. He couldn't sit still any longer. "Mother of Dragons, didn't you want to learn ancient Valyrian spells?" Paiah handed Daenerys a thin notebook. "These are some notes from a senior wizard on the Valyrian spell language." Ser Jorah preemptively took the book before Daenerys could, glancing expressionlessly at the Bluebeak wizard before lowering his head to read it. After a while, having neither detected any curse nor deciphered the descriptions of ancient spell interpretations on the pages, Valyrian script, he finally handed the book to Daenerys. Indeed, spells and everyday civilized language are two different systems. The writing, pronunciation, and level of expression are completely different. Paiah, unfazed by Jorah's wariness, smiled and explained, "Kalish, you visited the 1,000 houses of the royal family and have been a guest of the 13 great princes, yet you've never graced the Hall of Immortals of the Warlocks. Therefore, I extend a formal invitation to you. I promise to introduce you to the great immortals, who will surely bring you boundless wisdom and the eternal truths of the world." "But I've heard that many warlocks have never even seen an immortal," Daenerys said skeptically. "Haha, many ministers never have the chance to meet the king in their entire lives. Does that negate the king's existence?" Paiah laughed proudly. "That makes some sense. But I'm even more hesitant to go." "Is it true that the Hall of Immortals grants immortality to the immortals?" she asked again. This time, Paiah remained silent for a long while before solemnly saying, "The Temple of the Immortals has captured a segment of the River of Time, capable of freezing time and seeing the future. This is a legend even I cannot be certain of. I don't want to lie to you, before the immortals, even the High Priest seems so insignificant. I am grateful for the High Priest's invitation, but..." Daenerys' face was filled with sincerity and regret. "The wisdom of mysticism cannot help me restore my kingdom. I have the innocent fantasies of a little girl about magic, but as a Targaryen, Westeros is reality. Going to the Temple of the Immortals to see the Immortals won't take much time. A layer of frost seemed to have settled on Paiaia's face. Ha, High Priest, please return first. I will take Khaleesi to the Temple of the Immortals in a few days, the wealthy merchant Xaro interjected. Trying to smooth things over. Paiaia gave him a deep look, bowed to Daenerys, and said, I look forward to your arrival. Then he turned and left. You want me to go to the Temple of the Immortals? Daenerys glanced at the merchant and said indifferently, you said before, the wizard's house, bones and lies. Oh, you misunderstand me. The chubby man waved his hand and smiled. What I mean is, let's leave Qarth tomorrow, go to the Jade Sea, sail around the Jade Sea, and leave the wizard and his dilapidated house behind. Aren't you afraid of the wizard's witchcraft? Daenerys asked doubtfully. If witchcraft were so invincible, wizards would rule the world. Xaro's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep tone, I will leave, but not to the Jade Sea with you. Daenerys refused. Think about it again, maybe you will change your mind. Xaro gave her a deep look and left with his servants. Oh, sir, sell all the gifts the visitors gave me, we really should leave. Daenerys sighed and said to Jorah. Yes, your highness. Jorah also left, the maids played in the fountain outside, and Daenerys was alone in the empty hall, sitting quietly on the couch and thought. You should go to the Temple of the Immortals. A female voice suddenly appeared in her ear. Who? Quexi. Daenerys turned her head and saw Quexi, wearing a wooden mask, standing by the window. Good heavens, when did you arrive? Why didn't anyone announce your arrival? Where's Doria? Where's Kitty? Daenerys looked left and right, but there wasn't a single maidservant in sight. She could hear their laughter and chatter coming from outside. Daenerys, you should go to the Temple of the Immortals. Quexi continued talking as if nothing had happened. You are a special person. There you will see prophecies that will change your destiny. Didn't you realize you made a grammatical error? Daenerys' lips twitched. If I change my destiny, will the prophecy still be a prophecy? If you don't know the prophecy, you naturally cannot change your destiny. If destiny is predetermined, why should we pursue the mysteries of prophecy? Quexi said calmly. That makes some sense. Just tell me the prophecy. Daenerys said cheekily. Alright, Quexi readily agreed. You rejected Paiai and Xaro, took your cows and left Qarth, then a group of mercenaries chased after you. You fought off the enemy but suffered heavy casualties yourself. Are you sure this is a prophecy? It's a prophecy that doesn't require the use of magic, Quexi said. A prophecy without magic? Just wild guesses? Daenerys had prepared for the worst, but she wasn't worried. The Red Wasteland was right next to Qarth, and she had dragons. However, she didn't want her cows to suffer heavy losses, so she asked, Can I avoid your prophecy by going to the Temple of the Immortals? I don't know, Quexi said, saying something that almost made her vomit blood. Didn't you just say that after seeing the prophecy, I could change the future? You can only change your own decisions, but you can never change human nature or people's hearts. Daenerys nodded thoughtfully and solemnly asked, How can I guarantee my safety in the Temple of the Immortals? Take your dragon with you. When your dragon is by your side, no mage can harm you with witchcraft, Quexi said in a complicated tone. Daenerys felt a sudden surge of inspiration. Yes, because of dragons, the world has magic. Any? Including you, she asked. I've never meant you any harm, Daenerys, Kizai said softly. Kalish. Who are you talking to? Kitty entered the hall carrying a basket of washed melons, looking around with a puzzled expression. Kishit, where have you been? Daenerys' gaze was only briefly drawn to the maid at the door. When she turned back, the woman wearing the wooden mask had vanished. Have you seen Kizai? She left the couch and stuck her head out the window, only to see several centaurs resting in the shade. Kizai? When did she arrive? Kitty asked blankly. I was just talking to her. Did you hear her voice? Daenerys turned around and asked earnestly. The centaur girl shook her head repeatedly. No, I only heard your voice. It sounded like you were talking to yourself, so I asked who you were talking to. This. In the sweltering afternoon, Daenerys suddenly shivered. Notify Ser Jorah to send a message to the High Priest. We're going to the Temple of the Immortals tomorrow morning. The Temple of the Immortals was a building with black tiles and gray walls. The main hall was long and low, without towers or windows, like a giant stone serpent coiled in a dark forest of black bark. Upon closer inspection, many roofs had collapsed, tiles scattered everywhere, and the stone walls were covered with mottled, peeling gray plaster. No wonder Zaro always called it a temple of dust. It truly was a hall on the verge of turning into dust of time. This is the forest of Nightshade, Paiah said, pointing to the surrounding forest of black-barked, blue-leaved trees. The magical drink we wizards often drink, Nightshade water, is made from their leaves. I'll send you a few barrels later, I guarantee you'll love it. Dany glanced at his blue lips, inwardly thinking that if they were crimson, Nightshade water could replace lipstick and become a favorite among ladies. Blue lips were really too ugly, she didn't want to become one. Nightshade Forest lies between several streets, bustling and noisy, while the dark forest is shrouded in darkness and silence. The streets are bathed in sunlight, unbearably hot, while the forest is dimly lit, a cold wind blowing, making one uneasy. Blood of my blood. Jogger glanced at Paiah and advised in Dothraki, this is an evil place, haunted by ghosts and liches. It sucks away the bright morning sun, leave quickly before it drains our souls. Jorah also frowned and advised, this is clearly a ruin, there's nothing to see. I think they spoke very wisely, Zaro said cautiously, somewhat wary of Paiah. Now that I'm here, I won't back down, Daenerys said firmly. The great sorcerer Paiah smiled faintly. You are a brave child. Come, take my hand, and let me lead the way. Daenerys took his hand, shaking her head. I long to be a simple, happy child, but I am not. Agara took her other hand, solemnly saying, we are of your blood, swearing to live and die with you, to fight side by side, and to protect you from danger. Since you wish to go in, please allow us to accompany you into this dark place. I will go too, Sir Jorah quickly said. The queen must enter alone, Paiah said sternly. What do you think this place is? Does the Temple of Immortality open to mortals? You weren't wrong about one thing earlier, many enter the Temple of Immortality, but few come out. If you weren't servants of the Mother of Dragons, I wouldn't have bothered to advise you, because your lives or deaths mean nothing to me. Daenerys glanced reproachfully at the warlock, then turned softly to Jorah and the Bloodguard, saying, don't worry, I'll be fine. Trust me. As she spoke, she subtly pointed to the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon would enter the Temple of Immortality with her. Chapter 53 Prophecy. Big Black is now bigger than a police dog, weighing a full 40 pounds, and eats 2 large, fat sheep every day. Dany could only make him a large bamboo basket, somewhat like the round-framed bamboo baskets used for cutting pig feed in the countryside, but not as deep, otherwise it would be difficult for him to get out, and he would be very uncomfortable. Black Dragon squatted in the basket with his 2 legs and half his body inside, his large wings hanging outside, completely covering the bamboo basket. His long neck rubbed against Dany's shoulders, his body squatting in the basket and able to turn freely. Your Majesty, this is as far as I can take you. After walking along a fork in the road, Paiah stopped. They came to an oval wooden door, embedded in a wall shaped like a human face, its large mouth serving as a human face statue. Dany felt like prey offered as a sacrifice to this monster with its enormous mouth. The wizard seemed to have a particular fondness for keeping dwarfs. A dwarf stood before the round-mouthed door, dressed in ornate purple and blue robes, his small pink hands holding a silver tray upon which rested a slender crystal goblet filled with a thick blue liquid. Dany had never imagined such a tiny person existed, barely 20 centimeters tall, even in flat sandals, he didn't reach her knees. It's rare for someone with a deformed physique to be handsome. His palm-sized face was wrinkled and squeezed together, resembling a pleated bun. Compared to his small face, his nose was unusually high, as if his inferiority complex about his height was entirely compensated for by his prominent nose. Offer the Fountain of Wisdom to the Mother of Dragons, Paiah commanded. The dwarf quickly stepped forward, reaching Dany, holding the tray high above his head. Dany bent down, picked up the crystal glass with 2 fingers, looked at it against the sunlight, and said, this is the water of Nightshade? Drink it. The wizard nodded, extending his hand in an inviting gesture. Will my lips turn blue? She hesitated. This cup only grants you a wizard's perspective. You will hear the truths of the world and see ancient wisdom, Paiah said softly, his expression brimming with undisguised pride. Dany raised the crystal glass to her lips and tried to lick it. She nearly vomited. It felt like biting into rotten, diseased pork smeared with excrement. Every unpleasant and nauseating taste in her life exploded on her taste buds, and Dany almost fainted. But the next moment, the blue liquid seemed to come alive, surging from her throat into her chest, thread by thread, endlessly. Her heart felt as if it were engulfed in flames, burning hot enough to make her moan with pleasure, If only being roasted by fire could feel this good. She thought to herself. Then all the nausea vanished, and her tongue exploded with a wonderful sensation of eating cotton candy, candied hawthorn, and KFC for the first time. In that instant, all the wonderful tastes of Dany's life came flooding her mouth. She was lost in the experience, trying to hold on to them tightly, and then the glass was empty. Dany smacked her lips, feeling incredibly conflicted. She wanted the dwarf to pour her another glass, but she was also afraid of ingesting some otherworldly magical drug, and of her ugly blue lips. Paia, however, deftly took the empty glass from her hand and quickly said, "Listen carefully. What I'm about to say concerns whether you can safely leave the Temple of Immortality." Yes, Dany immediately cleared her mind and listened intently. This door is a one-way street. Unless you see an immortal, you will never return to where you started, even if you retreat. I understand. Once you enter, you will find 4 doors in the room. Besides the entrance, there are 3 other doors. Please go to the right, always choosing the first door on the right. When you encounter stairs, climb up, never go down, and never use any other door besides the first one on the right. Stairs? This house is very low. Dany wondered. Paia said seriously, "You will understand once you enter. Remember my words, the Temple of Immortality is a one-way street, the way you go is the way you return. Always go up, always use the first door on your right. Other doors may open automatically, and you will see many strange sights, but do not let them disturb your mind. Some of these sights are beautiful, some are what you most desire, and some are what you most fear. Do not enter any door other than the first one." "May I see them?" Dany asked. "Do whatever you want as long as you don't enter the room." Paia sighed, her expression complex. "The images you see, the sounds you hear, may exist in the past, may not have arrived yet, or may never happen. At that moment, the river of time you inhabit is disturbed." "I understand. Keep going up, the first door on the right." Dany nodded solemnly. "Is there more? When you finally enter the immortal's room, please be patient and don't be impatient. We have a different view of time than the eternal immortals. Just listen carefully and remember every word." Paia gave her final advice. "I remember, and I will certainly maintain the highest respect for the great immortals." Dany promised. "Then go in." Dany nodded and stepped out. She arrived at a gray stone hall, square, about 40 square meters, with a door on each of the 4 walls. She remembered Paia's instruction to enter through the door on the right. However, due to her intense curiosity about the immortal palace, she didn't act immediately but stood in the center of the hall, looking into the other 3 doors for a while. Disappointing. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. So, carrying the dragon, she pushed open the door on the right and entered another stone chamber. It was exactly the same as the first one. Upon entering the square stone chamber with 4 doors for the 3rd time, Dany began to doubt whether she had entered a maze. However, her resolve remained strong, and she pushed open the door to the 4th room. This time, it was different. It was an oval wooden house with obvious wormholes in the wooden plank walls, and 6 doors in total. Dany pushed open the first wooden door on the right, and instead of a room, she entered a dimly lit corridor. The ceiling was high, and torches emitting plumes of black smoke were stuck in the right wall. Dany put her hand into the orange-red flames, feeling a burning pain. "These are real torches, not an illusion," she murmured. "Hiss," Blackie hissed in her ear, bringing her back to her senses, and she continued forward. The long corridor was covered with moldy carpets, the gold stripes on the fabric shimmering in the dim torchlight, seemingly telling Dany of the ruthlessness of time. It had once been so precious and magnificent, but now it was dilapidated. Strange, all the doors are on the left. Dany walked dozens of meters, but still couldn't see a door on the right wall. However, she wasn't anxious, because even if there was no door on the right wall, the last door on the left wall would be the first door on the right. She just needed to reach the end of the corridor. Thump, hiss, the carpet absorbed Dany's footsteps, but strange sounds kept coming from behind the wooden door on the left, the sound of wood being banged against, the rapid, low scratching of mice, the faint sounds of human voices, and the sounds of musical instruments. But when a series of moans of love-making came from the wooden door beside her, Dany could no longer resist. "As long as I don't go in, I'll do anything," she told herself. Then, with a bang, she took 2 steps back, as if to run away, as Big Black smashed the wooden door into rotten pieces with its tail. No terrifying monster rushed out. Instead, a warm, soft yellow light spilled from within onto the gray-green carpet. Big Black is amazing. Dany praised generously. Even if there was a curse, Big Black would withstand it. After all, he was a dragon, naturally immune to magic. Hiss. Big Black nuzzled affectionately against her neck. Dany patted its large head and then peeked into the room. A scene worthy of restriction. A tall, voluptuous blonde woman with fair skin lay naked on the ground, limbs outstretched, a 7-pointed star banner covering her face, and 4 small figures on top of her. Like the dwarf who had offered Dany the water of nightshade, they were short, with small pink hands and long, pointed noses, like a lewd rat. The 4 dwarfs paid no attention to Dany, only focused on violating the woman. What the hell is this? Daenerys was utterly bewildered, without a trace of embarrassment. Tilting her head, she searched for details for a long time, but to no avail. Big Black, dragon dream. Suddenly, Daenerys switched to the perspective of a black dragon, and the woman's figure plummeted into the endless abyss, falling without any support. Then, a brilliant light surged from the bottom, and Daenerys found herself floating above an unfamiliar continent. It was a long, narrow continent. She could see the scenery on the ground, but she saw the entire shape of the continent. Shouts of battle, cries of pain, the clash of swords, and triumphant laughter all reached Daenerys' ears from the land below. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she vividly recalled a scene. It was in White Cloud City, where she and Jorah were discussing Jorah's story on the tower at the city gate. To make it clearer for Daenerys, Jorah had drawn a map of Westeros on the balcony with stones. Bear Isle, the north, Ironborn Bay, Lannister Harbor, Old Town, Dorne, King's Landing, and Braavos across the channel. This is Westeros. The unfamiliar continent below corresponded perfectly to Jorah's hastily drawn picture. Daenerys gradually understood the true meaning of the scene she had just witnessed. The beautiful woman represents Westeros, and the 7-pointed star on her face, the Church of the Seven. The doctrines of the Seven are ignored, and 4 ugly creatures are wreaking havoc on the 7 kingdoms. Who do those 4 dwarfs represent? Her understanding of the 7 kingdoms came entirely from television dramas, but real-life experience told her that while plots could be referenced, they shouldn't be taken as gospel. Never mind, I'll go back and ask Jorah. Daenerys detached from her dragon form, and the room returned to its previous 5-person setting. Bang! Knowing that the scenes within the room held special meaning, Daenerys' interest in the Temple of the Undying surged. She took a few more steps forward, and a door was flung open by the Great Black. Shit. She was startled. Chapter 54. The dragon has 3 heads. It was a spacious hall, seemingly hosting a grand feast, first a celebratory feast, then a feast of corpses. Not a single living person was in the room. It seemed everyone at the banquet had been brutally slaughtered. Corpses lay sprawled haphazardly beside overturned chairs and shattered tables, blood congealing into black puddles on the surfaces and floor. Some had severed limbs. On the black oak table, unclaimed hands clutched blood-soaked cups, wooden spoons, roast duck, and bread. Others were headless, their bodies slumped to one side, their heads rolling on the floor like balls. At the head of the hall stood a wooden throne, upon which sat a terrifying, wolf-headed corpse, wearing an iron crown. Before it, on the oak table, were slices of bread, plates, wine glasses, a wine jug, knives and forks, and candlesticks. Strangely, its right hand gripped a leg of lamb, as if a king were holding a scepter. What was chilling was that, unlike the dwarves who had ignored it before, the werewolf's eyes followed Daenerys closely, his expression complex, as if uttering a silent accusation. The Red Wedding. Daenerys instantly understood what this scene represented. Daenerys was incredibly excited. For the first time, she was certain she had seen the future. The Red Wedding was still a year or 2 away, and she had already witnessed the ending. Serves him right, she yelled at Robb, then turned and walked towards the next room. What Daenerys didn't know was that early the next morning, Robb Stark, fresh from his victory in Whispering Wood, was awakened by a nightmare. "Mother, I dreamt of someone last night," he said to Catelyn at breakfast, looking puzzled. The Duchess, in a relatively good mood after her son had just captured Jaime Lannister, softly asked, "Who did you dream of?" "A strange young girl." "Strange?" "She was wearing a very beautiful, strange dress, a cheongsam, carrying a bamboo basket, and inside the basket was a black dragon," the young wolf said, puzzled. "Dragons went extinct over 100 years ago," Catelyn said. That woman isn't much older than me, silver hair, violet eyes, very much like a... Robb himself was quite unsure, a Targaryen. Targaryen girls of that age do exist. Catelyn's expression turned serious. Daenerys Targaryen, the Mad King's daughter. I heard she married the Dothraki a year ago. Did you see her clearly? What did she look like? Very beautiful, more beautiful than Sansa, more refined than Cersei Lannister, and more vibrant, he said. Then it really could be her. Every member of the Targaryen family possesses unparalleled beauty. Catelyn nodded and asked, why did you dream of her? Could it be, no, even if you're older and starting to have feelings for girls, you've never even seen her? I don't know, but last night's dream gave me a terrifying feeling of being in the seventh hell. Robb's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he thoughtfully said, if I defeat the Lannisters, and Baratheon doesn't allow the North and the Riverlands to become independent, after all, the two places together occupy most of Westeros, I might fight Baratheon again. If I win again, and if Aunt Lysa of Arryn sends troops to help me, she fears the Lannisters most, not the Baratheons, so this possibility is very high. By joining forces with the lords of the three kingdoms of the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale of Arryn, you defeated Baratheon, then seized the Iron Throne, and ultimately replaced the deceased Robert, becoming Daenerys Targaryen's greatest enemy. Catelyn continued, following her son's train of thought. If she truly possesses dragons, or dragon-like abilities, such as over 100,000 Slark-howling warriors, you're probably no match for her. And she's the daughter of the Mad King, it's not surprising she inherited his madness. To be defeated by such a mad and vengeful Targaryen would mean your demise, and the complete destruction of the North. That ending would be worse than descending to the Seven Hells. Did she say anything to you? Catelyn asked nervously. Serves you right, she coldly told me. Serves you right. Robb's face paled. Ah, that must be it. Catelyn exclaimed, it must be your recently deceased father, a revelation to you through a dream, warning you to be wary of that last Targaryen princess. Robb, do you want the Iron Throne? She asked anxiously, looking directly into her son's eyes. I only want to avenge my father and then make the North independent, Robb said immediately. But your dream, your future, Catelyn said worriedly. Alice, I truly do not want to conquer the world, and I have no desire whatsoever for the Iron Throne in King's Landing. Why are you forcing me? I don't want to be king of the Seven Kingdoms. Robb cried out sorrowfully. Fast forward to the present, back to Daenerys. When the giant black cat used its tail to pull open the third door, Daenerys saw a scene both familiar and strange, a house with a red lacquered door, massive wooden beams carved with lifelike animal faces, and a lemon tree outside the window. This was Daenerys' home in Braavos before she was 5 years old. On the eve of Daenerys' birth, the dynasty had changed from Targaryen to Baratheon, with only Dragonstone, located overseas, still occupied by the fleet loyal to the Targaryens. On the night of Daenerys' birth, not only did her mother, Queen Rhaella, die in childbirth, but a terrifying storm, the worst in a millennium, struck the waters near Dragonstone. The warships anchored in the bay, though not defeated by the enemy, were all destroyed in the storm. Thus, Daenerys was known as Stormborn. The queen's death led to the complete collapse of the Targaryen regime, leaving Viserys as just a child. The storm destroyed all the warships that supported the Targaryen dynasty, making Dragonstone unsafe. Fortunately, the massive storm not only destroyed their own fleet but also decimated the Baratheon warships besieging Dragonstone, giving them a chance to escape. While the acting Lord of Dragonstone hesitated about whether to hand over the two Targaryen children to the rebels, Sir William Darrell and his 4 men safely escaped with Viserys and Daenerys to Braavos. Sir William, a royal tutor, a gray-haired, partially blind old man, cared for young Daenerys, providing her with the happiest 5 years of her childhood. Then the old sergeant died, and Daenerys and Viserys were tricked by servants into leaving the house, beginning their long and arduous journey. In Daenerys' past memories, that house with its red lacquer doors was the most beautiful place, unforgettable. Now, the scene from deep within her memory reappeared before her eyes, and even old Sir William, leaning on his cane, walked out with heavy steps. Little princess, you're back. His voice was hoarse yet loving. Come to me, my lady, you're home, you're safe. His wrinkled hand reached out to her, as soft as old leather. This illusion is so realistic. Daenerys clicked her tongue, looking around. Come, my little princess, what are you saying? What illusion? The old man was still beckoning to her. Intelligent dialogue? This seemed to have entered the uncanny valley stage. Daenerys was terrified and turned to run. The corridor stretched on, with endless doors on the left and only torches on the right. Daenerys had passed countless doors, some closed, some open, some wooden, some iron, some intricately carved, some plain, some with handles, some with locks or knockers. At least they were all doors, until she glimpsed one that could hardly be called a door. Daenerys stopped abruptly. It was a simple, hard leather curtain. A strong urge surged within her, as if the main purpose of entering the Temple of the Immortals wasn't to find the Immortals, but to enter this door. A large, black tail, like a hook, lifted the leather curtain. Then Daenerys saw an endless grassland, the Dothraki Sea. A river meandered across the grassland, and a tall, pale white horse carried two children along its course. The horse's back was to Daenerys. She couldn't see its head, nor the faces on the saddle. She could only vaguely make out the child in front, clinging to the horse's neck, and the little girl behind, with silver hair and a painted vest, weeping weakly and painfully. Only when the horse had gone further and further away, completely disappearing from Daenerys' sight, did she come to her senses. This is from the past? Daenerys and Viserys? When they were little, that girl wore a Dothraki painted vest. She was puzzled, subconsciously feeling that this matter was important, but she just couldn't figure out what it meant. Hiss! The big black dog lowered the leather curtain and hissed sharply, reminding Daenerys to continue. So she silently memorized what she had just seen and walked towards the next room. A pair of huge bronze doors opened automatically as Daenerys approached, revealing a magnificent stone palace. On the high walls on both sides hung numerous heads of dead dragons, coldly looking down. Directly in front, an old man in rich robes sat on a towering, spiky throne, his eyes dim and his hair silver gray. "Let me reign over charred bones and roasted flesh," he said to a man below. "Let me be the Ash King. King's Landing, the Red Keep, the Iron Throne, the Mad King Aerys?" Daenerys suddenly understood, and she stopped to watch. "Your Majesty, have you truly made your decision?" The man in the pyromancer's robes below the throne asked with fanaticism. "I am a true dragon. I will be reborn in the flames." The Mad King on the Iron Throne waved his arms excitedly. "Immediately bury wildfire throughout King's Landing. Leave no place untouched. I will be crowned king anew from ashes and bones." Oh my God! This madman! Hearing the Mad King and the pyromancer Prime Minister discussing how to burn 500,000 people of King's Landing alive, Daenerys felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps rising on her bare arms. Leaving the bronze door, Daenerys encountered another door that opened automatically upon her arrival. Behind the ornate wooden door studded with red copper nails was a bedroom. The prince, almost identical to Viserys, said to the woman nursing her newborn baby on the large wooden bed, "Let's call him Aegon. Isn't that the best name for a king?" Daenerys immediately understood. She saw once again the scene from the Red Keep, Prince Rhaegar and Princess Elia. The newborn in the princess's arms. Aegon was the little prince who had been smashed to death against the wall like a melon being thrown. Princess Elia asked her husband, "Will you write a song for him?" "He already has a song," Rhaegar said solemnly. "He is the Prince of Prophecy, and his song is the Song of Ice and Fire." As he spoke, he looked up, his gaze meeting Daenerys's, as if time had shifted, and they were in the same time period. "There's another one," he said, and Daenerys felt a chill run down her spine, as if this older brother was speaking to her. "Dragons have 3 heads, and there's another one. Motherfuck." Daenerys's face turned pale, and she cursed, turning and running away. She was absolutely certain that Rhaegar, who had been dead for 15 years, was speaking to her. He told her that 3 dragons required 3 riders, and besides herself and Aegon, there was another Targaryen? But Aegon had long since died, and she was the only Targaryen left, along with the protagonist Jon Snow, who was also a Targaryen. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Meeting the Immortal. As Dany prepared to open the next wooden door, the giant black dragon stretched out its snake-like neck, opened its mouth, and screamed, smoke rising from between its teeth. She understood the urgency in its scream, not to enter dragon spirit form. "What's wrong?" she asked, turning her head. But as soon as she turned around, Dany was shocked to find that the torches behind her were going out one by one, the long corridor resembling a noodle, being sucked into the mouth of the monster in the darkness piece by piece. Shit, she cursed, and Dany took off running. After what seemed like an hour, she finally reached the end of the corridor. Before her was not a wall, but a dark, bottomless abyss. There was no door on the right wall. Dany could only enter through the last door on the left wall. Just as she was about to step in, she suddenly froze. Am I really that strong? Can I carry a dragon and run at high speed for hours? Impossible. Even a marathon runner couldn't run at full speed for half an hour, let alone carry dozens of kilograms. The power of magic? Or had she been trapped in an illusion? But the large black figure behind her was real, and the dragon spirit's perspective didn't detect anything unusual. Dany was confused. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the dark corridor where the torches had gone out. It seemed something was dragging its heavy steps, slowly approaching along the faded carpet. Hiss, the large black figure urged her to hurry up again. With a sigh, she entered the last door. After that, there was a series of square stone chambers, 4 doors, go to the right. This time, Dany finally felt exhausted, physically and mentally drained, dizzy and lightheaded. Square stone chambers, square stone chambers, square stone chambers. Right, right, right. Anyone would be dizzy and exhausted if they kept repeating the same scene and the same actions. Just as Dany decided that she would sit down and recover her strength in the next stone chamber, she came to a damp stone chamber. Opposite her was an oval door, shaped like an open mouth, and the great sorcerer Pai stood on the grass under the shade of a tree outside the door. You finished talking to the immortals so quickly? He asked incredulously when he saw her. Talked my ass, I didn't even see them, Dany gasped. You must have gone the wrong way. Never mind, I'll guide you. With that, he stepped into the stone chamber and extended his right hand to Dany. Dany took a step back, looking at him strangely. What are you? You look almost exactly the same. I am Pai Puli, are you confused? He opened his blue lips, looking puzzled. It's probably almost dark outside, I don't have time to talk nonsense with a monster like you. Dany entered her dragon dream state and rested for a few minutes before walking towards the door on the right. No. Pai screamed, no, come here, come to me, come to me. His face slumped inward, and pale, fat maggots crawled from the cracked flesh. This time the room changed again, and Dany found herself in a descending stairwell, so high that she couldn't see the top at all. Once again, she began to wonder if she was under an illusion. The Temple of the Immortals had no towers, and the buildings were extremely low. Where did the stairwells come from? But now that she was inside, she could only move forward, unable to ask Pai or retreat. So she climbed and climbed, resting in the dragon spirit whenever her back and legs ached. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Daenerys finally came to a corridor. To her right, a row of wide wooden doors was half open. The doors were made of ebony and weirwood, their black and white grain twisting and swirling, forming a strange vortex pattern, possessing an eerie beauty, yet after looking at it for a while, she felt it carried a cruel and evil aura. This. Daenerys suddenly realized. Several scenes from the TV series flashed through her mind. Wasn't this inverted spiral pattern the magical symbol laid out by the White Walkers? Could it be the common runes of mysterious people? She gently stroked the engraved patterns, her mind racing. Behind the doors was a large hall, filled with a group of richly dressed wizards. Some wore luxurious robes made of white sable, ruby red velvet, and gold fabric. Others wore exquisite armor inlaid with jewels. Still others wore tall, pointed hats adorned with stars. Among them were female wizards, their attire even more magnificent and dazzling. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, and the most beautiful music in the world played within, seemingly enlivening the very air. A man in a magnificent robe, resembling a king, rose and smiled slightly at Daenerys. Daenerys of House Targaryen, welcome, welcome. Please come to the Feast of Eternity. We are the Immortals of Qarth. We have been waiting for you, said the woman beside him. She wore a rose-red and silver dress, and her breast, exposed according to Qarthian custom, was flawless. The Wizarding King said, we knew you would come, we knew it 1,000 years ago, and we've waited until now. The comet was our guide. A warrior in shimmering emerald armor said, we will share our knowledge with you and teach you how to use magical weapons. Come, come quickly, You have passed all the tests. Just feast with us, and countless questions will be answered. A handsome young man laughed. Want me to teach you the mysterious ancient Valyrian spells? Come quickly. Daenerys ignored them. After entering the ebony and weirwood door, she looked around and finally found another small door behind it. It was right to her right. The tall wooden door completely blocked it. Most people would not be able to find it and would inevitably fall into its trap. Finding the narrow door, Daenerys calmly turned around and looked at the room full of elegantly dressed wizards. All right, teach me the spells. Come here and I'll teach you, the handsome wizard from before beckoned. Sigh, please paint your lips blue and make your skin deathly pale before you try to masquerade as immortals. Dany said, pushing open the small door and stepping inside without looking back. It was a narrow room, dimly lit and cramped, but there were no other doors on the four walls. Though surprised, Dany guessed she had probably reached her final destination. Her gaze fell on the long stone table in the room, which almost filled the space, with illusory blue figures surrounding it. Above the center of the tabletop, a human heart floated, rotten and swollen, its color bruised, but still beating, each beat emitting a deep tremor and scattering a wave of deep blue light. I am Daenerys Targaryen. Are you immortals? Dany asked the illusory figures. In her heart, she scoffed at these guys, who were all decayed and only souls remained, yet they still had the nerve to call themselves immortals. Perhaps the journey ahead had emboldened her. Even in a haunted house with a group of ghosts, Dany felt no fear whatsoever. The figure had been motionless, neither speaking nor turning to look at the intruder. But as soon as Dany finished speaking, a voice echoed intermittently in the room. Mother of dragons, daughter of death, mother of dragons, slayer of lies, mother of dragons, bride of fire. It seemed like a whisper, yet also a groan, echoing through the darkness. Mother of dragons. There were male voices, female voices, old people's voices, and children's voices, as if a group of people were greeting Dany through the cracks of hell. The suspended heart continued to beat, sometimes emitting a faint light, sometimes plunging into darkness, its rhythm slightly quickening. It is I am the mother of dragons. The scene in the room changed, the pale blue figure took on other colors. It was as if the previous group of people had been instantly 3D printed. By the dim blue light radiating from the decaying heart, Dany could see the two people at the outermost edge of the long stone table. On the right was an extremely old man, the oldest a person could be. His face was covered in wrinkles and patches of age spots, he was bald, his bluish-purple skin clung tightly to his head, even the whites of his eyes were blue, and his lips and nails were a deep, almost black, blue. To his left was an old woman, as old as the old man, her pale silk robe tattered and fused with her body, like a mummified corpse dug from a grave. One of her shrunken breasts was still exposed according to Carthian custom, revealing a pointed, deep blue nipple, as hard as rock cowhide. Daenerys realized that she was facing a group of dead people, their bodies long dead for decades, centuries, their fragmented souls preserved by their strange hearts. Her thoughts seemed to be perceived by the immortals, a faint, ethereal voice saying, "We are not dead. We have always lived. We are waiting for us to know everything." "What are you waiting for?" Daenerys asked warily. "Waiting for you, for us to know everything, mother of dragons." "What do you hope to gain from the immortals?" the deep voice said. "What can you give me?" Daenerys retorted. "We know everything, the past, the future, all before us. We have the wisdom to conquer death." Daenerys suddenly understood. Quilthus had hoped to receive prophecies about the future from the immortals. But she'd already seen the finale of Game of Thrones. What value did prophecies hold? Unless the ending had already changed because of her appearance. However, compared to a large watermelon, Daenerys preferred watermelon cultivation techniques. She was more interested in magical skills. "I want to learn a spell that suits me. I want to learn the ancient Valyrian art of dragon slaying," she said. "She wants to learn ancient Valyrian sorcery," a deep voice said mockingly. Tell her, she. Daenerys' guard had already risen, but as soon as the other person finished speaking, a ball of indigo suddenly rose from the darkness, followed by countless images flashing before her eyes. Chapter 56 14 Fire Peaks. 14 plumes of smoke billowed from the crater, obscuring the azure sky like 14 endless black clouds. Beneath the 14 towering peaks lay a vast city, without walls, its towering buildings stretching wildly in all directions. This was a magnificent city-state befitting only a god. Roar, Towering black towers, like divine fingers, pierced the heavens, and 70 or 80 giant dragons leisurely circled among them. Red dragons, white dragons, gold dragons, green dragons, black dragons, purple dragons. The multicolored dragons could fill any color imaginable, as beautiful as spirits under the command of the gods. Descending below the clouds, one could see that even in broad daylight, the city was bathed in a scorching, dark red glow. That was the lava river winding down from the mountainside of the 14 peaks. Upon closer inspection, the city bore a resemblance to Venice. However, what flowed through the streets and buildings was not seawater, but a river of glowing, smoldering lava. Even the windows of the cohesive black stone tower glowed with a red light, the same color as the lava, seemingly drawing light, heat, and magic from the lava rivers. The streets on the ground were deserted, and the low-lying buildings were uninhabited. In fact, a pervasive gray-black haze hung in the air, making it difficult for life to survive. Only at the very top of the Tower of Babel, in the sky garden adorned with the mythical sculptures of griffins, dragons, and gargoyles, did handsome men and women with silver hair sit quietly, reading books on their laps, or attend lively banquets, lingering in the revelry, or stroke the heads of dragons by the railings, whispering secrets to their companions. They were the ancient Valyrian dragon kings who lived in the Sky City, conquering the world with dragons, controlling volcanoes with magic, and extracting magic from the lava. They enjoyed power and wealth that even the gods envied. The Tower of Babel served various purposes. There were residences with domed ceilings, gardens with open-work ceilings, and wizard towers shimmering with enormous blue orbs of magic. All were incredibly tall and indestructible. At the heart of the Tower of Babel complex stands a 300-meter-high wizard's tower. On the top plaza, a tall, imposing old man, dressed in magnificent robes, his hands covering the surface of the magic orb, countless images flashing through his eyes. In this tower, he peruses real-time information from the world's major city-states. Every afternoon at 5 o'clock, wizards stationed around the world transmit the day's major events to the Valyrian capital via glass candles. Gurgle. Just then, a golden dragon flew in from the other end of the city. A young knight in a silver robe nimbly leaped from its back, quickly approached the dignified old man, bowed respectfully, and said, "High Wizard, Daenerys Targaryen is selling off his possessions." The old man didn't turn his head, continuing to extract useful information from the magic orb and answering certain inquiries. All his possessions? All of them, even the Tower of Babel. It's said that his daughter, Daenerys Targaryen, dreamt of Valyria's destruction in the near future, the Dragon Knight murmured. The Targaryen family has fallen. The High Wizard wasn't angry, but spoke with a hint of sarcasm. The city court declared Inner guilty, and his appeals have all failed. The deadline for appeals is fast approaching. As a loser in the game of power, if he doesn't choose self-exile, he can only wash away his folly with blood and life. I always thought he was a brave man, but I never expected him to be so cowardly, shamelessly using his daughter's sleep-talking as a shield. Does he know his destination? Wistero. Wistero? The old man frowned for the first time. As the saying goes, the world is vast, yet it is all under the shadow of the dragon's wings, but that far west is our dragon king's territory. It's not exactly forbidden land, but it's not worth making enemies of those old gods for such a wretched place. We've even sealed Valhalla away. Why should we fear a decaying, dying primordial god? The young man asked, puzzled. The old man pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "You are the rightful heir to the fifth peak, and at such a young age you have already subdued your own dragon. You are qualified to know the secrets that only the 14 peak masters can know." The old man withdrew his thin hands from the magic orb, slowly walked to the balcony, looked down at the magnificent city, and sighed softly. The Valyrians recklessly absorbed the magic of the ley lines to build this sky city, revered like gods by all other races. But we are not gods after all. For thousands of years, our wizarding alliance has tirelessly strived to cultivate our own gods. Not that trashy spirit of Karth, but true gods, like the old gods and Arhalar. Unfortunately, Balerion, Vargal, Miracis, even if they are stronger than that blue-lipped one, they are still not true gods. All things in the world, including dragons and demigods, are born and die, only gods are eternal. The old gods you despise are indeed decayed and corrupt, but as long as someone remembers them, they will never truly die. Even true gods cannot interfere in the mortal world, and a group of ancient gods are not as useful as a single dragon, the young dragon king of the fifth peak argued indignantly. Though young, his family had always groomed him to be the next peak master, and he was an apprentice of a high priest, knowing far more secrets than marginal nobles like the Targaryens. The old man nodded and said, "Yes, gods cannot directly interfere in the mortal world. Ahlar, known as the god of fire, cannot make a withered leaf burn out of thin air. But gods don't need to act directly, they can change the entire world through their followers. Just like me, the high priest of Valyrian Freehold, I haven't left the wizarding tower for 30 years, yet the world has always been under my rule, and the heavens and earth change color when I am angry. Ordinary people cannot imagine my methods, and we must not despise the power of the gods." "High priest, I have learned much," the young man said sincerely, his attitude extremely respectful. Finally, he said, "The Targaryens didn't go directly into Westeros. They planned to settle on Dragonstone, a fortress on Valyria's western border. They're essentially guarding the Empire's frontier." The old man nodded indifferently. The Archmage, who had inadvertently glanced at the sky, suddenly changed his expression. He took a few quick steps to the blue orb of magic, the size of an astronomical globe, and covered it with both hands again. "Who is it? Daring to spy on Valyria? Whose child are you?" The old man first shouted sternly, then his expression softened, though he remained somewhat suspicious. "What happened?" the young man asked hurriedly. "Someone has been eavesdropping on our conversation," the old man said calmly, his suspicion deepening. "Who dares to be so bold?" the young man asked, both shocked and angry. "She's not an outsider, a young dragon king, exceptionally talented, but," the old man said, both surprised and puzzled, "she doesn't even know basic spells and can't communicate with me. Even Valyrian nobles aren't allowed to spy on wizard towers. Did her parents and mentors tell her that?" the young man said angrily. "I sense the aura of the Belarus family," the old man said uncertainly. "First peek. Belarus?" The young man's expression changed, his voice filled with surprise and doubt, his expression extremely solemn. The old man's own magic resonated with the wizard tower's magic orb, strange runes flashing in his eyes, and he still had the strength to say, "Perhaps. Go to First Peak and ask her later. I sent her a 108-letter standard pronunciation chart. If you're wrong, you can ask her directly next time you encounter her." "Young girl, your life force is rapidly draining. What happened?" "Never mind, you can hear me, right? You're probably possessed by an evil spirit. Where's your dragon? If your dragon isn't with you, immediately enter dragon spirit mode," the old man shouted at the sky. The voice was urgent, filled with worry and anger. "Which blood mage is so audacious as to covet the true dragon bloodline of Valyria? High wizard, you say she can achieve the legendary dragon spirit?" The idea of a dragon spirit shocked him more than anyone daring to attack the true dragon bloodline. Sensing the consciousness retreat, still faintly bearing her dragon aura, the old man breathed a sigh of relief before turning to the young man, saying, "I said before, the young man has good talent. But Valyrian, Vargal." Daenerys couldn't hear the rest, her consciousness had been pulled from the river of time. After she sought suitable wizarding knowledge from the immortals, a bright blue screen rose from the darkness, and countless images appeared before her eyes. Guided by a mysterious force, Daenerys saw Valyria before the apocalypse, easily shifting her perspective to the wizarding tower, perhaps not the tallest, but certainly the most mysterious, as easily as changing channels on television. The colossal magic orb like Dany was awestruck. Later, she witnessed a black rock tower drawing power from the lava river, saw the old wizard using magic orbs to govern the world, and heard secrets about the gods. For the first time, she truly felt the power and advancement of Valyrian civilization. However, what horrified Dany even more was that the people in the television screen could see the audience on the sofa in front of the television, could communicate with them, and even sense a crisis that Dany herself hadn't noticed. Am I seeing the past, or has my consciousness traveled to that point in time? Thinking this, Dany entered her dragon spirit state. The soul of the true dragon was with her. She felt the essence of life, her vital energy and spirit, flowing out like a flood breaking through a dam. Opening her eyes, the immortals who had been standing motionless before had left their seats by the stone table. They surrounded her like a fishing net, and icy blue shadows, chanting sharp incantations, tore strands of golden life essence from her body. This was the dragon's perspective. Dany opened her eyes, and the scene changed again, becoming utterly terrifying, a horde of zombie-like blue corpses. Their blue eyes gleaming with endless greed, crowded around Dany, their cold, withered hands pulling, caressing, and dragging her clothes, touching her body, their fingers entwining her hair. Dany, however, felt as if she were experiencing sleep paralysis. All the strength in her limbs vanished, leaving her unable to move. Even her heart had stopped beating. She felt a hand gouge a purplish-red eyeball from her eye socket and shove it into her mouth. She saw sharp teeth pressing against her soft throat. "Ah!" Dany screamed in fury. "You're asking for death?" Chapter 57 God-Killing. Immortal. "I fulfilled your wish, granting you the ancient Valyrian spells. You should also fulfill our needs." Needs. Needs. Countless low voices echoed mockingly, finally merging into one, accompanied by the powerful thud of a decaying heart. "I need your body." 1,000 years of waiting finally met. "Ah!" The triumphant whispers turned into a sharp scream, and billowing dark red dragonfire, like a high-pressure jet of water from a fire truck, instantly extinguished the immortal's rising ambition. Bathed in the flames, feeling the heat wash over her skin, Dany's heart began to beat again, pounding wildly. The ghostly hands and feet that had been grabbing her vanished in an instant. The zombies crackled and burned in the dragonfire, their blue, withered skin burning like oil-soaked paper, their bones melting like candles in the intense heat. They stumbled and tumbled, shouting in a language long since lost, their high-pitched voices as thin as cow's hair. Ignoring the illusory scene before her, Dany strode towards the middle of the long stone table. She passed between them. They were as light as gas, as ethereal as a dream, vanishing at the slightest touch. Approaching the black heart dripping with blue blood, Dany shouted, "Big Black!" Hiss! The black dragon's long neck shot out like lightning, biting into the rotting flesh on the stone table. Seeing that he was about to tear it apart and throw it away, Dany called out, "Eat it!" This is a god, the collective consciousness of countless immortals over thousands of years, the sorcerer god of Qarth. Hiss! Big Black, with a heart pounding like a drum in its mouth, looked back at her in confusion. "I know you can't digest it, but I can help you." A resolute glint appeared in Dany's eyes as she urged him, "Swallow it down your throat, then burn it with dragonfire." Big Black tilted its head back and swallowed the lump of rotting flesh whole. Then, boom, intense dragonfire shot out from its mouth like a rocket, ripping off the ceiling and letting in the sunlight. The bloodline talent for dragon hatching, imbuing dragon eggs with flames and spiritual energy, allows fossilized dragon eggs, dead dragon eggs, and healthy dragon eggs that retain their original soul to hatch into young dragons. Daenerys, with her mortal eyes, observed the room using only her 5 senses, and everything she saw was an illusion. For example, countless desiccated corpses crowding around her, gnawing at her flesh. But entering her dragon spirit state, seeing the world through the eyes of a black dragon, she saw something more essential. Blue tentacles extended from her black heart, each tentacle a self-extending immortal being. They roared at her, binding her like octopuses, draining her life force and spirit, ultimately even stealing her soul. Also in her dragon spirit form, Daenerys saw that the black heart was rich in spiritual matter. Even though it wasn't a true god and was called trash by the Valyrian high priest, it was still a spirit of faith. Well, Daenerys didn't yet understand what a spirit of faith was. Perhaps because of the treasure in Daenerys' mind, or perhaps because she often roasted herself in fire, she had somehow begun to actively channel spiritual matter from nature into dragon eggs. Now, she discovered that if the spiritual matter density was high enough, even living dragons could be infused with spiritual matter. The black heart had an extremely high spiritual matter density. It would be a waste to throw it away, so she might as well upgrade her beloved black dragon. The decaying heart burned in dragonfire, and large patches of multicolored fluorescent dots scattered from the damaged heart, seemingly about to return to nature. But as Daenerys opened her mouth wide and inhaled forcefully, the scattered firefly lake, like a swimming pool with its drain valve pulled, formed a funnel-shaped vortex below, with a black dragon's mouth at the bottom of the vortex. In her dragon spirit form, Daenerys and the black dragon share a single soul, a single body, and a dragon form. In reality, Daenerys seems lost in thought with her eyes closed, oblivious to the collapsing rubble and the flames spreading in all directions. The black dragon, too, stares blankly upwards, its dragonfire burning in its mouth like a torch shaped like a dragon sculpture. More than 10 minutes pass before the faint, colorful light, ignoring Daenerys' attempts to absorb it, drifts away in all directions, its density too low to be absorbed any further. Daenerys snaps out of her daze, waking from her strange state. She removes the burnt basket from her back, sheds the tattered cloth, leaving only a palm-sized metal tag hanging on her chest. The Valyrian Dragon King's identification tag she found in the Red Wasteland has been specially retrieved and placed in the inner pocket of her chest, serving as a breastplate. With her medical skills, she might be able to heal herself from a sword wound elsewhere, but with her heart pierced, even a god couldn't save her. In this world, almost nothing is harder than Valyrian steel. Let's go, Blackie, Daenerys beckoned to the black dragon standing on the stone table. Leaving the Immortals' room, a dark passageway snaked before her, the only light source the hissing fire serpents behind her. Daenerys looked around and saw many corpses sprawled haphazardly along the passageway. Some were richly dressed, others looked like slaves, some wore the distinctive robes of the Carthians, others the clothing of strangers. They seemed to have struggled to escape, only to have their souls drained and collapse helplessly to the ground. Daenerys recalled the terrifying legends of the Temple of the Immortals. Many had entered the Temple of Dust, but none had ever emerged. She also thought of the High Priest Paiai's attitude towards this wizarding temple, profound reverence, never daring to enter with Daenerys. Finally, Daenerys recalled the High Wizard's words and murmured, "The true dragon blood of ancient Valyria inspires both awe and lust from ambitious wizards." The corpses were all skin and bones, their souls and vitality drained. The remaining mummies hadn't decayed, aside from turning to brittle dust over time. A few pieces of clothing remained. Daenerys chose a long robe embroidered with the gold thread and wrapped herself in it. Then, with Big Black in front and her behind, she ran down the corridor. Unlike the hours it had taken her to get there, she only ran for 30 minutes before seeing a door appear before her, sunlight streaming in. Taking a step out, she was once again bathed in the warm sunlight and the gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass. "You destroyed the Temple of the Undying," the High Wizard Paiai roared angrily at Daenerys. "It wasn't me, it was the Immortals' own choice." Almost without thinking, the lie spilled from her lips. "The Immortals said they had waited for me for 1,000 years. Long weary of the mundane world, which, though immortal, was tedious. After seeing me, they immolated their remaining bodies and ascended to the astral plane." The situation was somewhat unusual now. Perhaps due to the loss of the Immortals' magical support, the previously decaying building was now collapsing like dominoes, centered on the Black Heart chamber, in all directions. Stone walls crumbled, wooden beams and floors crackled and burned, spreading rapidly like gasoline. Because the Temple of Immortals was located within the city, many residents lived in the surrounding neighborhoods. A large number of Carthians had been attracted by the billowing black smoke, and a small caravan of camel riders was maintaining order near the Blackwood Forest. If it were just the High Priest alone, Daenerys would probably have had the Blood Guards behead him in front of Xaro. In front of everyone, Daenerys not only couldn't retaliate against the warlock, but she also had to pin the blame for burning the Temple of the Undying on the dead Undying. "You're lying. It was your dragon's fire that burned the temple." The warlock lunged at Daenerys, baring his teeth and claws, but two burly black men immediately restrained him. They were servants of the wealthy merchant Xaro, and had only intervened at Xaro's signal. Meanwhile, the centaurs beside Daenerys had drawn their gleaming araximeters. Xaro, fulfilling his duty as host to protect his guest, also didn't want the warlock to be killed in self-defense by Daenerys. "Let me go. I'm going to kill that bitch." Paiai hovered in midair, his short legs pedaling like a bicycle. A smile crept across Daenerys' lips, her tense nerves suddenly relaxing, because she saw that while Paiai was shouting threats, he had drawn a dagger from his waist. Yes, he truly intended to kill Daenerys. But instead of using any magical attack, he took out a dagger, intending to stab her to death. "I'm not lying," Daenerys said, giving herself the actress's wrong girl buff. "If it were a dragon, how could the fire spread so quickly? In fact, you all saw it, the dragon was flying in the passage, and I was running behind it. The fire was still a long way from us. Only magical power could cause such a fire. I don't understand magic, everyone knows that. Kalish isn't a witch, everyone knows that." Ago nodded, his expression unusually serious. "If dragon fire ignited the houses, the fire would spread in a line, that is, in the direction the dragon flew, which contradicts the facts," Jorah analyzed logically. This was reasonable and well-founded, and the scales of trust in Xaro and the camel riders gradually tipped in Daenerys' favor. "You?" Paiai glared fiercely at Daenerys, he could no longer sense the presence of the immortal. Daenerys emerged alive, the immortal disappeared. So it was obvious that the immortals' plan had failed, but how had they failed? Daenerys didn't even know any magic spells, leaving Paiai both astonished, suspicious, and horrified. "What have you done? Why would the immortals burn down the temple of the immortals?" he shouted. "Don't you know what I've done? Seek wisdom from the immortals," Daenerys declared confidently, pointing to the houses collapsing in the thick smoke. "Isn't it obvious? The people of Qarth call it the Temple of Dust. Now that the immortals have ascended to the astral plane, of course this place has to be demolished. Even if we don't build a new true Temple of the Immortals, we can use the land for real estate development. It's such a waste to leave such a large area unused." Real estate development? The warlock was nearly driven mad by her words. Suppressing his anger, he asked again, "What is the astral plane?" A fleeting look of disdain crossed Daenerys' face, but she replied arrogantly, "Remember, this is the great wisdom of the immortals. Gods and humans live in different dimensions. We are in the mortal realm, while the gods reside in the higher dimensional spiritual realm, the astral plane. Mortals can only look up to the astral plane, but to communicate with its gods, one must have devout faith. High Priest Paia, the time has come to test your faith. If you revere the immortals as gods, you'll likely be able to contact them soon. If you can't contact them, it means you're not devout. Since you have no devotion to the immortals, don't use the pretext of avenging them to cause me trouble." To Daenerys' surprise and delight, most of those around her showed an icy expression after hearing her words. Even the cunning Xaro and the skeptical Jorah hesitated. Everyone knew Daenerys was a novice in mysticism. For her to speak such logically about divine secrets, someone must have taught her. Who taught her? The immortal. "Let's go." Dany waved to her underlings. After showing off, she had to run away quickly. Chapter 58 Visitors from the Other Side of the World. The destruction of the Temple of the Immortals by fire unsurprisingly caused a huge uproar in Qarth. Even though Daenerys managed to temporarily cover it up with an irrefutable lie, negative rumors about dragons and herself quickly spread throughout the city. Although I don't like warlocks at all, that was a temple that had existed for thousands of years. It was burned down by your dragons. Today it might burn down the Temple of Dust, tomorrow it might just be a marketplace, but who can say it won't be the great temple of 1,000 seats the day after? Dragons are too dangerous, too uncontrollable. They should be killed while they are still young, said one with ulterior motives. But I heard that the immortals themselves burned down their own dilapidated house. I think the mother of dragons has a point. It's better to develop a few streets and collect rent than to leave it empty. Maybe the immortals have come to their senses, someone else countered. Whether it's Dragonfire or the magic of the immortals, it's dangerous for us. At the very least, we should get the dragons out of Qarth. The next afternoon, Xaro told Daenerys with concern that Paia was gathering warlocks to harm her. Daenerys immediately replied, "I'll leave Qarth the day after tomorrow morning." Xaro lowered his head, forcefully took her small hand, kissed her fingers, and said tenderly, "You should leave immediately, sooner rather than later. But my queen, you will not be alone. You saw darkness in the Hall of Dust, but my dreams are full of light. I dreamt of cruise ships sailing gently in the breeze on the warm, calm surface of the Jade Sea. You lay happily on a soft couch, basking in the sunlight, sipping delicious coconut juice, and smiling as you watched our children play with seagulls on the deck. Ugh, you shameless bastard, you really know how to fantasize. Alice, it's a pity we're about to part ways. You're sailing east to the Jade Sea, and I'll ride my camel west. We might never see each other again." Dany teased, subtly rubbing her hand on the blanket beneath her as she spoke. "Come sail with me to the Jade Sea, give me a son, make my dream come true, my lovely star of heaven." The merchant, who looked like a steamed bun, spoke in the tone of a Casanova, reciting lines from a romantic drama. This was more disgusting than drool. Drooling can be wiped away quietly, but the words heard cannot be forgotten immediately. Not only can they not be forgotten, but they might even become a permanent memory, a nightmare. "I'm sorry, Xaro, you're a good person, but my goal is in the west," Dany said sadly. This time, Xaro, receiving the good person card, immediately changed color. He said in a deep voice, "Then you should leave, hurry up and leave." Dany was stunned for a moment before reacting to his sudden change in attitude, and said, "I'm already packing my things, I'll leave the day after tomorrow." "You're untrustworthy, you've toyed with my feelings." The merchant looked at Dany coldly, "Give me back my things." "Toy with my feelings, my ass. I didn't even keep you as a backup plan, I've always rejected you outright." Dany was very unhappy, suppressing her anger, and said in a muffled voice, "What things? I didn't take any of your belongings without permission. She thought fiercely, don't tell me that your affections have fallen into my hands, otherwise I'll kick you a couple of times before I'm disgusted to death. Fortunately, the big merchant was more ruthless and shameless than she thought. The magic amethyst I gave you, the ox cart, the 1,000 jade-carved toy soldiers, the Yi silk. Zaro listed everything for a full 3 minutes, many of which Dany herself had forgotten, but he remembered them clearly. Dany stood there dumbfounded for a long time before she realized she'd encountered the ultimate scumbag. Even when boyfriends and girlfriends broke up and were dividing assets, this wasn't the least cruel thing to do. They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend yet, and the host had given a gift to a guest, and now that the guest was no longer useful, he immediately turned his back and took it back. You shouldn't be called Zaro, you should be called Scumbag Luo. Scumbag Luo should go to modern society. There are plenty of scumbag women who like to keep backup options in modern society. If they met, they definitely spark a happy romance. Besides, even the most skilled scumbag woman is far inferior to him. Once all the scumbag women are defeated, the remaining men will be happy. Everything else is fine, but the silk has already been made into clothes. How am I going to return it? Dany asked with difficulty. Don't you have any money? Use radiant coins to pay for it. Scumbag Luo said coldly. Starting tonight, you barbarians will have to prepare your own food, and you'll only have the house for 2 days. Thank goodness, he didn't ask her for the food and lodging expenses from the previous 10 days. In the afternoon, Jorah took the centaurs to the market to buy supplies. Daenerys, having some free time, placed a reclining chair in the fountain under the ginkgo tree in the courtyard and comfortably lay down, munching on a crisp, sweet persimmon while enjoying the gentle massage of the kissing fish on her calves and toes. Sigh, these decadent days are numbered, and from now on. Lost in thought, she heard the clanging of armor approaching. It was Jorah Mormont. To avoid any unforeseen events in the days leading up to his departure, he had donned his iron armor again. Your Highness, Illyrio has sent men to fetch you. His expression was serious, his brow furrowed. The unexpected guest did not bring him more worry than joy. Illyrio? Pentos is a whole continent away from Qarth, a whole continent of Essos. How did he know I was here? Daenerys asked in surprise. I don't know. They're waiting at the gate of the manor. You'll have to ask them yourself later, Jorah said, shaking his head. Daenerys didn't immediately let the guests in, but instead showed concern for the night's mood. You don't seem to welcome them? They specifically said they came for dragons. If even Illyrio of Pentos knows you have dragons, then... After a moment's hesitation, Jorah said worriedly, Pentos and King's Landing are separated by the narrow sea. Unlike other seas, it's not vast, it's only about 500 kilometers wide. If the people of Pentos can reach Qarth, then the assassins of King's Landing can too. That makes sense. Daenerys nodded, but her expression wasn't as grave as Jorah had expected. She slowly said, our original plan was to travel by land west to Astapor to purchase a batch of unsullied, then head north. When everyone thought we would turn back through Slavers Bay and continue west, we did the opposite, heading east and retreating back to the ancient trade route. In the siege, 1,000 unsullied are enough to hold off an army of 10,000. And the environment around White Cloud City simply cannot support 10,000. White Cloud City is only inhabited by our own people. As long as the gates are sealed, 100 faceless men won't be able to harm me, they simply can't get in. At this moment, Daenerys, having not directly experienced the miserable plight of the slaves, did not intend to risk creating a major scandal, much less use deception to kill the apostate slave owners like Daenerys did in the original storyline. Attacking the city-state of Slavers Bay and killing a benevolent ruler was fine, but deception was unacceptable. Otherwise, no matter how noble the purpose, the name Daenerys Targaryen would be utterly tarnished in this world. That scoundrel Jarrow, so desperate for dragons, never considered breaking his promise and using coercion on Daenerys. Despite being gay, he humbled himself by showering Daenerys with flattery. Put yourself in his shoes, who could resist a straight, tough man fawning over another strong man? The royal family of Qarth were similar, they only demanded gold and silver according to tradition, but didn't send camel riders to kill Daenerys and her party and steal the dragons. If the Qarth royal family was so greedy for gold and silver, were 3 young dragons worth less than a few thousand luminaries? Obviously not. The great sorcerer Paiah hated Daenerys and was fanatically eager for dragons, yet his methods remained within the bounds of propriety. When Paiah, Jarrow, and Qarth, the 3 dragon hunters, extended an invitation to Daenerys, they automatically established a universally accepted relationship of trust, or, in Westeros terms, a guest relationship, mutually enjoying guest rights. Even such men could uphold their integrity. Was Daenerys really inferior to them? Therefore, Daenerys' plan at this time was very conservative, focusing solely on stalling for time until the three dragons grew up. Jorah was certainly not her first confidant, he was far less loyal than the Blood Guards, but he was undoubtedly her top strategist. Daenerys told him the outline of the plan. While he handled all the details, he had far more experience in military campaigns than Daenerys herself. It was rather pathetic, really. Jorah Mormont was at best a Zhang Fei, a famous general in Chinese history, yet she ended up using him as a huge Liang, another famous strategist in Chinese history. Your Highness, Illyrio has sent 3 massive ocean-going ships. Jorah's voice drifted into her ears. He's certainly found out everything about us, Daenerys said sarcastically, enough to fit all my little Carls inside. Jorah murmured, not just your Carls, he's a merchant. Merchants never do business at a loss. The 3 ships will arrive loaded with specialties from the western continent, and return with enough cargo to break even. This time, Daenerys understood the hidden meaning in his words. So? Theoretically, you'll become the temporary owner of those 3 ships. Jorah's eyes gleamed. We still need to go to Pasta, by boat, and buy around 3,000 unsullied. Then no one can easily harm you. Dany, having left the persimmon uneaten for a long time, the bitten part slowly turning brown in the air, tossed it far away against the wall, pondering, let's make a decision after we've met the person in charge. She didn't return to the sweltering hall, but instead had Doria place 2 more deck chairs in the fountain pool, along with drinks and fruit. After the 2 guests followed Aggo into the courtyard, they saw a young woman with her hair tied back, wearing a colorful painted vest and loose silk shorts, similar to beach shorts, her bare white feet standing by the water, smiling and extending her hand in invitation. The summer heat seemed to dissipate considerably because of her. Leading the group was a burly, nearly 2-meter-tall man with dark brown skin. Sweat made his bald head gleam greasy. He wore only a tight-fitting, studded leather vest, and his sweat-soaked yellow trousers were stained with obvious dirt. An extremely long rack scimitar was tucked into his waistband. Although he was fat, he was not obese. His arms were like thick oak trunks, and his protruding belly was full of solidity. Chapter 59 Whitebird. 2 things about the brown, fat man caught Daenerys' attention. First, his cheeks were smooth and delicate, very much like the eunuchs of Qarth. Second, his exposed skin, such as his arms, chest, and lower abdomen, was covered with crisscrossing old scars. Compared to his brown skin, the pale scars stood out like a business card. Another old man wore an undyed wool traveling cloak, its hood pulled back, revealing long white hair that reached his shoulders and a silky silver beard covering the lower half of his face. He leaned heavily on a hardwood cane as tall as himself, half a step behind the robust fat man, seemingly his servant. But the old man's bearing far surpassed that of the bald, fat man, and his tall, imposing figure resembled that of a seasoned veteran. Welcome, I am Daenerys Targaryen, Daenerys introduced herself with a smile. The fat man gave a perfunctory bow and chuckled, Your Majesty, greetings. I am Beworth, also known as Strong Beworth. Hearing his high-pitched voice, and considering his nickname, it seemed that only a guy without the strongman thing cared about such a compliment. The old man performed a standard bow that seemed to have been done 1,000 times, kneeling on one knee and saying, Your Majesty, my real name is Eston. Beworth gave me a nickname, Whitebird. Whitebird? This name was far more impressive than Strong Man, at least it amused Dany. Please, gentlemen, have a seat here. Dany gestured for them to remove their shoes and enter the fountain to cool off. The fat Beworth made no attempt to be polite, taking a few steps forward, kicking off his leather sandals, and stepping into the fountain with muddy feet. With a creak, he weighed down the wicker deck chair by half an inch, then picked up the flask and poured directly into his mouth. Fortunately, the pool had running water, with fresh water constantly gushing from the dragon sculpture's mouth, otherwise, all the kissing fish would have died. The white-bearded creature, however, stood there with its mouth agape, its face full of astonishment, unresponsive for a long time. Dany asked him in confusion, What's wrong? Is there a problem? I'm sorry, sitting with the queen, even soaking my feet in the same pool, is too much? The old man looked embarrassed, and instead of entering the pool, he sat on the edge and sighed, You're not quite the queen I imagined. I thought you would be more. He stammered, unable to utter the offensive word, but Dany laughed. Queenly demeanor? Royal etiquette? I'm so sorry, the white-bearded man apologized again. Actually, you're quite fine this way. I'm just a wild girl who grew up on the streets. I haven't even read many books. How would I know anything about royal etiquette? As she said this, a mischievous smile flashed in Dany's captivating purple eyes. Big Black, come out and greet the guests. Hiss, the black dragon had been basking in the sun on the roof, and even if someone glanced at him unintentionally, they would probably mistake him for a dragon-shaped stone sculpture. Hearing Dany's mother's call, he stood up and leaped down. Flap, flap. Its wings ripped through the leaves and branches, and to the astonishment of Whitebird and Bevoss, the giant black dragon splashed through the water and landed beside Daenerys. Do you have a bit of royal bearing now? Daenerys asked with a smile, stroking the dragon's head. The ferocious black dragon and the elegant, silver-haired girl together created a strange sense of majesty. You are a true dragon, a true Targaryen, the only queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Whitebird's eyes welled with tears, his voice trembling with excitement. Since devouring the demigod wizard with Daenerys' help a few days ago, the giant black dragon seemed to have evolved significantly. Not only had its appetite and growth rate increased, but its intelligence had also reached the level of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Crucially, its temperament had become more composed, less irritable than before. After being taught by Daenerys, it could even suppress its yearning for the sky and refrain from flying around recklessly. Therefore, while the other two dragons remained chained, the giant black dragon was freed. Only 4 months old, how come it's already the size of a foal? Bevoss asked, regaining his senses and showing interest. Is he big? You have no idea how much he eats. Daenerys shook her head, then asked, Beworth, what is your purpose in coming to Qarth? He put down his empty jug, picked up a green melon, took a bite, and muttered, Beworth was originally a gladiator in Meereen. Because of his undefeated record and renowned reputation, he was bought by a merchant from Corhal, and later resold for an even higher price to that fat man, Pentus, whose hair also smells of spices. Governor Illyrio? Yes, that's him, the eunuch Beworth nodded. That fat man sent strongman Beworth across the sea to be the little queen's bodyguard. As for Whitebird, he was the fat man's bodyguard for Beworth. I am his squire. Whitebird raised his cane high, as if holding a long spear with a fluttering banner. Your Majesty, I was born on the frontiers of Dorne, and in my youth I served as a squire to Knight of House Sven. You must be 60 years old, still working as a bodyguard and squire? She thought to herself, but asked aloud, Old sir, you're a Westeros, no wonder you speak common so fluently. Then, she pointed to the Iron Knight standing to the side. This Queen's Guard of mine is also a Westeros knight, do you know him? Hearing the words Queen's Guard, Whitebird's expression changed. He scrutinized Jorah for a moment, then said calmly, Lord Mormont is quite famous in the Seven Kingdoms. What kind of famous reputation could the Great Bear have? Violating the prohibition by selling slaves? Abandoning honor to evade judgment by a knight? His wife running off with someone else? Jorah sensed the unfriendly tone in Whitebird's words and frowned. You didn't mention knowing me at the docks. When did we meet? Count Mormont, you fought bravely on Pike Island and were knighted. In Lannisport, you nearly knocked the King's Lair off his horse, winning the heart of a beautiful woman. There was no need to hide it before, but now that your Majesty asks, I must tell you the truth, Whitebird said calmly. You look familiar, Jorah said, pulling up his mask and staring at Whitebird for a while before shaking his head. Hundreds participated in the tournament at Lannisport, and thousands of knights were deployed to attack Pike. I can't recall who you are. But let me remind you, I'm no longer a count. The Count of Bear Island is Maggie Mormont, I'm just a wandering knight. You are my Queen's Guard, Daenerys reminded him. Yes, my Majesty. Jorah's bitter expression vanished, replaced by a cheerful smile. Sir Jorah has extensive combat experience and has saved my life many times. He is my most loyal friend and outstanding strategist. Daenerys spoke these insincere words with utmost solemnity and naturalness, and Jorah's smile widened. She didn't forget to flatter the centaurs in front of the guests, pointing to Aggo and introducing him. This is Aggo, my bloodfist guard, also a knight, exceptionally skilled in martial arts, brave and fearless. Kaylee is well protected by us, Aggo said, glancing at the fat eunuch Bevers. A melon boy, Bevoss tossed aside half a melon, grinning broadly. Even the mighty Vows can't remember how many melon boys he's killed in the arena. They all had longer braids and more bells than you. Before Ago could reply, he patted his thick, scarred belly with his right hand, which was still sticky with green melon juice. Look at this. Before Vows kills someone, he always gives them a chance to cut themselves first. Can you count how many people the mighty Vows has killed? Ha, countless. Ago angrily drew his sword, pointing it at the fat eunuch. I haven't killed a brown fat man yet. Vows is barely qualified to add a bale to my collection. Put down your weapon, my blood of blood, Dany said gently, pressing down her axe scimitar. This man has come from afar to serve me, you shouldn't point your sword at him. Then she solemnly said to Vows, if you truly pledge your allegiance to me, you must respect my people, my companions, my brothers. If you cannot, you might as well return to Illyrio and await the next person you serve. The toothy smile vanished from the giant's broad brown face. He glanced at the petite yet imposing girl, then at the black dragon beside her snorting white smoke, and muttered, Vows hasn't completed his mission yet, he can't go back. Dany smiled at the burly man and asked, what other mission do you have? That fat guy wants dragons, and he wants you, the girl who gave birth to dragons, Vows said casually. Damn it, everyone is greedy for baby dragons, but this is too direct. Couldn't you have used a little more strategy first? I'm not used to this. Dany's smile froze, and she stood there dumbfounded. Whitebird explained, Beorvis is telling the truth. However, Governor Illyrio sent us to bring you back to help the Targaryen family restore their kingdom. Now that the usurper is dead, the kingdom is in turmoil, and 4 kings have appeared at the same time, fighting each other to the death. Your Majesty, the 7 kingdoms need you, the people of the 7 kingdoms need you, and justice in the 7 kingdoms needs you to uphold it. Okay, you've covered for that. Daenerys frowned. 4 kings? Which 4? The usurper's son Joffrey Baratheon, the usurper's 3rd brother, Renly Baratheon, Duke of Phoenixbrook, the usurper's 2nd brother, Stannis Baratheon, Duke of Dragonstone, and Robb Stark, the son of the usurper's former friend Eddard Stark, now king in the north. It's said that Balon Greyjoy of Ironborn Bay also intends to rise again as king. Whitebird said worriedly. The prophecy really came true, Daenerys murmured. You know I went to the Hall of the Undying, right? I've heard that your dragon burned those charlatan wizards to death, Whitebird flattered. His tone was full of disdain for the wizards. Sir, tell this old man about the prophecy I saw that was related to Westeros, Daenerys said, looking at Jorah. The knight's expression was grave. When you came back, you told me you saw a beautiful woman being violated by 4 ugly dwarves. The woman represented Westeros, and the 4 dwarves. You asked me who they represented, and I guess they were Queen Cersei, Lord Palchard, Grand Eunuch Varys, and King Joffrey. This. Whitebird looked incredulous. Could those blue-lit people really be prophetic? Not everyone who enters the Hall of the Undying can see prophecies, most are simply consumed by the environment. Only those with certain qualities can glimpse the river of time to a limited extent. I know nothing about magic, I don't know if it was illusion or some other kind of trick. Daenerys shook her head and said solemnly, but that day, I did see a lot of things, like my older brother Rhaegar, my sister-in-law Princess Elia, and my nephew Aegon. Rhaegar has blue eyes, not purple, right? I've never seen him before. Oh, and he was holding his son and telling me that dragons have 3 heads, and one is missing. Chapter 60 Jenny of the Wasteland City. I do have 3 dragons, that's true, but I'm the only Targaryen left. Young Aegon is long dead. Daenerys looked at Whitebird and asked, do you know A Song of Ice and Fire? Rhaegar even said Aegon was the prophesied son, and A Song of Ice and Fire was born for him. He seemed to have a built-in A Song of Ice and Fire soundtrack, like a protagonist. Whitebird pondered for a while before saying, the Targaryen sigil is indeed a 3-headed dragon, representing Aegon and his 2 sisters, 3 dragons, 3 dragon riders. A dragon has 3 heads should mean that, but I don't know who's missing. As for the prophesied prince, that's been circulating among the Targaryen royal family for decades. The prophesied prince? Does the Targaryen family still have that saying? Daenerys looked at Jorah with suspicion, hoping to get confirmation from him. Sorry, I don't know either. Jorah frowned and shook his head, looking at the old man suspiciously. A stain, how do you know this? How, it's something from decades ago. Only you northerners are so ignorant. Whitebird chuckled for a moment, then continued the previous topic, saying, Legend has it that a prince will be born into the Targaryen family. He is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, and will, wait, Azor Ahai? Daenerys interrupted him, asking curiously, is it after the long summer, the stars weep blood, and the reincarnation of Azor Ahai will be reborn in the land of smoke and salt? Something like that. I also know about this ancient assassin prophecy circulating on Essos, but in Westeros, a prophet clearly stated that the reborn Azor Ahai will be a Targaryen prince, and will be born in the last few decades. Whitebird nodded. That damned Azor Ahai is so coveted that people from all over the world are hoping for his reincarnation? Whether or not he saved the world from the White Walkers, the fact that he killed his wife to sacrifice for his sword is undeniable. The old zebra had told the story of the Helcalyn descendants, and after saving the world, the Helcalyns even had many little Helcalyns. So, with whom did he have their children? A scoundrel. Seemingly noticing Daenerys' indifference, the white-bearded man said seriously, even if Ser Mormont doesn't know this prophecy, he must have heard of Jane of the Rock, not to mention Jorah. Even Daenerys, who had never been to Westeros, knew of Jane of the Rock. The #1 Mary Sue White Lotus in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. At Daenerys' wedding to King Drogo, all the guests gave gifts, even Mormont, who was so poor his wife had run away, gave 2 old books, untitled, parchment manuscripts, which Daenerys had read many times to understand this world. Probably something like the fairy tales of Westeros. It contained tales of the 7 kingdoms, written in a concise and superficial style, specifically designed to help children learn to read and write. Among them was the story of Jenny of Rockstone. She was said to come from Rockstone, the ruins of a 6,000-year-old First Men capital in the wilderness. She had no definite parents, only claiming to be a descendant of the First Men King. Rockstone was the capital of a First Men King, destroyed by the Andal invasion 6,000 years ago. However, the people of the nearby villages didn't believe her, mocking her as a mad peasant girl, or even a witch. But one thing was certain, she was a great beauty, mysterious and captivating. So much so that Prince Duncan, already engaged, upon encountering Jenny in the wilderness with her hair adorned with flowers, was willing to give up the throne to marry her. Incidentally, Jenny was Daenerys' great-aunt. Her husband was the elder brother of Daenerys' grandfather. Yes, Daenerys' grandfather got a great deal, ascending the throne as the second son. Jenny of Rockstone is connected to the prophet? Daenerys exclaimed in surprise. Princess Jenny didn't come to the palace alone. She had a childhood friend, a prophetess. A hint of reminiscence flashed in the white-bearded man's blue eyes, his voice deep and resonant, slowly reaching everyone's ears. Princess Jenny calls her companion the child of the forest, but everyone thinks she's just a strange-looking dwarf. That witch told your grandfather that the prophesied prince would be born into the offspring of Prince Aerys and Princess Rhaenyra. So, your parents may not have loved each other, yet they still married. Alice, fate is cruel. If King Aerys ever had love, it must have been with Joanna of Casterly Rock. Joanna of Casterly Rock? Mormont was utterly shocked, his voice trembling. You're not talking about Joanna Lannister, are you? The white-bearded man gave the knight a deep look and said, she's the wife of Lord Tywin Lannister. As Princess Rhaenyra's companion, Joanna grew up in the Red Keep, with His Majesty Aerys. I'm getting off topic. Now that I see Her Majesty Daenerys, I feel the prophecy of that prophet has come true. He shook his head and said to Daenerys, how, you believe I am the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai? Daenerys shook her head and chuckled. In the prophecy I saw, Rhaegar almost traversed time to tell me that the baby in his arms was the true child of prophecy. Prince Aegon is dead, the prophecy has been broken, Jorah said solemnly. In any case, you are the true queen of the 7 kingdoms. Please return with us to Pentos, Whitebird said to Daenerys. Daenerys realized that while Whitebird was nominally just Beworth's servant, he was the true master. When did you arrive in Qarth? She asked. It's been 4 or 5 days. Why are you only coming to see me today? The white-bearded man explained, the captain of the merchant ship, Grawley, is also a true Pentos merchant. Merchants believe that ships should never leave empty-handed. Our mission is to bring fine handicrafts from Qarth, and we will also take away spices, silks, porcelain, and other goods from the east from Qarth. So far, the goods we brought haven't been sold out, and the goods from the east haven't been. At this point, the old man frowned and looked at the centaurs sitting in the shade of the tree, sighing, We should settle His Majesty's people on luggage first, and then fill the remaining space in the hold. You heard I was leaving soon, so you rushed over immediately? That's right. The old man nodded. There was one more thing he didn't mention. Secretly assessing whether Daenerys was qualified to become Queen of the Seven Kingdoms was also the reason they hadn't come to him immediately. To the old man, as long as Daenerys hadn't inherited the Mad King's mad genes, she was qualified. It wasn't that his standards were low, there were simply too few people to choose from. Daenerys instructed her maids to tend to the two guests while she returned to the drawing room with the blood guards and Jorah to discuss their next move. Argo and the others had always believed that the centaurs shouldn't leave the solid land. The endless poisonous waters would engulf the entire world. It was too dangerous. Well, the centaurs were all landlubbers and suffered from sea phobia. Their views were too biased and not very reliable. Jorah hesitated only briefly before suggesting Daenerys accept Illyrio's invitation. You've been targeted by him. Whether he has other motives or simply wants to profit from your restoration, he won't easily give up your 3 dragons. If he can find you so accurately and quickly once, he can find you again. If you keep refusing, perhaps. He paused, allowing Daenerys to consider the worst-case scenario, before continuing, taking the sea route is safer and faster. We're not suited to fighting on poisonous waters, our strength is greatly reduced, Quiro countered. Traveling by sea is much harder to track, and without encountering enemies, it's naturally safer. Although you are warriors on horseback, your 2 signature skills that made you invincible on Essos, the Araximeter and the bow and arrow, are not entirely ineffective on a ship. Jorah's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. In fact, if things don't go smoothly, we have the strength to seize control of the ship. We won't go to Pentos, the ship will take us to Slavers Bay. The next morning, Captain Glory came to meet Daenerys. He was a weathered, rugged old sailor of medium build, with a thick beard and curly black hair that blended together, seemingly only revealing a set of bright white teeth and straightforward, sharp, dark brown eyes. During his interaction with Daenerys, Captain Glory didn't act aggressively. Upon first meeting her, he offered to give up his captain's cabin. Like Beworth, he already considered Daenerys someone to serve and be loyal to. Of course, Daenerys wouldn't tell him to change course upon their first meeting. Daenerys wouldn't even bring it up herself. She was only 15, naive and confused, lacking her own opinions and only obeying Jorah Mormont. If Illyrio truly had bad intentions, he should blame the Queen's Guard. When Jareth learned that Illyrio had sent a ship to fetch her, he only said that the accommodations could be extended for a few days, but she would have to pay for her own food. After that, he rarely showed his face, and any messages were relayed through his steward. While waiting for the merchant ships to arrive, Daenerys wasn't idle either. First, she had to sell all 300 camels she had just purchased, incurring a small loss. Not only camels, but the elderly, women, and children didn't need horses, and apart from the 80 elite cavalry, the horses of the rest would also be disposed of. In fact, Daenerys sold 70% of the tribe's war horses and then spent money to equip the cavalry with better breeds of strong horses. The good horses of Drogo had all been taken away by the many new Khals who left, leaving the remaining horses unsuitable for battle. Finally, Daenerys instructed Captain Glory to select 200 sailors from his fleet. All centaurs, including the blood guards, were required to learn to swim, and these sailors would serve as instructors. Jorah Mormont, having grown up by the sea, didn't need training. 2 more days passed. After breakfast, a bowl of loofah and shrimp soup, Daenerys decided to go to the docks to see Glory's large ship in person, to see if any problems had been overlooked. For example, the dreaded scurvy of the Age of Exploration. She wondered if this magical world had encountered this problem, from Qarth to Pentos. It was far farther than crossing the Atlantic from Europe. She went to the stables wearing faded silk trousers and straw sandals. A silver medallion belt hung from her slender waist, with a small scimitar suspended from it. Her silver hair, reaching her shoulders, was braided by Kiki into Dothraki-style braid, with a silver bell at the end that jingled with her light steps. The centaur handmaids believed that Daenerys' burning of the Lich in the Hall of Dust and sending the immortal souls to hell was a victory to be celebrated, and that she was fully entitled to have a bell added to her braid. Daenerys was exasperated, not because of the bell, but because even the simple-minded centaurs thought she had killed the immortals. Was the great warlock really dumber than the centaurs? Chapter 61 Dragon Eggs from the Shadowlands. Your Majesty, is it really alright for you to dress like this? Daenerys' centaur attire caused Whitebird's old face to scrunch up, like a conservative old father seeing his beloved daughter sporting such a flamboyant look. "I think the cheongsam you invented is very beautiful, perfectly befitting the royal style," he suggested hesitantly. Since the day they met, Daenerys, Whitebird and Beworth had not left her side. The two claimed that protecting Daenerys' safety was their responsibility, and they would follow her wherever she went. Daenerys believed that neither of them were treacherous or cunning, and even if they might have other motives, they would not harm her, so she agreed to their request. Ser Jorah was very dissatisfied with this. He kept telling Daenerys that Aston was problematic and did not act like a proper servant. Although Daenerys agreed with him, she also countered that they would all be sailing together sooner or later, and would have more time to spend together in the future, so it was impossible to separate the two forever. Thus, Ser Jorah also began to fulfill his duty as a queen's bodyguard, becoming one of Daenerys' bodyguards. "Since we're at the stables, we'll definitely be riding. My cheongsam isn't suitable for this occasion." Daenerys let out her little silver horse, saddled it, and nimbly mounted. "Little queen, Beworth likes this outfit very much. You look like a warrior." The eunuch, not riding, stood protectively beside Daenerys, striding forward. "Ahem, you two, and Ser Jorah, from now on, don't call me queen. You can use the title to intimidate outsiders, but let's get to know each other. There's no need to deceive ourselves." The horse trotted lightly over the threshold and onto the street. "You are indeed the queen of the Seven Kingdoms, the true queen," the white-bearded man said solemnly. He and Jorah, along with 4 centaur knights including Rucalo, firmly protected Daenerys on all sides. "My brother Viserys always proclaims himself the protector of the Seven Kingdoms, the king of Westeros, but everyone mocks him as the beggar king," Daenerys told them. "From now on, you can call me Khaleesi, or Princess of Dragonstone, or simply Daenerys." When Daenerys was born, the Targaryen dynasty still had embers, not yet completely destroyed. Her status as Princess of Dragonstone was a fact no one could deny. At most, she was an exiled princess. Qarth was built on the north shore of the channel, with the docks in the south. Zaryg's mansion was in the wealthy eastern district. They walked 8 blocks before reaching the slums of the south. Here, there were no colorful marble palaces or fragrant gardens, only rows of old brick houses, with few windows even on the street-facing side. The dirty streets were filled with naked children, filthy beggars, emaciated sand-colored dogs, and fair-skinned residents of Qarth. Not everyone could wear the magnificent traditional clothes of Qarth like Xaro. These commoners wore only a drab, dirty linen dress. When Daenerys passed by, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to watch her go with numb eyes. They all knew her, they all knew the Mother of Dragons. Gone was the fervor that had drawn crowds when she first entered the city. Now their indifference was tinged with fear. The Temple of the Undying collapsed in a massive cloud of smoke and flames, witnessed by almost everyone in Qarth. At first, many were deceived by Daenerys' lies, believing that the Undyings themselves had burned down the old temple. After all, if the Temple of the Undying had truly become a temple of dust, it should have been demolished and rebuilt. And everyone knew the wizard's madness. Setting fire to houses was perfectly normal for them. Some building merchants even approached the High Wizard Paia, hoping to contract the construction of the new Temple of the Undying, offering him a storefront for free. The merchants ran naked out of the Blackwood, yelling, "Where's my tail? I want my tail." It was utterly bizarre. Other merchants, who had initially thought they'd missed their chance, were terrified, and the residents of Qarth dared not openly discuss the wizard's rampage of burning houses. People began to wonder if the wizard's intense reaction meant the Mother of Dragons was lying. Overnight, the people of Qarth remembered the danger of dragons. The once competitive pilgrimages vanished, and Daenerys' mansion became deserted. But Daenerys didn't care. She was about to leave, so what did the people of Qarth's opinion matter? Passing through the slums of Qarth and entering the docklands, the streets gradually thickened again. Carriages, sedan chairs, camel caravans, merchants and sailors of all skin colors, street vendors hawking their wares. The perfumes of merchants and noblewomen, the aroma of roasted meat, mingled with leather, excrement, sweat, and fish, creating a pungent, strange odor. This odd smell, mixed with the noisy shouts and the salty sea breeze, gave a sense of life amidst the world. Daenerys found herself developing a fondness for Qarth. She shouldn't have stayed cooped up in Xaro's garden palace, almost missing the true beauty of this trading city. Make way. Make way for the Mother of Dragons, the burly Beworth roared, shooing away a mule blocking her path. "I smell poison," the centaur maid Kiki called to Daenerys. The Dothraki distrusted the sea and anything related to it. In their eyes, any water a horse couldn't drink was unclean. Poison? Argo and the others have been soaking in the sea every day for days. Have they been poisoned? Daenerys asked Argo beside her. "Tell her, is the seawater poisonous?" "Poisonous, Khaleesi," the centaur nodded solemnly. "I drank a few sips and almost died. Everyone's tried it. Seawater really isn't drinkable, and if it's undrinkable, it's poisonous." This logic. Karth was one of the world's largest ports, with taverns, warehouses, and casinos lining the streets, cheap brothels and temples dedicated to various strange gods intertwined. Under the enormous canopy of the docks, merchants and customers from all over the world thronged, along with thieves, hooligans, and swindlers. Whitebird Aston explained to Daenerys, the dock area itself is a huge marketplace. Day and night, goods from both the east and west continents flow in and out constantly. Almost anything in the world can be found here. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. At the same time, it's also a forbidden zone of law and morality. Slaves can be bought and sold freely, and illegal goods can be peddled. If you don't question the origin of the goods, the same items here will only cost a fraction of the market price. Your Highness, do you understand why? A few thoughts flashed through Daenerys' mind, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Pirates and bandits openly sell their stolen goods here?" A hint of admiration flickered in Whitebird's melancholy blue eyes. "This is the world's trading capital, and also a land of sin. Mother of dragons, mother of dragons." Daenerys turned around and saw a gaunt man wearing a white linen hat, skipping and waving at her across Jorah. The middle-aged man had charcoal black, glossy skin, a thin and wiry build, and unusually large pupils and whites of his eyes, which stood out even more against his dark complexion. "Mother of dragons, I have dragon eggs, will you buy them?" he shouted in Valyrian with a regional accent. Hearing dragon eggs, Daenerys stopped her little silver horse, had Jorah bring the merchant in, and asked, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" "How could I dare lie to the mother of dragons?" "Come and see for yourself," the thin, dark-skinned man assured her righteously, pulling the little silver horse towards his stall without further ado. On a dark red carpet were numerous bottles and jars, and in the center, wrapped in soft gray silk, were two brightly colored stone eggs. The size of pineapples, their surfaces covered in fine scales, with a glazed texture, reflected a coppery glow from the dappled sunlight filtering through the open work ceiling. Dany gave a soft "A," dismounted, and strode to the stall. She bent down and picked up a stone egg from a small, silk-cushioned nest, examining it carefully from all sides. "Mother of dragons, don't be fooled by old man Beocan." Next to the dark-skinned man's stall, instead of a chair, stood an elderly woman with fair skin. A string of beer bottle-shaped ceramic jars hung from each of her shoulders, and through the gaps in the corks, a faint, rich aroma of goat's milk wafted from them. Meeting Daenerys' gaze, the hunched-over old woman of Karth revealed a toothless, withered mouth and chuckled. If they were truly dragon eggs, this barbarian from Assassin would have presented them to the royal family long ago. "You." The thin, dark-skinned man called Beohan practically stabbed the woman in the eye, jumping up and down in a tirade. "Bastard, you son of a bitch, you old hag. I've never offended you, I even buy goat's milk from you every morning. Why are you slandering me?" The old woman rolled her eyes and said irritably, "I don't want to lose a repeat customer." "What did you say?" "I don't want you to be chopped in two by her centaur brats for deceiving the great Khaleesi." The old woman mocked, "Don't you know who she is? She's the mother of dragons. You fool, you should stay far away from her. If anyone in the world can distinguish a real dragon egg, it's her." The old woman was quite wise. The dark-skinned, thin man was speechless, his dark face turning ashen. The onlookers nearby nodded in agreement. "This is indeed a dragon egg," Daenerys said, leaving the old woman stunned. "What? A real dragon egg?" Even Beohan himself was taken aback. "A dragon egg? The mother of dragons says it's a dragon egg. Beohan's dragon egg is real." The vendors at the nearby stalls erupted in commotion. "Your Highness, are you sure?" The white-bearded man approached, picked up another dragon egg, and examined it closely, but couldn't quite distinguish it from a fake. He was an expert, having handled real dragon eggs in his youth. Targaryen dragon eggs. "Haha, this is a dragon egg. I didn't lie." Beohan, the assassin, jumped and laughed as if he'd won the lottery, greeting the crowd. You all see this? This is the famous mother of dragons, the one who gave birth to 3 dragons. She confirmed it's a dragon egg. It is indeed a dragon egg, Daenerys said with a smile. How much would it cost if I bought it? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 World Oxcarth. 10. No, 1,000. The Asian man's eyes, mostly white, turned a frantically flashing golden yellow. Mother of dragons, 50,000 gold coins, how about it? Not too expensive. Dany nodded. A cunning glint flashed in the skinny man's eyes as he added, I mean, 50,000 per egg, 100,000 for 2. Hiss, the old woman selling fermented goat milk gasped, exclaiming, you were only selling them for 10 silver coins before, and nobody bought them. Wow. Everyone around was stunned by the price of the dragon eggs. Isn't a giant dragon worth 50,000 gold coins? Beohan's face flushed red as he shouted to the surroundings, Mother of Dragons certified. These are true dragon eggs from Asia, treasures that can hatch true dragons. Ahem. Dany interrupted him, leaning close to his ear and whispering, you're going too far. Dragon eggs made from broken fossils, even I can't hatch a dragon from them. You're talking nonsense, he shouted in anger. His voice was low, almost spat out between his teeth. Dany chuckled, whether I'm lying or not, you know it in your heart. And even if I were lying, everyone would believe me, don't you think? Great Mother of Dragons, how about 10,000? No, the skinny man immediately softened, pleading, 5,000 radiant coins? Both are yours. 2 broken stones, what would I do with them? Dany shook her head, saying something that brought him back to heaven in his despairing eyes, however, I won't deliberately ruin your fortune-making plan. Thank you, Mother of Dragons. After several cycles of extreme joy and sorrow, Beohan was almost in tears. But there's one condition, Dany revealed 4 pearly white teeth, you have to answer 2 questions for me. Sure, not just 2, 20 will do. The assassin nodded vigorously. Jorah and Whitebird were both alert people. As soon as Dany leaned over to whisper with the merchant, they circled around to isolate her from outside view. Dany asked, where did you get that broken dragon egg fossil? The skinny, dark-skinned man, Beohan, quickly replied, legend has it that Assassin is the birthplace of dragons. Ancient explorers discovered dragon eggs deep in mountain caves. I don't know if the legend is true or false, and I've never seen a real dragon egg that can be hatched, but Assassin does have dragon egg fossils. You know, Assassin is extremely unsuitable for human habitation, even food and water have to be transported from abroad by merchant ships. But we have abundant gold and silver mines. From time to time, slaves in the mines would dig up dragon egg fossils that looked like gemstones, or strange jade stones that resembled dragon eggs. Often, we couldn't tell if they were dragon eggs or gemstones. We usually sold them as gemstones, fetching a higher price than ordinary jade. However, wizards and red god priests have unusual uses for dragon egg fossils, as everyone in Assassin knows. They've tried many times to hatch dragons from stone dragon eggs. But how could that be possible? Stone is inanimate, even if it was once a dragon egg. How could a living creature hatch after millions of years? Assassin's Backhan looked at Dany with awe and asked in a low voice, where did your dragons come from? Go ask your mother, Dany said irritably. My mother is dead. Backhan, sensing her reaction, quickly returned to the previous topic, saying with a mixture of regret and relief, these 2 eggs of mine were the product of a failed experiment. Cracked into pieces by wildfire, that's what the pyromancer said when he sold them to me. I initially thought he was exaggerating and didn't believe they were dragon eggs, until you confirmed it today. Pyromancer? Whitebird asked and paused, muttering, I didn't expect Assassin's wizards to be just as crazy. How much did you pay for them? Jorah interjected. 5,000 radiances. Under the knight's sharp gaze, Beohan chuckled and held up 2 fingers. 2 silver coins, but my processing fee. Dany interrupted him, stop talking nonsense. One last question, do you know where to find dragon egg fossils? The skinny man replied confidently, Asia has them. In the magic towers of the great sorcerers, there are always 1 or 2 dragon eggs that are hard to distinguish from real ones, either as decorations or in the hope of hatching dragons. Great mother of dragons, you can't even imagine how much those guys crave dragons. If you have dragon dung, you can even exchange it for its weight in gold in Asia. Dragon dung? Dany's 3 dragons also pooped, but compared to what they ate, they produced very little, mostly lumps of black stones. However, Dany didn't throw them into the latrine. Instead, she collected them, ground some into powder, and mixed it into the fodder to feed the horses. Whether it would strengthen their bodies was unknown, but the war horses of the 80 roaring warriors were gradually becoming able to keep their legs from giving way under the dragon's might. In the future, if we clash with enemy cavalry, all it takes is for the dragon to circle the sky once, and our fighting strength remains unchanged while half of the enemy's war horses will be paralyzed. Yes, the dragon's might is truly formidable. Daenerys tested it, and beasts flee from the dragon's presence. Not to mention dragons, direwolves are also legendary magical beasts. Robb Stark always sends direwolves to disrupt enemy cavalry formations in battle. Even docile castrated war horses, upon smelling the direwolf's scent, are difficult for even seasoned knights to control, and they'll run wild. "Sell me one of your stone-sticking potion," Daenerys said. Bowen was surprised. "You also, hum?" Daenerys glanced at him, her tone rising. I understand. Bowen was as cheerful as if he had found a kindred spirit in a foreign land, winking at Daenerys, then grinning as he pulled a fist-sized glass bottle from behind his stall, tore off a piece of parchment, and quickly wrote down a list. The potion, the formula, and the method to cover up the color difference, the whole set is here. He handed the bottle and paper to Dany, grinning, "Guaranteed to teach you everything, no cheating." "How much?" Dany asked. 10 silver coins, Bowen said, rubbing his hands together. "You really dare to ask for that much?" Jorah sneered. "My potion was also bought from the wizard Ashay," Bowen argued. Dany took 2 silver medals from her belt and placed them in his hands. "Is that enough?" The medals were as big as Dany's palm and quite thick, while ordinary silver coins were only the size of a 1 yuan coin. Bowen rubbed the medals with a beaming smile, repeatedly saying, "Enough, enough, more than enough." Opening a gap in the crowd of merchants and travelers, Dany and her group continued onward. After they left, even more people gathered around Bowen's stall, all clamoring to see the dragon egg. Leaving the commercial district, Dany arrived at the sea dike. Along the shoreline, lined with the gray-black rocks, several long stone piers extend like fingers from a hand, stretching a kilometer or 2 into the bay, filled with ships of various styles. The middle pier, the middle finger, holds the best position, perfectly avoiding the strong winds and waves of the narrow sea, and is closest to the commercial and warehouse districts. It belongs exclusively to the 13 giants. Dany even spotted Zha Luo, his luxurious ox cart parked below a magnificent large ship with the words Vermilion Kiss painted in white on its side. 2 gangplanks connected the ship to the stone walkways of the pier. One gangplank carried cargo downstream. Shirtless sailors unloaded chests of saffron, frankincense, pepper, and other oriental spices from the ship and placed them on carts beside the large vessel. The other gangplank carried cargo upstream. Barrels of wine, bundles of tartar, and bundles of zebra hides were unloaded from the carts and carried along the gangplank into the empty hold. Perhaps they could set sail with the tide tonight. That's certainly efficient, but don't the ships need maintenance? And what about the sailors? They just got back to Karth, and now they have to load cargo and set off again. Aren't they tired? Dany wondered. Jorah thought for a moment and said, "Maybe we'll change the crew. As for the ships, a 6-month maintenance period is enough. The Jade Sea is calmer, and the voyage is shorter." Zaro, on the ox cart, also saw Dany and her group, but neither of them had any intention of approaching to talk. Zaro turned back to continue shouting to the workers, and Dany continued along the coast without stopping. Next to the 13 giants' exclusive dock, roughly at the ring finger position, there was also a long rocky dock belonging to the Spice Guild. Dany could almost guess that the index finger on the other side must be the Turmalin Brotherhood's exclusive dock. The 3 major merchant guilds of Karth each occupied the most prime dock areas. The Spice Guild's dock was bustling with activity. People gathered around a rowboat called the Sunshine, shouting and raising their hands to bid for slaves. As everyone knows, to save money buying slaves, you have to buy them by the ship, Jorah explained to Daenerys. "From Slavers Bay?" Daenerys asked, frowning. Jorah, standing on his saddle, carefully examined the flags fluttering on the Sunrise's mainmast, and said uncertainly, They should be from Estabo. Look at the harpy on the flag. She has a heavy chain hanging from her claws, with an unclosed shackle at each end. That's the symbol of Estabo. Are they selling unsullied? Daenerys stood on tiptoe to look. They were all naked men and women, without the unsullied signature lightning rod helmets. Unsullied, those high-ranking slaves, wouldn't be transported here to sell. Jorah shook his head. Huh, there are centaurs too. Daenerys saw a group of brown-skinned youths with almond-shaped eyes and long braids, typical Dothraki features. They were all young, teenagers, no more than 20. Unsullied are trained from childhood. Adult centaurs are usually sent to Meereen to become gladiators. How did they get here? Jorah was also puzzled. Sir, you and Aggo go over there and buy them. Dany stopped her mount at the dock entrance, and Jorah and Aggo dismounted and quickly squeezed into the crowd. About 15 minutes later, the two led a long line of half-grown centaur boys. Well, by now the centaur slaves were dressed in drab gray linen skirts, dresses, the kind of skirts worn by Qarth men. They had been naked before mainly to make it easier for customers to inspect their bodies. There were about 20 of them, wearing brown slave collars around their necks. Their faces had lost the characteristic arrogance of centaurs, their eyes darted around, they were timid and hesitant, and none dared to look directly at Dany on horseback. They had been trained by the Astapor, Dany sighed inwardly. Chapter 63 The Drooling Soul of China. Which Carls are they from? Daenerys asked. The Carls of Agakeo, Aggo replied casually, showing no indignation at the tragic fate of his people. The slaves Benofa sold to Meereen. They were too young to become gladiators, but too old to be trained as unsullied. Unable to be warriors, they could only be sold to landowners in other city-states. Not very useful, and not expensive either, 40 silver coins. I don't know what Blood would buy them for. They are centaurs. Daenerys emphasized. So what if they are centaurs? After defeat, they either die or become slaves. Everyone knows that, Aggo said casually. In my Carl, there are no slaves, Daenerys shouted, cracking her whip. Untie their collars. I want to ask them if they are willing to join the Carl of the Dragon Mother, to become her subjects, and to fight for her. Your Highness, perhaps you could ask them first before removing their collars and shackles, the white-bearded man whispered a reminder. The Carl of Aogo was defeated by your husband. They number 20, while we only have 7. If they scatter, we won't be able to stop them. What I need is the loyalty of free Dothraki, not slaves. Daenerys shook her head. They won't run away, she added. The old man sighed helplessly, dismounted, and stood guard before Daenerys with a burly Bevoth. Aogo and 3 centaur warriors stepped forward and removed the chains and collars from the slaves. Clang, clang. Soon, a pile of chains rose from the ground. The centaur slaves stretched their wrists, turned their stiff necks, and felt a long-lost sense of lightness. Do you know who I am? Daenerys asked. Some of the centaur youths exchanged glances, others stole looks at Daenerys, but none spoke. Slaves don't need to speak, and I don't need slaves. If anyone still remembers they are centaurs, come forward and answer my question immediately, Daenerys said coldly. Kakalashi, a boy hesitated. Immediately, a chorus of voices followed. You are Kakalashi. Kakalashi of Khal Drogo. I've seen you before, Kakalashi. No one called her the mother of dragons, they probably didn't know about dragons. Would you like to join my Kakalashi? She asked again. I'm willing. One person said yes first, followed by a series of objections. A woman can't lead Carl. Drogo is dead, you should go to the city of the horsemen and become a Deshikrin. Hearing their words, Daenerys laughed happily. Very good, you've finally regained some of your centaur arrogance. Archer, go back and break them up. Take 2 men from each 10-man squad and fill in 2 new ones. You can make 2 more new 10-man squads. Yes. Archer nodded in agreement, completely ignoring the opinions of the centaurs who had just had their slave collars removed. They haven't agreed to pledge allegiance to you, Aston asked suspiciously on the way to the next dock. Daenerys smiled and explained, I don't care whether they immediately pledge allegiance to me. My previous actions were merely to provoke them, to free them from the shackles of slavery in their hearts as quickly as possible. Centaurs are indeed savage, lacking any sense of nationality or ethnicity, and showing no empathy for their fellow centaurs becoming slaves. But precisely because of this, they are also free from the constraints of nationality and tribal ties. Every moment on the Great Plains, old Karas disband and new Karas form. As long as they discover that my Karas are indeed Karas, they will quickly pledge their complete allegiance to me, until the moment I die. Drogo didn't incorporate the Ago people into his Karas primarily because his own Karas were nearing their limit. 50,000 roaring warriors and over 100,000 people were already the largest Karas on the Great Plains, unable to absorb any more. Passing through 3 or 4 miles of docks, shipyards, and warehouses, all the way to the end of the horseshoe-shaped harbor, ships from the Summer Isles, Westeros, and the 9 free cities were required to dock here. The docks prepared for out-of-town merchants were no longer as orderly as before. Prostitutes, dressed in faded, thin, colorful dresses, flirted with sailors, their bare thighs exposed. Vendors hawked their small goods, drinks, and food directly between the ships. Most of the docks were sailors, from dozens of countries in the east and west, wandering around, some carrying bottles of liquor, some with women in their arms, some fighting amongst themselves, while onlookers cheered loudly. Their peculiar accents blended into a cacophony of noise. "Bivas is hungry, Whitebird, buy me something to eat," the burly Bivas called to Aston as he passed a barbecue stall. The old man glared at him, but fulfilled his duty as a servant, buying him a bag of grilled fish chunks. Large chunks of white fish, coated with spices, whale oil, and honey, were grilled until golden brown and finally sprinkled with fennel powder and distinct grains of salt and pepper. Gulp. Ago swallowed hard. "Kalish, I want some too." "Go buy it yourself," Daenerys said, then looked at Jorah and Whitebird. "Do you want some?" "No," they replied in unison, exchanging glances as if they understood each other perfectly. Jorah explained, "It's too chaotic here, too many people. Eating will distract us, and we won't be able to protect you." Daenerys nodded. She herself had similar concerns, avoiding street food and drinks. Centaurs weren't used to eating fish, so Ago used a few copper coins to buy each centaur a skewer of honey-roasted rat. The plump rats, about half the size of a bamboo rat, were roasted until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, exuding a rich aroma. The young centaurs ate with gusto, their mouths dripping with oil. "Kalish, you've arrived." Captain Grawley, who had been watching the gladiatorial combats from the edge of the gambling pit, immediately noticed the arrival of his guests amidst the large movements of Daenerys and her party and Ago's shouts of "Make way for the Mother of Dragons." The old sailor Pentas approached the little silver horse and, amidst the loud shouts of the sailors and the cries of the animals, called out to Daenerys at the top of his lungs, "Kalish, 3 ships, 1 large ship and 2 rowboats." The large ship Sea Durian is anchored at the end of the dock, while the rowboats Summer Sun and Justice are anchored outside the breakwater. "You and your men will travel on the spacious large ship. I will take you there now." Daenerys nodded, letting him lead the horse by the bit towards the end of the dock. "Whoa!" A gasp suddenly rang out from the edge of the gambling pit. Dany turned her head to look. A stone pit, 7 or 8 meters in diameter and 2 or 3 meters deep, had been dug into the ground. Inside, 2 animals were fighting, or more precisely, a pangolin-like creature was torturing a red-haired hound half a person's height. The red-haired hound was as powerless as if it were a mischievous child's doll, being torn to shreds by the pangolin. Amidst the splattering blood, sailors by the fence exclaimed with satisfaction, while others cursed and swore at the useless dog for making them lose money gambling. "How can a pangolin be so big? Bigger than a lion!" Dany exclaimed in astonishment. "Pangolin?" Blackbeard Grawley shook his head. "That's a snake lizard. It has 8 legs, didn't you notice? It's much fiercer than a pangolin. The largest snake lizards can be twice the size of a lion. They're the most terrifying monsters in the Yelands." "The Yelands?" Dany raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Are there many snake lizards in the Yelands?" "Very many. They come out in groups in the jungle. Apart from the zebra people of the north, the Yelands people fear these creatures the most. In the arena, snake lizards are also considered overlords. Many animals are no match for them." Blackbeard sighed. "The Yelands are definitely not China." Dany muttered softly. "What?" Blackbeard turned his head. "Kalishi, what did you say? How does snake lizard meat taste?" "Why don't the Yelands people eat them?" she asked. "Pangolins, the size of kittens, have been eaten to the point of being endangered by the Chinese. Snake lizards, which are larger, have more meat, and seem to be more chewy, are simply a delicacy bestowed by heaven. It's become a natural disaster in barbarian lands. What face do they have to imitate the ancient Chinese, wearing elaborate hats and belts, calling themselves the Golden Celestial Empire? The white-bearded man shook his head, saying, "Snake lizard blood is poisonous. Stone lizard poison is extracted from snake lizard blood, causing muscle atrophy and nerve paralysis, as if petrifying. It's said that the faceless ones of Brovis use snake lizard blood to make spices. These spices, when applied to cooked meat, emit an incredibly enticing aroma, but both humans and animals who eat it go mad and become violent. Rats infected with snake lizard poison even dare to fight lions." "That's right, only the most insane dare to eat snake lizard meat," the Blackbeard nodded in agreement. "Such miraculous effects? It's no longer just delicious, but a divine ingredient, transcending the mundane. How could it be more poisonous than pufferfish? And with such an enticing aroma? This is suicide." Dany decided that, given the opportunity, she would definitely turn snake lizards into an edible delicacy. Otherwise, she would be betraying the soul of a Chinese person. "Speaking of poisons," Daenerys said thoughtfully, "Zaro once gave me a silver collar inlaid with a magical amethyst, saying it could ward off poison. Before I could even test it, he took it back. Do you think that thing really works?" "Your Highness, a well-established guard system includes poison detection. It's far more useful than those deceptive contraptions," Whitebird said proudly. "It's not all deception," Blackbeard shook his head. "You Westeros value chivalry, and men usually solve problems with swords. But in Essos, intrigue and poison are like dust in the air, hard to see clearly, yet omnipresent. More trade governors and city-state lords die from poison wine than from natural causes. Magical crystals blessed by powerful sorcerers can, to some extent, detect or immunize against toxins in food and drink. It seems I need to find a chance to get a magical amethyst." As they talked, they arrived at the end of the Greystone Wharf, where a large ship that amazed Daenerys was moored. Like a plump dumpling, Dany estimated it to be over 100 meters long and more than 40 meters wide, with windows visible up to 4 stories below the deck. P.S. The original text doesn't mention the ship's size, but for reference, it's smaller than Zheng He's treasure ships, 150 meters long, though accuracy is uncertain. What a magnificent behemoth. "This is a seagoing vessel, it doesn't have oars, it only sails on the sea breeze," Blackbeard proudly explained the structure and transport capacity of the large ship to Dany, as if introducing his son who had just been admitted to Tsinghua University. "Don't even mention your 200 or so horsemen, it could easily fit twice that number. And don't just mention my say-do, every rowboat moored at the flood-controlled deck has 200 rowers." Chapter 64 Visitors from Hometown. The captain's cabin on Glory was more spacious than Dany had expected, a full 30 square meters. She had the sailors remove the tables, chairs, couches, chests, and other miscellaneous items, leaving only a double bed and a wide open space. "My dragons will live with me," she said to Blackbeard. "But this place is too small, there's no room for 3 huge iron cages." Blackbeard of Pentos asked, puzzled. "You prepared cages?" "There's no need," Dany said, looking around the cabin. "After we leave Karth, I'll remove the chains from their necks. What if there's a fire?" Blackbeard hesitated, his face grim. "The Dust Palace, with its stone walls, was burned to the ground by your dragons. Wooden ships and cloth sails are even more easily ignited." Dany frowned, circling a puddle of dried vomit, and casually asked, "Have you heard of the dragon worship chart?" "What dragon worship chart?" Blackbeard asked, puzzled. Whitebird, standing behind her, was startled and exclaimed, "There's a rumor at the docks that Her Highness's Black Dragon painted a picture for a merchant from the Summer Islands, meticulously depicting the scene of him paying homage to you and your dragon. The merchant calls it the dragon worship picture, and I thought he was just bragging when he was drunk." "Oh, I've heard that too," Blackbeard said, first feigning understanding, then dismissively adding, "I've also heard that the Black Dragon sings and recites poetry for visitors. It's all nonsense, only a fool would believe it. Alice, dragons' throats can't produce human voices. It's true she recites poetry, but no one but me can understand it." "That rumor is false," Dany shook her head. Blackbeard and Whitebird were horrified. Was her saying this tantamount to admitting the dragon worship picture rumor? "It's true. Many people were present at the time, and I've seen the Black Dragon paint many times," Jorah said, raising his chin slightly with a proud expression. Dany concluded, "I can have the dragons paint, and I can control their behavior. At least they won't burn your ship." "All right." After more than an hour, Dany thoroughly inspected the cargo yard from deck to bottom. It was filthy and chaotic, with rats and cockroaches running rampant, spoiled clothes carelessly discarded, and a layer of mud covering the deck. Back on the bridge, she said, the crew's quarters are too dirty, they must be cleaned regularly, otherwise they'll catch diseases. There will be a thorough cleaning before departure, Blackbeard nodded. Buy some rye to put on the hold, I have 80 horses, she added. Isn't this unnecessary? Blackbeard calculated for her, counting on his fingers. A fine steed is worth at most 2 golden dragons, but it and the food it receives along the way take up a lot of space. If we exchange it for storing spices and gems, we could make a profit of at least 30 golden dragons. Besides, the sea voyage is long, and animals are very likely to die. It's better to sell them all in Qarth. When we get back to Pentos, we can buy as many horses as we want. If they really went to Pentos, then his statement was completely correct. Not to mention the profit margin, after traveling tens of thousands of miles by sea, it would be a miracle if 40 out of 80 horses survived. My herd of horses is special. They are fearless of dragons, and their endurance and impact are more than twice that of ordinary horses, Danny explained. Whitebird exclaimed, You feed your horses dragon dung? Daenerys looked at him in surprise. You know about this too? The old man nodded, his expression complex, and said, It is said that before dragons became extinct, the Targaryen family built a horse ranch on the plains south of the Blackwater River, specifically to raise dragon horses. Dragon horses bred from a young age are fierce in nature, and there are legends of them killing shadow lynxes. Only a powerful knight with superb riding skills can tame them, but every generation of the Kingsguard has its own dragon horse. Nonsense. Ser Jorah scoffed. You southerners probably rarely encounter shadow lynxes. They are the rulers of the forest, with the claws of a leopard, the agility of a cat, the imposing presence of a tiger, and the strength of a bear. They are even bigger than horses. Since there are such legends, there must be a reason, Whitebird said calmly. Hell, Jorah chuckled without saying a word. Daenerys glanced at the two of them and asked Blackbeard growly, Do you have any fruit with you? For the sailors. Lemons and oranges, Blackbeard replied matter-of-factly. Not eating fruit at sea will bring a curse from the devil. It seems that although this world is primitive, thousands of years of maritime history have allowed people to develop a mature set of survival wisdom at sea. At noon, news of the Mother of Dragons' arrival spread, and merchants and captains from ships near the docks gathered around the Sea Durian to watch. The crowd only temporarily dispersed after Agara shouted to them, The Mother of Dragons didn't bring any dragons today, don't disturb her. But it was only temporary. The next morning, after Daenerys arrived on the Sea Durian with a large entourage of centaurs, dragon hunters flocked to see her. Today was the last day, the ship would leave with the tide this evening. Yes, Daenerys was leaving Qarth. When she left Xaro's mansion, she even gave her a set of clothes, a large-sized Shongshan suit, woven with gold thread and fastened with black jade buttons. Long before Jorah Mormont revealed his true colors, when Daenerys had Qarth tailor make him a Chongsam, she had already prepared this gift for him. According to Westeros guest etiquette, guests would present their hosts with gifts before leaving as a sign of gratitude. Initially, Daenerys was genuinely grateful to Jorah Mormont. He had been showering her with gifts. Jorah Mormont, however, was a scoundrel. He accepted Daenerys' gifts but didn't come out to see her off, only sending a message through his butler, The great sorcerer Pai will not let you leave safely. Daenerys had the butler convey her gratitude to Jorah Mormont, but in her heart, she was unimpressed. Once at sea, with her dragons, she was virtually invincible. At most, Pai might disguise himself as a pirate to hunt her down, but the ship was made of wood, and the sails were made of cloth, both highly flammable. Kalish, the captain of the Ginkgo Maiden, only brought you a silver statue as thick as an arm. Should we let him in? The Ginkgo Maiden is just a small boat, its captain probably doesn't have much money, Jagger reported to Daenerys. A tall wooden chair sat on the seaward side of the deck, where Daenerys sat with her black dragon at her feet, awaiting the arrival of nearby crew and merchants who lined up to visit. Yes, they came to see the dragon. According to the rules established by Xaro, every visitor had to bring a gift, and the order of audience was determined by the value of the gift. Until Daenerys visited the Warlock's Temple of the Undying, a long list of names remained on the visitor list. Now, moved to the large ship, and departing tonight, Daenerys' Dragon Zoo was temporarily open for business again. Mainly because the visitors were so enthusiastic, and most came from the western continent of Essos. Daenerys didn't want to be known as aloof and unapproachable or arrogant and ruthless in the western continent. She had to smile, be approachable, dress beautifully, and let everyone see her perfect control over the dragons. Then, the label of exquisitely beautiful, kind, noble, and powerful for Daenerys Targaryen would be affixed to the various free cities by the help of numerous sailors. Yes, to gain fame. Although the main purpose was to gain fame, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to make a profit, and each guest still needed to be presented with a gift. "What statue?" she asked. "A young woman," Ago said. "A maiden." Whitebird, who was standing guard to the side, asked, "Is the Ginkgo maiden from the Sunset Sea?" "I don't know, but his accent sounds a bit like yours," Ago said. "Your Highness, you should receive him, he is a citizen from your homeland," Whitebird advised. Daenerys nodded. "Let him come aboard." Daenerys had seen merchant ships from Rhys, Bravos, Pentos, and the Summerlands, but she had never encountered a pure Westeros merchant. The silver statue was small, not worth many luminaries, but the guest's identity was quite significant. The newcomer was a thin, middle-aged man missing a front tooth, his shoulder-length hair already streaked with white, and his long, narrow face showed fresh stubble, indicating that he had groomed himself before coming. Great Mother of Dragons, Guardian of the Seven Kingdoms, the true Queen of Andal, Nona, and the First Men. The horse-faced man spoke standard common tongue and knightly etiquette. "I am Jordan Snow, captain of the Ginkgo Maiden. Your countenance is like the moon reflected in a tranquil lake, holy and beautiful, untouchable by mortals. You are the maiden incarnate on earth." As he spoke, he knelt on one knee, presenting a small statue of the maiden with both hands. The mainstream faith of the Seven Kingdoms is the Church of the Seven Gods. The seven gods they worship are seven different forms of one deity, representing seven different virtues. However, those in the lower classes with less education might believe the seven gods are seven different deities. The father represents judgment, the mother represents maternal love and nurturing, the warrior represents strength in battle, the blacksmith represents craftsmanship and labor, the old woman represents wisdom, and the stranger represents death and the unknown. The young girl represents innocence and purity. People often pray to her to protect her chastity. Like this horse-faced Jordan, young girl can also be used to praise a woman's appearance and temperament. "Thank you for your gift. I will pray to the seven gods to have the blacksmith bless you with a safe return to King's Landing." Daenerys paused here, tentatively asking, "Captain Jon Snow, you're from the north, aren't you?" In the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms, bastards take the most common things in their region as their surnames, signifying the lowest of the low. For example, Jon Snow in the north means snow, because the north is snowy. Flower in the Reach means flower, because the Reach has a warm climate and abundant vegetation. Sand in Dorne means sand, because Dorne has vast deserts and abundant sand. Stone in the Vale means stone, because the Vale is rocky. Generally, one can determine a bastard's origin by their surname. If a bastard is from a noble family, their coat of arms is usually related to their father's family, either in contrasting colors, with an extra horizontal bar, or if both parents are nobles, their coat of arms is a combination of both families' designs. Many experienced people can often tell whose bastard someone is just by looking at them or saying a word. Chapter 65 I want to be a charlatan. "Ah, Your Majesty, you know the traditions of your homeland." Jordan Jon Snow, unfazed by Daenerys' discovery of his bastard status, smiled and said, "I am a Jon Snow, a man of the north. Westeros has three great ports. King's Landing is the largest and most prosperous, Old Town in the south is second, and White Harbor in the north is third. In fact, I serve the Earl of Mandalay in White Harbor. The Earl owns 30% of the Ginkgo Maiden." "Are you the bastard son of that fat eel?" Whitebird exclaimed. "Eel, the Earl of Mandalay in White Harbor is very fat and is called an eel." Now Jordan Jon Snow was a little embarrassed, his horse-like face flushing red. "I have no honor in being the Earl's bastard son. When are you going back?" Daenerys, not wanting to embarrass him further, changed the subject. "About 2 months from now," Jordan said after a moment's thought. "The main reason I'm out here is to buy some eastern spices. The price of spices here in Karth is still a bit high, so I might go to the Jade Sea. Do you know that Eddard Stark was imprisoned by Joffrey and that Robb Stark led his army south?" she asked again. "Really?" Jordan exclaimed in surprise. "I left White Harbor more than a year ago, and I've been selling goods to Rhys, Valentis, and Meereen along the way, which has taken a while." "What about King Robert? He and the Duke of Stark were childhood friends." "The usurper," Jorah coldly reminded him. "The usurper is dead, murdered by Cersei." Why? Jordan asked blankly. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are actually Cersei and Jaime's bastard sons, and Eddard Stark discovered this, Jorah said. Actually, he wasn't sure if the rumor was true or false. Jordan Jon Snow. Daenerys thought for a moment, then decided to play hard to get, saying, "You know I've been to the Warlock's Temple of the Undying, right? I heard your dragons burned the Undyings," the bastard said, his eyes gleaming. "That's not the point." Daenerys waved her hand, leaned forward, and lowered her voice. "I saw a prophecy there, related to Robb Stark." Oh. Jordan looked stunned, a blank expression on his face as if asking, "What are you talking about? You really saw a prophecy about Robb Stark? What happened to him?" Jorah asked quickly. Ever since Daenerys described Rhaegar's appearance in detail, he had become skeptical of the prophecy she had seen. Seeing Whitebird also turning to listen intently, Dany lowered her voice and said in a low tone, "His head was chopped off, and a grey wolf's head was sewn onto his neck." "Hiss!" Jorah exclaimed in horror. "Who killed him? What about the others? What happened to the vassals he took south?" In a huge wooden house, the bodies were piled up everywhere. They seemed to be attending a banquet, and then suddenly attacked by enemies. No. Dany carefully recalled the scene she had witnessed that day. They seemed completely unprepared for danger before they died. Robb was sitting at the table, holding a leg of lamb. Impossible. Jorah, Jordan, and Whitebird exclaimed in unison. From Dany's description, they almost immediately understood what had happened. Someone had violated guest etiquette and murdered Robb and his vassals while hosting them. Daenerys shrugged. "I wasn't lying. In fact, I'm puzzled myself. Why would I see a Stark boy's prophecy?" Whitebird seemed to have found a flaw and asked, "Since it's the wolf's head, how can you be sure of his identity? You've never even seen Robb Stark in person." Daenerys rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Even if I've never seen him, don't I know the sigils of the Seven Lords? The Targaryen's black dragon on a red background, the usurper's crowned stag, the rose of the tower, Dorne's spear piercing the sun, Tully's trout, Greyjoy's hydra. It's a sea monster." Whitebird corrected. Daenerys waved her hand, a lonely expression on her face, and said, "You don't understand, that's the hydra." This time, Whitebird didn't argue. "You're a princess, if you say it's the hydra, then it's the hydra. The Lannister lion, the Arryn's blue eagle, the Stark grey direwolf, is that all right?" Seeing the others nod slightly, Daenerys sighed. "I couldn't possibly overlook such a large direwolf banner." "Perhaps it was Eddard Stark," Whitebird said. "He was a young man, wearing a crown." "Then do you know who killed them?" Jon Snow asked nervously. Daenerys shrugged. "I don't know. The wolf's head was alive, looking at me with eyes full of sorrow and accusation. I was terrified and ran away immediately. If this really happened, a king dying in a guest's house, such a morally reprehensible and evil act, only you can set things right. This is a symbol of the Seven Kingdoms longing for your return." Whitebird declared passionately. "Old man, you think so much, and you're so wise. He's already wearing the crown, and you still expect the queen to revenge him?" Jorah retorted. "Wearing a crown means Robb has declared himself king. Here's what we'll do," Daenerys said. "I'll have Black Diamond draw that picture. He saw the scene with me. You can give it to young Stark. Eddard Stark may be heinous, conspiring with usurpers to murder his own king, but the sacred right of a guest must never be violated, even if Robb Stark is my enemy." Daenerys spoke with righteous indignation and passion, and Whitebird was overjoyed. He had finally encountered a wise, upright, benevolent, and impartial monarch. He longed to immediately reveal his identity to Her Majesty the Queen. Then, under the stunned gazes of Beowulfs, Whitebird, Blackbeard, Jordan, Jon Snow, and the others, Blackbeard dipped his paw in ink and, with a few swift strokes, drew a gruesome and terrifying scene of a death feast. This. Jorah stared at the scene on the screen, racking his brains. "I'm sure I've been here before. This wooden hall, it looks so familiar, but I can't remember. The Twin Towers. Frey." Whitebird Aston's eyes were sharp as swords as he said, enunciating each word clearly, "Late Frey, this is the drawing room of the Marcus Frey's house in River City." Right. Reminded by Whitebird, Jorah immediately realized, a long hall, with two-tiered platforms on both sides, specifically for setting up bands. The Seven Hells. He slapped his forehead, almost howling. "Maggie and the others are doomed. Besides the bands, The platforms are also perfect for ambushing archers. I told you long ago, Robb Stark is too young and inexperienced, far less cunning than Tywin and the other southern lords. He'll get everyone killed sooner or later. Beworth, who hadn't spoken until now, grinned and said casually, Dragon's painting is indeed eye-opening, but whether it's a prophecy or an illusion, no one can be sure. There's no need for everyone to get so excited. You don't understand. Her Highness and Black Diamond have never been to Westeros, let alone seen Robb Stark. It really is that kid. I'd almost forgotten about the Two Towers Bridge of House Frey. Jorah shook his head repeatedly, his expression sorrowful. Among those corpses lying on the ground must be his family members. His aunt and cousin, Bear Island, who was left? Quickly inform the Starks of this. The Starks can be tried, but not tortured like this, Whitebird said to Jordan Jon Snow. I will as soon as possible, Jordan Jon Snow solemnly promised. After Jordan left with the last supper of the young wolf, Jorah hesitated and asked, Your Highness, what other prophecies did you see? Many, very chaotic, things like the third son, the fiery bride, the liar killer, Bronn on the banner. Bronn? Jorah asked, puzzled. Don't ask me, I don't know what it means either. Daenerys shook her head and continued, I also saw the Iron Throne, and my father Aerys' conversation with the Hand of the King. After a moment of silence, she sighed, he deserves to die. Who? My father. What? Everyone was shocked, never expecting her to say such a treasonous thing. Daenerys narrowed her eyes, staring at Whitebird, and asked, I'm sure you know many royal secrets, so do you know about my father's plan to burn King's Landing down with wildfire? That's impossible. Whitebird blurted out, then said urgently, he is the king, King's Landing is the capital, and the people of King's Landing are his subjects. Why would he destroy the city? It's possible. Jorah lowered his eyes and said, what if King's Landing no longer belongs to him? Perhaps His Majesty only has this intention, but no opportunity to carry it out. Whitebird said with difficulty. Maybe. Daenerys nodded and said, I also saw countless people calling me Risha. Oh. Everyone was stunned. Never mind, let's not talk about it. The immortals were indeed burned to death by the dragons. They intended to extract my life and bloodline. Showing me the prophecy was just a condition for casting spells, an equal exchange, or, to gain something, you must pay a price? Daenerys shrugged, unsure if she was right. At lunchtime, Daenerys was assassinated. Well, the assassination failed. It was lunchtime, and Daenerys had been dining with Captain Bravos. After lunch, a sailor came to report, Xaro had sent someone to deliver a gift to the Mother of Dragons. Daenerys was astonished and immediately ordered the messenger to come. The messenger was a middle-aged man from Karth, dressed in fine clothes, impeccably groomed, with impeccable manners and a composed demeanor. I am Lord Xaro's 8th steward. Hashem, who frequently deals with you, is the 1st steward. He manages your residence in Karth, while I oversee the warehouses in the dock area. Dany nodded. She remembered Xaro once boasting to her, the number and quality of my servants are comparable to any king in the world. I have 30 stewards managing them alone. My star of heaven, marry me. I have the ability to make you live like a queen. That disgusting gay man. Dany frowned, puzzled. I've already left. Why did Lord Xaro suddenly think of sending me a gift? The 8th steward gave a slightly embarrassed smile. The yellow jacket you gave Lord Xaro today is extremely noble and magnificent. He knows you like Eastern jade, so he specially asked me to find a top-quality jadeite piece in the warehouse to send to you. He then presented a finely crafted wooden box in front of him, its emerald lid inlaid with jade and chalcedony, and its purple wooden body edged with shimmering gold. Hiss! Big Black suddenly released the charred cow bone from its mouth, poked its head out, and stared intently at the box. Chapter 66 Scumbag Luo's Request. Looking at the exquisite wooden box handed to her, Dany's smile froze for 0.1 seconds, then she casually asked, did Xaro like the yellow jacket? My lord liked it very much and felt very guilty for leaving so soon. He didn't entertain you well, the butler replied respectfully. If we have the chance to meet again, I'll give him a hat with 3-eyed peacock feathers. Combined with the yellow jacket, it will surely give him an extraordinary experience. She waved for the white-bearded man, who was about to help examine the box, to step aside, and took the box herself, opening it. Inside was a necklace, a long, thin chain woven with fine gold thread, around which was a shimmering green beetle, clearly carved from the finest jade. It's beautiful, I like it very much. Dany smiled radiantly, reaching out to pick it up. Princess, the white-bearded man seemed about to stop her, but his gaze froze, and he stood there dumbfounded. Butler number 8 lowered his eyes and murmured, "I'm sorry." His voice was barely audible, as if he didn't intend for anyone else to hear. Dany held the green beetle in her hand, turning it over and over, casually asking, "What are you regretting?" The Karth butler suddenly looked up, his eyes bulging, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. The scorpion-tailed beast used to poison Dany was stiff in her hand, as if it had truly turned into jade. "You regretful people are so long-winded, even when you kill someone you still mutter 'I regret it.'" Dany seemed exasperated, shrugging. "It's one thing if you encounter someone with poor hearing and eyesight, but like now, I'm perfectly clear-headed. I heard your voice, I saw your lips move." The famous quote of the Karth Assassins Guild, "I regret it, I know I regret it. Why is this happening?" The regretful man was almost in despair. Had the scorpion-tailed beast he placed died? That shouldn't be possible. He was experienced, having assassinated hundreds using similar methods. Kalish, he's an assassin. Aggo and Corallo finally reacted, drawing their scimitars, angrily preparing to kill him. "My blood, stop." Daenerys stopped the two, turning to regretful guest. "Consider it as you coming to deliver a gift. I really like this bug. You can go now." You're not going to kill me?" Regretful guest was suspicious, staring into Daenerys' eyes as he cautiously retreated towards the ramp. "Why would I kill you? The one who hired you is Paya, isn't he?" Seeing his pupils suddenly contract, Daenerys realized she was right. "You probably didn't notice, did you? This white-bearded guard beside me has already seen through your identity. The price of killing me is too high. Think carefully before accepting missions in the future. At least think clearly about which consequence is more serious, offending the mother of dragons or refusing a warlock. If warlock's magic is really that miraculous, why would they need you to come here?" Thump thump thump. Regretful guest retreated to the ramp, without a word, and jumped away, disappearing into the crowd in no time. "Sorry." Ser Jorah blushed. He hadn't seen through regretful guest's weakness, falling far short of the shrewd and experienced Whitebird. "Oh, Beworth should apologize too, he didn't even notice." The fat eunuch blushed, rubbing his hands awkwardly. "You're warriors, not used to being bodyguards yet. Gain experience slowly," Dany said calmly. "Why didn't the scorpion-tailed beast harm you? Was it dead?" Whitebird asked. Puzzled. Thud. Dany tossed the jade-like beetle to the ground. Squeak squeak squeak. The beetle, like a transformer transforming, hissed and unfurled its body, claws springing out from beneath it, and a tail with a human face suddenly rose from its dip. The human face at the end of the tail was larger than its torso, grotesque and terrifying, complete with eyes, nose, and mouth, incredibly lifelike. On the forehead of the human face, a deep purple stinger rapidly extended and retracted, emitting a strange hissing sound that sent chills down one's spine. The scorpion-tailed beast's venom goes straight to the heart, it's extremely vicious. This scorpion-tailed beast was specially bred, its colors are more vibrant, almost indistinguishable from real jade, Whitebird murmured. Dany rose and walked to Blackbeard's side, saying, "Where a true dragon gazes, all beasts submit." Blackbeard had sensed the danger almost simultaneously with Whitebird, and without Dany's command, he had proactively used his mental power to lock onto the scorpion-tailed beast, allowing Dany to play with it like a real jade pendant. Later, seeing Dany throw away the insect, Blackbeard withdrew his mental pressure and continued to lie on the ground sucking marrow, allowing the scorpion-tailed beast to continue moving. Jorah stepped forward, stomped the poisonous insect to death, and said gravely, "We must leave as soon as possible." Blackbeard growly shook his head, saying, "The ship can only leave after the tide rises tonight, so we don't need to receive those dragon visitors this afternoon, right?" Dany thought for a moment and accepted his suggestion. However, just as the ship was about to set sail in the evening, a guest arrived. Garrosh, riding in an ox cart and surrounded by servants, hurried over. Dany greeted him. "That regrettable guest isn't one of my men," he said anxiously. "I know." Zha paused for a moment before saying with annoyance, "Those damned regretful guests, if they wanted to assassinate me, they had to do it in my name. You are a guest I swore to protect. If outsiders misunderstand that I broke my oath and harmed my own guest, then, my kind and good man, my lovely heavenly star." Tears streamed down his cheeks, forming a small stream that looked particularly comical against a brightly colored jewel on his nose. He suddenly rushed to Dany's side, grabbed her hand, and cried out in a pitiful voice, "Help me, you must help me." Help with what? Dany felt as if a slug had crawled up her back, making her feel nauseous and about to vomit. "Proclaim to the world that I didn't send that regretful guest. I haven't broken my oath." He suddenly cried out, "Oh, damn it, I should have sent a squad of guards to watch over this wrecked ship until you're completely out of Qarth." "What are you saying? My darling Sidurian is beautiful," Captain Glora grumbled. Zaro ignored him, still fuming. Such a blunder on the last day. "I should have known. Those warlocks have been plotting all along. Damn it, once we're out of Qarth, you can assassinate, poison, curse, ahem." Daenerys coughed loudly, reminding the scoundrel she was still there. "Oh, my sweetheart, what do you think?" Zaro looked at her pitifully. "I want to help you, but the ship is about to depart." Daenerys shrugged, tentatively suggesting, "How about I draw up a contract?" "No need for a contract, those things are useless. Justice and trust reside in the hearts of the people." Zaro shook his head. This shameless fellow actually has some insight. Dany mentally gave Zalo a thumbs up and asked, "So what should I do?" Zalo spoke eloquently, "The news of your assassination attempt is only circulating in a small circle right now. We must first make everyone understand my character. So, at every port you visit, tell them about my hospitable hospitality and the deeds of your barbarians, praising them all. When rumors about me being unfavorable come out, no one will believe them." He then sighed, pounding his chest and stamping his feet. What a pity you have to return to the Sunset Sea. Most of my trading partners are in the Jade Sea. Understand your character? Shameless." At this moment, the people on deck looked at him with contempt. "All right, at every city-state we visit, I will tell the people who receive me about your generosity and wealth," Dany said, suppressing a laugh. "Thank you so much, my heavenly star." The fat man began wiping away tears again. "Oh, right, I need to remind you again." Zaro noticed the looks in Jorah and the other's eyes and felt it was time to get down to business. "Payaya also swore an oath to you in the Red Plains, remember? In Qarth, he couldn't directly harm you, so he used a little trick, hiring the regretful ones. But once you leave here, he and those warlocks can openly use their magic and curses against you." "I see." Daenerys understood. Zaro looked around and lowered his voice, "Knowing you were going to take the sea route back to Pentos, the warlocks had already prepared a fast ship, their destination being Pentos on the western continent. You've seen the Nightwalker's methods, the warlock's power is rapidly recovering. You must be extra careful once you return to Pentos." "Pentos isn't warlock territory," Glory exclaimed. "Warlocks only kill in secret, they're not going to seize the city-state of Pentos." Zaro smiled contemptuously. Before stepping off the gangplank, Zaro gave Daenerys a gift, a silver collar inlaid with magical amethyst. Night fell, and a string of yellowish lights appeared on the distant sea, lighthouses guiding ships. With the crashing of the waves against the seawall, Growly shouted for the sailors to weigh anchor, and the first mate, along with several strong men, raised the sails, chanting orders. The massive white sails billowed in the night wind, and the Sidurian slowly pulled away from the dock. Dany and the centaurs stood at the stern, watching the brightly lit dockside market shrink until it disappeared completely. She herself felt the sailboat was incredibly slow, and even though the bloodguards had trained on the beach for several days, the sight of the dark sea still filled them with fear. Their almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. But their pride was strong, and they were determined not to show weakness in front of others. They tensed their bodies, their faces expressionless, without movement or emotion. Doria, the girl from the island, found the sea far more comfortable than horseback riding, but the centaur maids, Elizabeth and Kitty, were different. They had never even trained by the sea. Clinging desperately to the ship's railing, they seemed like drowning people grasping at a lifebuoy. Daenerys quickly led them to her bedroom, but soon regretted it. Following the lighthouse's guidance, the Sidurian left the calm bay and entered the turbulent strait. A wave crashed in, gently rocking the ship, then another. Ugh, the two centaur girls, pale-faced, vomited. Daenerys couldn't sleep well that first night, until Glory reluctantly handed her 2 orange-flavored sugar cubes. The 2 girls only calmed down after putting the candies in their mouths. This is a secret potion made by the apothecary using northern hawthorn and Dornish blood oranges. It contains many mysterious ingredients I don't know about. Besides preventing seasickness, it can also treat fever and colds. It's very precious. 1 silver moon can only buy 20, he said painfully. It's indeed a bit expensive. 1 copper coin is roughly equivalent to $5 worth of purchasing power. 1 silver moon is worth 800 copper coins, and 1 candy costs $200. Sigh, bring them all out. There are still quite a few women and children below deck. Have someone distribute 1 to each of them, Danny sighed, sitting on the edge of the bed. This. Blackbeard hesitated. If the sailors get sick, I'm afraid we won't have enough. We can buy more at other ports, surely we'll find similar things there? Besides, we're not going to Pentus. Chapter 67 The Great Voyage in Another World. For the first few days, Daenerys stood at the bow, enjoying the scenery, and even imitated Jack and Rose, shouting, I am the king of the world. Yes, she shouted it from behind Big Black, with great confidence, and in Chinese, unafraid of being heard. But as time went on, the monotonous blue of the sea and sky lost all its appeal. 2 small incidents are worth mentioning. First, the centaurs were indeed resilient. They got used to the vomiting after a while. Elijah would often run to the ship's side, watching the dolphins swimming alongside the ship and giggling foolishly. Second, initially, the crew was very worried that the dragons would burn their ship. Blackbeard Growly, seeing the 3 dragons flying around the mainmast, was as nervous as a young girl. He shouted for the sailors to fill empty logs with seawater and hang them on the ship's side to prevent fire. Later, they discovered that the dragons only breathed fire in 2 situations, when Daenerys gave the order, and when they encountered fresh food. The initial anxiety dissipated, but the sailors were astonished to see rats fleeing in a frenzy wherever the 3 dragons went. Then, Dany led the dragons to the bottom of the ship's hold, and at night, the sailors added a dish to their menu, braised rats. The rats, seemingly out of their minds, ran straight onto the deck and jumped into the sea. A total of 146 rats were found across the 3 ships, the largest weighing over half a pound. Dany didn't eat the rats, but the centaurs, on the other hand, particularly loved them, second only to their love of horse meat. Gradually, the sailors felt a strange and intense pride when they saw dragons flying in the sky. They often said, we are the queen's subjects, under the wings of the true dragon, fighting for her, dying for her, and honored by the dragon. Centaurs liked to watch dolphins from the ship's railings, while everyone from the captain to the cooks loved watching the 3 giant black dragons fly. Daenerys, bored, practiced the 108-letter standard pronunciation chart she'd learned from the Temple of the Immortals in her room. These were the foundation of ancient Valyrian spells. Ahagel, Mew, she mumbled, stumbling over the iron plate. The 108-letter pronunciation chart only taught Daenerys the pronunciation of spells. She understood nothing of their meaning, let alone advanced techniques like guiding magic or meditation. There weren't even complete spells for her to recite. In the end, she had to take out the identity plaque she'd found in the Dragon King's corpse and read the runes on it like a child reciting pinyin. On the back of a 1 yuan silver coin from China, there's a circle of letters around a chrysanthemum, Zhongguo Renmen Yin Hang, at least it's 2 characters per group, separated by spaces. The iron plate in Daenerys' hand was just a string of runic letters. She didn't even know how to add punctuation. If you showed Zhongguo or Renmen to someone from China, they'd be stunned for a while before they understood it. What about a foreigner who didn't understand Chinese at all? Daenerys was now facing this situation. She had the 108 letters, and while she could read A, B, C, D together, she didn't understand their meaning or pronunciation. We're in trouble, Khaleesi, Doria said, carrying a milky-smelling earthenware jar into the room. The lady-in-waiting, having spent many days with dragons and being accustomed to the sea, hadn't mingled with the sailors and centaurs on deck. What trouble? Daenerys asked casually. Doria first poured her a large bowl of fresh mare's milk before saying with a troubled expression, the winds on the sea are weakening. It won't be long before the ship is stuck at sea, unable to move. This world had 5 seas intimately connected to human civilization, the Jade Sea in the east, and the Summer Sea, a large area south of Essos, accessible via the Strait of Qarth, the sea north of Essos, known as the Trembling Sea, and a narrow sea between Essos and Westeros, averaging 500 kilometers wide, called the Narrow Sea. The Westeros are commonly known in Essos as Andals and visitors from the land of the setting sun. Westeros is located in the far west of the world, but to its west lies a vast ocean. Daenerys' fleet took a whole day to leave the Strait of Qarth and only 2 days to enter the Summer Sea. They were still quite a distance from Nugis, the easternmost city of the Summer Sea, and Slavers Bay was nowhere to be seen further west. Daenerys left her room and went to Blackbeard Glory to ask about this. He nonchalantly replied, "We have 2 rowboats." At first, Daenerys didn't quite understand why ships needed so many oars. The summer sun had a full 300. After the wind completely died down in the afternoon, Blackbeard gave the order, and the sailors on the mainmast lookout waved flags. 2 narrow-bodied ships ahead dropped 2 small boats. On the small boat was a bundle of thick hemp rope, piled higher than a person and about as thick as Dany's wrist. The boat lowered the rope as it approached a large ship, finally fastening the iron chain at the end to buckle on the keel at the bow. As the flags waved, a rhythmic drumbeat suddenly erupted from the 2 rowing boats. Dany saw a white line of water appear on the hulls of the 2 ships, hundreds of sailors rowing with all their might. Thump, creak, creak. The rope in front, which had been submerged, suddenly sprang up, taut, and water vapor spread around it. The portly ship shuddered and groaned as it slowly moved forward. The rowing boat in front was 60 meters long and about 12 meters wide, narrow like a plowshare, while the ship behind it was enormous, like a fat man with a protruding belly. Now, the 3 ships were slowly sailing on the sea to the same drumbeat, like 3 tiny ants marching in unison on an endless blue canvas. "This won't last long," Dany murmured. "It won't be long. We're not too far from the Jiskari Strait. We can stop in New Jisk for a while and wait for the calm season to pass," Blackbeard said calmly. The old sailor was indeed experienced. The next day at noon, a large black ship soaring through the sky brought them the scent of land, a charred lamb leg. By evening, the lookout on the rowing boat ahead shouted, "We've arrived at Gin Island." Gin Island was about the same size as Mormont's Bear Island, with the longest straight-line distance on the island not exceeding 100 kilometers, but their value was completely different. Bear Island was remote, and they might not encounter a foreign merchant ship for a year or 2. Gin Island was located in the middle of the shipping lane between Slavers Bay and Karth, and at its southern end was the port of Newjisk. Ships traveling between the eastern and western continents often resupplied in Newjisk, making it a jewel at the eastern end of the Summer Sea. Blackbeard Growly also planned to wait for the sea breeze there. If the Mormont family's fiefdom was Gin Island, his wife would never have run away. The Geese don't welcome outsiders to Gin Island, but they can freely enter and exit the port of New Geese at the southern end. If we don't go near the harbor and just stay in the bay, the Geese won't even charge us taxes. So, even though New Geese isn't far from Karth, ships still stop there for a while, Blackbeard Growly explained to Daenerys, standing on the bridge and looking at the small black dot ahead. "Are the taxes in the free cities very expensive?" Daenerys asked. Blackbeard thought for a moment and said, "If you don't sell goods locally, they only charge a mooring fee. The larger the ship, the larger the dock area it occupies, and the higher the price. For 3 ships like ours, if we enter the New Geese docks, the daily mooring fee will be more than 10 gold coins, about 3 gold dragons." "Wow, that's highway robbery!" Daenerys exclaimed. "Not too expensive, the price is the same in all the major city-states." Blackbeard Growly shook his head and said, "You may not know how high the profits of maritime merchants are. Let me put it this way, even a maritime merchant without a particularly shrewd business mind can acquire more wealth than he could ever spend in a lifetime just by circumnavigating the Summer Sea, the Jade Sea. Profits start at 20 times, with no upper limit. Skilled merchants constantly buy low and sell high in various ports, and the profit margin can generally reach 100 times in one trip. People with connections, like Lord Zarrow and Governor Illyrio, can earn an average gross profit of 150 times. Not only was Daenerys stunned, but Jorah and Whitebird were also astonished, their mouths agape. "Really that profitable?" Jorah asked skeptically. "Then everyone would become a sea merchant." If he'd known sea trading was so profitable, the voyage he took with his wife to that party back then would have been enough to make several trips to and from the Jade Sea. Hairhead. Blackbeard stomped his foot, the wooden planks thumping loudly. "Do you know how much this treasure of mine cost? I've built ships before, haven't I?" Jorah chuckled, looking it over and estimating. "I used 2,000 gold dragons to build a large ship, about a third the size of yours. They say the largest warship in King's Landing costs 100,000 gold dragons. Yours, though large, isn't a warship. It's worth no more than 30,000 gold dragons." Blackbeard gave a thumbs up, praising, "So you're an old hand. Building the Sea Durian cost 28,000 gold dragons." Jorah smiled smugly. "But do you know the ship loss rate? Blackbeard continued, on average, out of 100 ships at sea, if 80 return, the merchant will rejoice, even donating to temples to fulfill vows. If 70 return, he'll breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he'll make a fortune. If 50 return, he'll sigh, go home and continue building ships. If none return, he'll go home, write his will, and end his life with a cup of poison. If an ordinary merchant lost a ship like mine, who could bury it? Silence. A hush fell over the bridge. Everyone was stunned by the harsh realities of life at sea. Every year, as many wealthy merchants commit suicide as there are overnight millionaires, like Governor Illyrio, Blackbeard continued. In his youth, he was just a street thug risking his life, doing plenty of petty theft, robbery, and assassination. Think about it, if no one stepped aside. How could a hoodlum rise to become a trade governor? How did those people step down? By failing in business. Chapter 68 The men who broke off their engagements in a world of ice and fire. Nugis was built on a narrow island, 2 kilometers wide and 8 kilometers long. Because the southern tip of the island, Aegean, resembled a crab, extending its 2 large pincers to protect Nugis, the sea near the harbor was remarkably calm. Hundreds of large ships hovered on the mirror-like blue sea, bright red wooden hulls, white-painted rowboats, and large black vessels. Many, like Dany and her companions, awaited the arrival of the sea breeze. You might ask why, unlike on Earth, they didn't accurately predict the arrival of the monsoon each year and sail with it. Well, in this fantastical world, even the seasons are not fixed, so where would monsoons come from? Well, this world doesn't even have fixed seasons, so where would monsoons come from? Dany had been here for almost half a year, but she had only experienced temperature changes due to latitude. The closer to the north, the colder it was. The further south, the hotter it was. She hadn't felt any seasonal changes whatsoever. In the afternoon, the azure sea and sky merged into one, the green sails on the masts as soft and limp as an old woman's nipple, and in the shade of the bow, a few people chatted while enjoying the scenery. When the topic of the changing seasons came up, the white-bearded man told Dany that summer wasn't completely over yet, and there was at least another year of ghost summer. Dany was intrigued by the idea of ghost summer and asked the old man to explain. Before Whitebird could reply, Jorah interrupted. The Northerners understand the changing seasons better than the Southerners. Summers bring multiple harvests, providing ample food for the people, ensuring even the poor have enough to eat and wear, so everyone looks forward to the arrival of eternal summer. However, the long days and often excessive heat of summer frequently led to droughts. Especially towards the end of a long summer that lasts for several years, the extreme heat causes large amounts of water to evaporate into the sky, resulting in a gloomy, overcast sky filled with moisture. This season is called Devil Summer. Undoubtedly, this summer has lasted for 11 years, making it a long summer. However, after a long summer, the last year will inevitably be a Devil Summer, followed by an autumn, and after that. At this point, Jorah's expression turned grave, and he sighed. After a long summer, there will surely be a long winter that lasts for several years. Winter is coming. With the lords of Westeros locked in war, peasants have been conscripted into soldiers by their lords. They certainly won't be able to stockpile food for the next 2 years. And when winter comes in 2 years, who knows how many will die. The South may not fear the long winter, but the North. The Earl of Mormont is right. Surprisingly, Whitebird agreed with Jorah. Before I left the Seven Kingdoms, the cardinals had already dispatched white ravens to various places. Daenerys raised an eyebrow. White ravens? Old Town has the citadel, you know? Seeing Daenerys nod, Whitebird continued, the changing seasons are closely related to the lives of the people of the Seven Kingdoms, but commoners and nobles don't understand climate and celestial phenomena, so they can only rely on the misters of the citadel. The citadel has formed a special committee for astronomical observation, measuring the length of each day, observing changes in the constellations, and other objects of observation I'm unaware of. The members of the committee compile the collected data and send it to the cardinals in the citadel, the administrative body of the citadel. You should know that only the doctor is qualified to attend the meetings of the cardinals. A group of the most learned and experienced doctors can accurately calculate the changing seasons using the collected data. Then, they will use white ravens to send the information to the fiefdoms of the various lords. That seems quite advanced. Daenerys nodded and asked, have the doctors ever made a mistake? Upon hearing this, Whitebird's expression suddenly became dazed, as if her words reminded him of a painful memory. A wrong spring. Jorah Mormont said sullenly. Whitebird closed his eyes, and after a while, he suddenly opened them again. The bitterness in his eyes had completely disappeared. He said softly, after summer comes autumn, and after long winter comes warm spring. Whenever spring comes, everyone knows that the cruel winter has passed and the beautiful summer is coming. When the white doves of the citadel bring the news of spring, the people of the whole country will take out their last reserves of food for the spring festival. Daenerys nodded. That was probably the Westeros Spring Festival. Several summers, one autumn, and several winters, finally, spring arrived. Ugh, the people of Westeros have it tough. They only get to celebrate the Lunar New Year once every 10 years on average. Whitebird continued, but the weather might be abnormal at the end of winter. It might warm up as if spring had arrived, but then the cold winter would return, and people wouldn't be able to plant crops or resume production. The last false spring happened in the early stages of the War of the Usurpers, about 18 years ago. Cardinal's White Raven came to King's Landing, and Lord Harrenhal, Lord of Harrenhal, to demonstrate his status and to celebrate the upcoming long summer, extended an invitation to all the warriors of the Seven Kingdoms to tournament. Your brother, Prince Rhaegar, was incredibly brave and defeated all his enemies to win the tournament. But he placed a laurel wreath of winter roses, representing the Queen of Love and Beauty, on the lap of Robert Baratheon's fiancée, Lyanna Stark, instead of his wife, Princess Elia Martell of Dorne. The scene at that time, well, you probably already understand what happened next, right? Brain dead? Lust-riven? True love? Daenerys couldn't be sure what her cheap older brother was thinking. In online novels, it's common for the woman to break off the engagement because she looks down on the man. This plot is commonly known as the annulment of engagement storyline. This world has also seen 3 famous annulment of engagements, but in these cases, it was the man who broke off the engagement with the woman. The woman didn't shout things like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, or don't underestimate a poor girl, but her parents were all ruthless characters, making the scoundrel pay a much higher price. About 60 years ago, Daenerys' great-uncle, Duncan Targaryen, known as Short Duncan, broke off his engagement with the daughter of the Duke of Baratheon for the commoner woman, Jane of the Rock. Well, Prince Duncan wasn't short. He was called Short Duncan because there was a legendary knight in the King's Guard called Tall Duncan. That Sir Duncan was very tall. Tall Duncan was a great knight, even the king served as his squire. Clearly, Prince Duncan's name comes from Sir Duncan. Prince Duncan paid the price of a throne and a sister, sowing the seeds for the future downfall of House Targaryen. The first Targaryen, who broke off his engagement, fared relatively well. His legendary story of choosing love over the throne was told by countless bards, earning him the title Prince Longfrey. Many young women were captivated by this tale, falling deeply in love with Prince Longfrey and envying Jenny of Rock. The second Targaryen, Daenerys' older brother Rhaegar, didn't break off his engagement, as he was already married and had 2 children when he met his true love. Note, in the Game of Thrones TV series, Rhaegar broke off his engagement, secretly having a priest annul his marriage to Princess Elia of Dorne. Poor Elia, she died without ever knowing she'd been rejected. Rhaegar paid a far greater price. His wife was raped and murdered, his son and daughter died tragically, his father, the king, was killed, his family was destroyed, and the Targaryen dynasty ended. And yes, he himself perished. It was a truly tragic story. From this point onward, roughly a year later, the third Robb Stark, the man who broke off his engagement, would be born. Robb Stark would fall in love with a daughter of a minor noble family, the daughter of the Marquis Frey. As an aside, the woman who caused King Robb to break off his engagement was also named Jenny. The name Jenny is cursed. Robb paid a heavy price, his own life, his dream of becoming king in the north, half of his mother's life lost, resurrected as a vengeful ghost, countless northern nobles perished, and the Stark family was on the verge of destruction. Wrong season, wrong choice, that was the worst spring ever. Whitebird concluded. Attention crew of the Sea Durian. Attention crew of the Sea Durian. Attention crew of the Sea Durian. Attention. This is the Nugith Customs Patrol. A voice came from the sea outside the ship, shouting 5 times in a loud, accented Valyrian voice. Even from dozens of meters away, Daenerys and her crew at the bow could hear it. Ser Jorah walked to the ship's railing, looked down for a moment, and returned to say, "The Nugith Customs boat is docked next to our merchant ship, seemingly to inspect our cargo." "Why? We haven't even entered the dock area," Dany asked, puzzled. "Last time we were docked here from Pentos to Karth, we were also inspected." According to Glory, the new Jith are doing this to prevent pirate ships from disguising themselves and infiltrating the harbor, Whitebird said. Dany, intrigued, led the way towards the cargo hold entrance, the others immediately following. Two Jith warriors in leather armor and a middle-aged official in a dark robe stood there, all robust with amber skin, broad noses, and black eyes. Most striking was the striking red and black hair of these three Jith men, soldier and officer alike. It wasn't dyed, it was a natural black and red, styled like Zenday's hairstyle from Slam Dunk. Unfortunately, they didn't have Zenday's good looks. It was a bit like the saying ugly people are always trying too hard. They claimed they were inspecting the cargo, but they only went down to take a quick look, confirming it was indeed filled with goods and not armed personnel, before the Jith returned. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. So fast, what are you all inspecting? Daenerys asked the officer climbing from the cabin onto the deck. Ah. You? The man hesitated for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, "You're the mother of dragons, queen of the Sunset Lands, Daenerys Targaryen? I heard you bought camels and planned to travel overland. The Meerens are eagerly anticipating seeing dragons. They'd be given plenty." Daenerys nodded. "I am Daenerys. Oh, I'm Zanik Zolorak, the new Jith Customs Commissioner," he quickly introduced himself, bowing. "Hello, Mr. Lorak." Dany greeted him, then asked in surprise, "How did you know my original planned route?" The Jithian waved proudly at the hundreds of large ships floating on the sea, saying, "New Jith is the gateway to the Western world. News of the dragon's birth is circulating among the sailors at the docks." After the two new Jithian soldiers and several sailors climbed onto the deck, the middle-aged customs official explained, "Mother of dragons, you may not know, but the summer sea has been very turbulent for the past 6 months, with numerous incidents of pirate raids on merchant ships. Especially in the area of the Sea of Sorrow near Valyria, some have seen the Red Devil ship lurking in the mist. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Sea Monster and Grilled Squid. The Red Devil Ship? Dany chuckled at the new Gislian's words. "Do you believe that devils come to Earth as pirates?" she asked. "If they aren't devils, then it's even more terrifying," the customs officer warned sternly. "It's said that no ship ever escapes the Red Devil ship's pursuit, it's too fast. And no one survives, the devils on board are too vicious." "Thank you for your warning," Dany said, her smile fading, offering her sincere thanks. "It's only natural for devils to do evil deeds, it's even more terrifying and frightening when they act like humans." The customs officer looked around, then spotted the white and green dragons from the lookout tower above. He was immediately captivated, stealing glances at the dragons while making small talk. "The new Jis Iron Legion isn't afraid of pirates, but we understand the importance of prevention. So, for the past 6 months, customs officers have been inspecting every ship entering New Jis Bay, not for cargo, but to check for any hidden armed personnel." Seeing that Dany and the others didn't respond, the officer continued, his expression unchanged. "By the way, besides pirates, you also need to be careful of sea monsters. Several rowboats from the Summer Islands encountered a huge, terrifying sea monster north of the Serpent Islands. A 30-meter-long speedboat was dragged directly to the bottom of the sea, and only 13 of the 200 sailors were rescued by nearby ships. At that time, the sea was stained red with blood, and the red waves churned violently. It was terrifying." Dany became interested and asked, "Really? I thought sea monsters were just legends." Hell, those dark-skinned ones scared 7 or 8 people to death, how could it be fake?" The reddish-brown Zanik grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. "Besides, compared to your dragons, what are sea monsters?" Dany couldn't refute this. Sea monsters were legendary, but dragons were even more legendary. Perhaps having seen enough dragons, or perhaps with much work to do, Zanik exchanged a few more polite words before leaving with 2 soldiers. Watching the new Jithian boat sail away towards the ships behind, Dany turned to Blackbeard Grolly and asked, "Do you think the story of the sea monster attacking the ships is true?" "Perhaps," the old sailor said worriedly. "Not only are there legends of sea monsters lurking in the depths of the summer sea among sailors, but even in the narrow sea. When the fleet set off for Karth, someone saw a sea monster on the Fingers. It attacked an Eben whaling ship with its deep red tentacles, a 25-meter-long vessel, and dragged it into the deep sea. The man told me, his face filled with fear, that one of the tentacles was as thick as a bucket, as if stained with blood, almost like the tentacles of a demon. A red octopus? I wonder what it tastes like. Whitebird asked and said, in the legends of the Seven Kingdoms, some dragons can capture sea monsters as easily as an osprey catching fish from a river. That sea monster is just a giant octopus. Don't we eat grilled octopus all the time? Danny said dismissively. No, it's not what you think, Jorah interjected. Legends of sea monsters have existed since ancient times, but we've almost never heard of sea monsters attacking ships. The old sailor, Blackbeard, agreed. Sir Mormont is right. I've lived on the sea for 30 or 40 years, and I've only heard concrete reports of sea monsters in the last 6 months. Could the appearance of sea monsters be related to magical tides? If so, then the sea monsters might be magical beasts, not ordinary giant octopuses. But dragons disappeared for over a century, and even the immortals were reduced to decaying souls by the river of time. How did those sea monsters survive the age of decline? How long can sea monsters live? She asked. This. The group exchanged bewildered glances, never expecting her to ask such a question. No one has ever studied this, Whitebird hesitated. Although the Greyjoy family uses a golden sea monster as their sigil, they don't seem to be able to summon sea monsters to fight like the legendary Ironborn king. However, Lord Adrian Setiga of the Setiga family on Crab Island once boasted that his family possessed an ancestral horn that could awaken sea monsters. Setiga? Viserys remembered mentioning this family to Daenerys. 12 years before the cataclysm in Valyria, the Targaryen virgin Daenerys prophesied the destruction of Valyria. At that time, not only the Targaryens moved away from Valyria, but also the Setiga and Valyrian families. The Targaryens' fief was Dragonstone, the Setiga were on Crab Island, and the Valyrian were on Tidabrook Island. The three islands were very close, the furthest only an hour or two sea voyage away. The Targaryens were only minor nobles in Valyria, while the Setiga and Valyrian weren't even dragon kings, they didn't have dragons. Of course, they were Valyrian nobles after all, possessing the ability to communicate with and control dragons. During the Dance of the Dragons over 100 years ago, several Valyrians became dragon riders. If the Targaryen family had even a slight chance of winning, Setiga and the Valyrians would be their most loyal allies, but sacrificing their entire families was out of the question. Viserys often hoped those two families would help him restore his kingdom, while simultaneously cursing them for their heartlessness and forgetting the centuries-old bond between ruler and subject. Daenerys didn't dwell on Setiga, continuing, how long can dragons live? It's said to be determined by wisdom. Some legends say wise old dragons lived for 1,000 years. Jorah thought for a moment, then frowned and said, but during the Targaryen dynasty, the oldest, Balerion, was not lacking in wisdom, and the royal family certainly didn't lack food for him, yet he only lived for a little over 200 years. Dragons not only need food, but also crave freedom and the sky, Whitebird said calmly. Freedom? Daenerys turned to the old man, puzzled. Did the Targaryens lock Balerion up? The old man sighed, his eyes glazed. King's Landing is mainly composed of 3 hills. I know that, Daenerys said. They are named after Aegon and his siblings. The Red Keep, where the king resides, is on Aegon Hill, St. Belar's Cathedral is on Visenya Hill, and a vast dragon's lair was built beneath Rhaenys Hill. A thought struck her. Is the dragon's lair too small, restricting the dragon's movement? The white-bearded man slowly shook his head. The dragon's lair is very large. It can accommodate 30 knights riding side by side. Above it is a huge circular dome, a full 100 meters high. But a dragon is a dragon. Your ancestors forgot one thing, Valyria has no dragon's lair. No, Valyria has dragon's lair. They live atop the black rock spire with the Valyrian dragon aspects, and it also has a dome and walls. Daenerys thought this to herself, but didn't interrupt the old man's narration. From then on, the dragons in the dragon's lair grew smaller with each generation, until finally, the old man sighed, the last dragon was only the size of a small dog. Damn it. If walls could limit size, then farmers living in thatched huts would all be dwarfs, while kings in grand castles would be giants, Sir Jorah scoffed, sneering. The truth is quite the opposite. Huts often produce giants, while castles are inhabited by dwarfs. Man is man, dragon is dragon. Dragon should live in the sky, while man can only live on the earth. This isn't my opinion, The scholars came to this conclusion after carefully studying the bones of dragons throughout history, the white-bearded man said solemnly. HMPH. Ser Jorah, who had never liked the white-bearded old man, scoffed dismissively, "You lowly squire, you really think you're something special? Since you know so much, how about you tell us about dragons?" The white-bearded man replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, "I was fortunate enough to see the skull of a giant dragon hanging on the wall of the throne room during the reign of King Aerys. Those bones corroborated some of the minister's deductions, but I know nothing of the more profound knowledge." He then turned to Daenerys and said gently, "Your Highness, if you wish to learn more about dragons, you can borrow dragons, dragon worms, and long-winged dragons, the unnatural evolution of the dragonkin from Governor Illyrio when you arrive in Pentos. It's a very valuable book, detailing knowledge about dragons." Daenerys became interested and asked curiously, "The title seems to suggest that dragons evolved from other animals, rather than naturally." "Ah," she suddenly exclaimed, covering her mouth. "Could it be that humans evolved dragon-like creatures into giant dragons? My god, blood magic, Valyrian blood sorcerers. That book comes from the ancient Valyrian freehold?" Whitebeard's eyes widened, utterly astonished that she could deduce so much from a single name. He glanced at Daenerys carefully and nodded. Brother Base believed that dragons were magical creatures created by Valyrian blood sorcerers using long-winged dragons. Brother Base? Brother Base was the hand of the king 200 years ago. He reigned for 40 years, bringing peace and prosperity to the Seven Kingdoms, Whitebeard explained. How did a prime minister like him end up researching dragons and magic? Daenerys was speechless. The key is that he hasn't neglected his main duties. The country is managed very well. I know Brother Bath. I heard he was born into poverty, the son of a blacksmith. Because his family couldn't support him, his father gave him to the church. Jorah first seemed to realize, then questioned, why haven't I heard that he wrote that unnatural history of dragon evolution? Brother Bath was exceptionally intelligent from a young age. He was sent by the church to work at the royal library, where he not only learned endless knowledge but also met the book-loving king of the Centenarian, Jehariah. He looked at Daenerys and added, the king of the Centenarian was the grandson of His Majesty Aegon. Then he said to Jorah, that book didn't survive. After Saint Baelor ascended the throne, he ordered all of Brother Bath's works to be burned. Only a few handwritten copies circulated overseas or were collected by certain nobles. Daenerys knew Saint Baelor. The Westeros tales Jorah gave her contained many of his legends. Later, she inquired about Saint Baelor's deeds in detail from the sergeant. Even though the Targaryen family is known for its eccentricities, this one is an absolute oddity. Chapter 70. Those bizarre relatives. Saint Baelor. Baelor Targaryen, known as Baelor the Blessed, was king of the Seven Kingdoms, yet a devout follower of the Seven. What impressed Daenerys most was the tower he built in the Red Keep called the Virgin's Abode. What was the Virgin's Abode used for? To imprison his sisters. Targaryens had a tradition of incestuous marriage, but this was strictly forbidden by the doctrines of the Seven. Therefore, Baelor annulled his engagement to his sister Diana and took a monastic vow, to remain a virgin and never marry again. This wouldn't have been unusual, he wasn't the only emperor to become a monk. The problem was that his three sisters, Diana, Rhaenyra, and Alanna, were all beautiful and charming, the epitome of Targaryen beauty. Then, Baelor, being a normal man, felt lust for them. Yet, he was also overly pious, having become high priest of the Seven. Prince Bael frantically suppressed his desires, and to resist his sister's carnal temptations, his sisters looked utterly bewildered. He built a tower in the palace, the Virgin's Abode, and locked his three sisters inside. You vixens, don't try to seduce this holy monk. He wouldn't touch them himself, nor would he allow other men to touch them, claiming it was to protect their innocence from male lust and the evil of the world. Given Bael's character, he might not have been lying. That was truly what he thought, that he and his sisters would ascend to heaven together, pure and holy. Saint Baelor later declared prostitution illegal, banished all prostitutes and their children from King's Landing, believed all people were equal under the Seven Gods, and ordered a noble earl to wash the feet of lepers. To communicate with God and understand the true meaning of the Seven Gods' doctrines, he often went into seclusion, locking himself in the sanctuary, praying without food or drink, and ultimately starving to death. Saint Baelor's deeds are numerous. One could almost say that the Seven Gods equals Christianity, and Saint Baelor equals Saint Peter, the first of the 12 apostles of Jesus. Burning books of magical knowledge was child's play for him. Alice, what a pity, knowledge is priceless and innocent, Daenerys sighed. The maidservant Kitty, who had been listening in, spoke up. Khalish, dragons emerged from the moon. Oh? Daenerys was amused and asked with a smile, you also know about the origins of dragons? The centaur girl straightened her face and said seriously, originally, there were 2 moons in the sky. One moon was too close to the sun and couldn't withstand the scorching heat, so it shattered like an egg, and millions of dragons poured out. Everyone knows that. She quickly added after saying that. Haha, do you know how far the moon is from the earth? A dragon could fly its whole life and still not reach the ground, and the environment outside the sky is too harsh for dragons to survive. Daenerys shook her head repeatedly. Suddenly, she had a thought and asked, everyone knows this legend? Even the people of Karth know it. Kitty quickly said. Daenerys glanced at Jorah, Whitebird, and Bevoth and asked, do you know it? I don't know. Jorah and Whitebird shook their heads. I've heard this myth in Meereen. The fat eunuch scratched his head and said uncertainly. Daenerys fell into deep thought. The Dothraki, Karth, and Meereens were 3 peoples with different beliefs and cultures. If they all agreed on one thing, then there must be some truth in the legend. What if there really were 2 moons? That wouldn't violate celestial mechanics. Planets with multiple satellites are not uncommon, but planets with only one satellite like Earth are rare. What if one moon disappeared, or rather, was that celestial body closer to the sun really the moon? What if it was another star, even more distant? The most famous feature of the Trisalaran system, the planet's seasons are completely irregular. Daenerys was overthinking it. Even if the second moon was indeed a star, there would only be 2 stars, one short of a triple star system. However, a binary system seemed plausible. Hopefully, what the Valyrian high priest said was true, that there were gods in this world, and that the Green Prophet, like in the plot, was a plot hole, and perhaps she could find the truth about the world from them. This thought had barely formed when she chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even if she understood the workings of this system, what meaning would it have for her? The fleet stopped in Nujith for 3 days. On the 4th day, with the sails fully inflated, Captain Glory gave the order, and the thick iron anchor creaked as it was pulled out of the sea by the winch. The fleet continued westward, leaving little Nujith behind. Before leaving, they only sent small boats to buy some fruit, vegetables, and medicine from the harbor. The Black Dragon hasn't returned yet. Shouldn't we wait for it? Blackbeard looked around for a while, then asked Dany with concern. Big Black seemed to look down on his 2 underlings, Little White and Little Green. Was the top student from the rocket class dissing the underachievers? He always went his own way, and these past few days he had been poaching goats and fattened cattle, livestock raised by the Nujithians, inland on the island of Ben. Little White and Little Green's endurance was far inferior to Big Black's, so they dared not fly too far from Dany, only catching flying fish leaping out of the sea near the ship. No need to wait. The dragon can sense my location, it will find its way here, Dany said. Since the Temple of Dust ate a spirit of faith, a demigod, Big Black's intelligence increased, and its size grew rapidly, like crops sown with golden fertilizer. But such growth required a large amount of food, and with limited supplies on the ship, Big Black had to go out and hunt. Sure enough, 2 days later, the sailors on deck suddenly felt a darkness overhead, as if large dark clouds had covered the clear sky. Looking up, they couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise and fear. A black dragon the size of a fowl spread its wings, easily 10 meters long and 4 or 5 meters wide. Suddenly, it folded its wings, its body swooping down like a missile, screeching as it swooped down. Whoosh! The water splashed in a beautiful arc. The volume wasn't large, enough to win a gold medal in a diving competition. Glug glug. White steam and black smoke billowed in the blue sea, this small area resembling a boiling pot. A full half-minute passed, then boom. Seawater exploded more than 10 meters high, and a dark shadow suddenly emerged. With a splashing sound, the large black whale spread its wings, hovering 4 or 5 meters above the surface, vigorously shaking off the water droplets, before letting out a hissing cry and soaring into the sky. Jorah, who had been peering down from the ship's railing, asked in confusion, "What's it doing? Taking a bath?" Before she finished speaking, a white mass slowly floated up from the deep blue seabed. It was a 15-meter-long, fat-headed beluga whale, its belly turned upside down, its latex white head charred and mangled, black blood flowing from it, a scene of utter devastation. "The Seven Hells!" Knight Jorah exclaimed in disbelief, The black dragon actually hunted down a sea monster. Daenerys said irritably, "How could you think it was a sea monster? It's a whale, the most docile large marine animal. But the black dragon is not even 6 months old yet. When he's 100, he'll definitely be able to easily kill a sea monster," Jorah said seriously. "It seems the legend is true, dragons feed on sea monsters. Oh my god, God bless us. The black dragon has killed a huge whale," a sailor shouted, and soon a large crowd gathered around the ship's side. "Quickly, lower the hook. A sailor, go down and drag the whale away." Glory glanced to the side for a moment and saw that the whale carcass was almost at the stern. Daenerys dismissed the 3 eager dragons and had the sailors cut a huge whale carcass into pieces. Then, she stood at the stern, picked up a bloody piece of whale meat from the logs, and threw it into the air. Hiss, boom. A pillar of fire erupted from the giant black man's mouth, instantly charring the whale meat. Before the piece could fall, the giant black man's mouth, filled with sharp teeth, caught it. She bent down to take another piece of meat from the bucket, repeating the previous action. Little White and Little Green fought and scrambled for the food. Your Highness, Your Highness." Jorah poked his head out from the bridge railing, waving to Daenerys at the stern. Daenerys entrusted the task of feeding the dragons to Quexy, washed the blood off her hands with seawater from the bucket hanging on the ship's side, and hurried up to the 3rd-floor platform. Besides Daenerys herself, the 3-headed dragon's closest confidant was the centaur warrior Quexy. Those who feed the dragons can establish a friendly relationship with them. Daenerys appointed Quexy as the dragon's guardian, so she naturally couldn't let the dragons harm him, and therefore often entrusted him with the task of feeding the dragons. This ship, the Seydu, was somewhat like the large treasure ships used by Zheng He during his voyages in the early Ming dynasty, with a belly even larger than a Spanish galleon. However, the bridge's design resembled that of a sailing ship, an open platform for directing the helmsman and lowering the sails. The burly Bavoth squatted nearby, munching on greasy, golden-brown grilled whale meat. His narrow, studded vest was stained with grease, but he seemed unconcerned, continuing to eat with gusto. Jorah, Glory, and Whitebird looked grave. They appeared to have argued earlier. "Your Highness, we're only a day's journey to the Valyrian Sea. We must change course immediately," he said solemnly. He had discussed this with Daenerys several times. While Daenerys agreed with his idea of going to Slavers Bay to buy the Unsullied, she hadn't allowed Glory to change course. "Your Highness, Governor Illyrio and the people of the 7 kingdoms are waiting for you." Glory frowned and advised. He wasn't stupid. Ser Jorah wasn't just considering going to Slavers Bay, perhaps the princess already knew. "Your Highness, you are the true queen. Westeros is currently in chaos, with the kings fighting each other, everything in ruins, and the people suffering. They need your help to restore order," Whitebird urged. Daenerys glanced at them hesitantly and asked Jorah, "What do you think?" "How?" Ser Jorah sneered at Whitebird. "These past few days, you've perfectly demonstrated your wisdom and experience to Her Highness. You even know about dragons. So why pretend to be stupid and encourage her to go to Westeros to her death? You're talking nonsense." Whitebird's white beard nearly bristled with anger. "HMPH, with your limited knowledge, don't you understand that besides her 3 immature dragons and the reputation of the Targaryens, Her Highness has no capital whatsoever to contend for supremacy?" Chapter 71 The Expensive Valyrian Steel Sword. Before Whitebird Aston could answer his previous question, Jorah pressed on. "I'll ask you again, how will Illyrio arrange the princess's future? Contact the nobles of the 7 kingdoms? Use his fortune to hire mercenaries? The names of dragons and Targaryens will only provoke those warring lords to immediately put aside their disputes and unite against a common enemy. Perhaps some will harbor hopes for the princess, but there will be an endless stream of assassins. Who can guarantee her safety?" Jorah's barrage of questions left Glory bewildered. This old sailor was completely ignorant of politics. His sole purpose in coming here was to bring Queen Daenerys back to Pentos. Theoretically, he was now serving the queen, a subject under her command. Beorth, however, showed no reaction whatsoever, continuing to eat his kebabs. Protecting the young queen was his job, nothing else mattered. Whitebird pondered for a long time, then raised his head, his eyes fixed firmly on Daenerys. "I swear on my life and honor that I will protect Her Highness's safety." "Alice." Jorah sighed, helplessly saying, "As the Queen's Iron Guard, I have already given my life for Her Highness, and her blood-fisted guards will live and die with her." But what does it mean against the traitors of the Seven Kingdoms? Any mercenary force of 300 men can wipe out all threats. Do you think Lord Tywin, who expends gold, would be stingy with a few golden dragons? Whitebeard's tall, imposing figure stood still, his lips pressed tightly together, and he asked, "What's your suggestion?" "Go to Slavers Bay and buy Unsullied," Jorah declared loudly. "But a few Unsullied are useless, and too many won't fit on my ship." Glory sighed. "Go to Slavers Bay first." Jorah didn't mention selling the cargo on his ship, or even his great ship, to buy Unsullied. At this moment, Daenerys seemed to have finally made a decision, gritting her teeth as she said, "I've decided to follow Ser Mormont's advice and go to Slavers Bay. Are the three of you coming?" "Wherever you go, I'll go," the burly Bures said, his mouth full of food, his words muffled. "That fat Pentas only hired me to protect you, now I'm yours. You damn eunuch, you can eat more than my dragon, and you talk so ambiguously, I don't want you." Daenerys smiled and nodded. "I'm willing to serve you," Glory said. "I am Bures' squire," the white-bearded man said. Thus, the opinions of the group were basically unified, regardless of loyalty. The three ships temporarily submitted to Daenerys. "Should I order a change of course?" Glory asked her. "Let me think about it." Daenerys had Glory open the nautical chart and mark the fleet's approximate location. This large-bellied ship was slower than the sailing ships of Earth's age of exploration, only about 8 knots. About 14 kilometers per hour, enough to travel over 300 kilometers a day. Of course, this is related to wind speed. When there is no wind, the ship can hover directly on the sea surface, while the wind speed can reach over 10 knots when it is good. Now, 3 days have passed since leaving Nujith, and it will still be a day or two's journey to cross the storm sea on the outskirts of Valyria. It is a good time to turn towards Slavers Bay. However, after seeing the ruins of Valyria on the map, Daenerys remembered the magnificent magical city she had seen in the Temple of the Immortals. She lightly tapped the location of Valyrian capital on the map with her finger, then turned and asked, "Has anyone explored the Valyrian ruins?" "Yes," Whitebeard frowned. "For nearly 400 years, countless people have tried to search for treasures in the Valyrian ruins. Even the most ordinary longswords of Valyrian nobles are forged from Valyrian steel, and even the most ordinary Valyrian two-handed sword is priceless today. It's said that Tywin Lannister once tried to buy the clan sword, a Valyrian steel sword, of a fallen nobleman, but no matter how much Tywin offered, the nobleman wouldn't sell. I don't know how much Tywin offered, but given the Lannisters' wealth, it would have started at least at 200,000 gold dragons." Cough cough cough, Jorah Mormont coughed violently, as if choking on his saliva. After a while, he touched his nose, his face flushed, and mumbled awkwardly, "No, not a fallen nobleman." Whitebeard and Daenerys stared wide-eyed at the exiled Earl of Bear Island in astonishment. "Could the seller be you?" Whitebeard muttered. "I never intended to sell Longclaw," Mormont retorted loudly. "When I was in Lannister Harbor seeking a loan from Tywin, that guy kept pestering me to buy a sword, but Longclaw is the Mormont family's ancestral sword. My father isn't dead yet. If he finds out, he'll probably come back from the wall and chop me in two. If your father were dead, would you have sold the ancestral sword then?" Everyone had this thought, and Whitebeard's gaze towards Jorah grew increasingly disdainful. Yes, just as Mormont couldn't stand Whitebeard, Whitebeard also looked down on knights who had lost their honor. "Lyneth Hightower probably doesn't know about this," Whitebeard said with a faint sneer. Mormont's eyes darted away, and he stammered, changing the subject, "It wasn't 200,000. Tywin offered a staggering 850,000 gold dragons, but I refused to sell, even though he threatened to withhold the loan. So I went to the Iron Bank in Bravis to borrow money, 850,000 gold dragons, 10.2 billion RMB. That's enough for that spendthrift woman from House Jorah to spend for a lifetime. Lynn, HMPH, you underestimate me." Daenerys was speechless, her desire to go to Valyria growing stronger. Then another question arose in her mind. "Sir, even the Lannisters don't have Valyrian steel swords. Where did you Bear Isles get one?" Jorah immediately replied, "The Lannisters also have a Valyrian steel two-handed greatsword, Lythowl. More than a century before the fall of Valyria, King Casterly Rock spent nearly 2 million gold dragons to order it from the Valyrians. Damn, Bear, please stop provoking me." Daenerys' eyes practically turned into gold coins. Whitebeard seemed to have guessed her thoughts and then warned, after the fall of Valyria, many coveted the Valyrian treasures and secret arts, and the Lannisters were no exception. Over 300 years ago, King Tommen II of Casterly Rock assembled a super fleet, known as the Golden Fleet, to explore Valyria, destroyed by the Cataclysm. Dozens of warships, thousands of sailors, and even Tommen II himself perished in those cursed ruins. King Tommen's sword, Light Whistle, was naturally left behind in the Valyrian ruins. Just 10 years ago, Lord Tywin Lannister's younger brother, Gillian Lannister, also perished on a quest to find the clan's sword. Besides the Lannisters, the Valentis, the closest to Valyria and the most legitimate nobles of the ancient Valyrian freehold, also went there and never returned. Countless tragic experiences tell us that it is a forbidden land. Your Highness, with your wisdom, you should not have made such a foolish move. Daenerys' fleet and ships were far inferior to Tommen II's, but she had her own trump cards. Astain, I fully understand your wise advice. Daenerys smiled gratefully at him, then continued, but I have dragons. Our fleet only needs to stay on the safe perimeter, and my dragons can cross the dangerous waters and enter that broken peninsula. This. Whitebird hesitated. That's worth a try. Jorah stroked his fluffy chin, worried. But we don't know what dangers lie within. If something unexpected happens, your dragons might. Why not wait until the dragons are grown and stronger before letting them explore the Valyrian ruins, he suggested. This was a wise, safe, and reasonable suggestion, and Daenerys had no reason to refuse. Dragons have 3 heads, she sighed, but there can only be one tamer. When the dragons grow up, the white and black dragons will likely become wild. They certainly won't harm me, but you are still young and won't attack humans yet. But it won't be just a few years, only a year. I can't watch them all the time, like Big Black, he always leaves my sight to hunt. I want to go to Valyria to find the true secrets of dragon taming, at least to stop those 2 dragons from eating people. In the original story, Daenerys' dragons did eat people, even little girls, and the 3 dragons almost became wild. In fact, the white and green dragons were ultimately uncontrolled wild dragons. Can you control the black dragon? I think he can easily hunt humans now, Whitebird asked worriedly. Yes, there's absolutely no need to worry about the black dragon, Daenerys said confidently. It was precisely because the black dragon had once shown a desire to devour centaur children that Daenerys was worried about the dragons eating people. She could sense Daenerys' emotions. In Qarth, a 2 or 3-year-old centaur girl accidentally wandered into her chambers. Startled, Daenerys immediately decided to kill and devour her. Daenerys was terrified, realizing for the first time that dragons were legendary creatures at the top of the food chain, and humans were merely a dessert in their diet. Later, she asked Jorah about it. The sergeant told her that dragons not only ate humans, but had even eaten several Targaryens. Of course, that was during Targaryen infighting. One Targaryen fed another to a dragon. Generally, dragons wouldn't actively eat Targaryens. If a Targaryen wasn't qualified to ride a dragon, they would most likely be eaten. Later, Whitebird arrived. Seeing his extensive knowledge and detailed understanding of the Targaryen family's history, Daenerys consulted him. Whitebird said that dragons with masters wouldn't harm humans. The most terrifying were wild dragons without masters, unruly and difficult to control. He also recounted a horrific story to her. During the Dance of the Dragons, the Targaryen family possessed over 20 dragons. There were so many that 3 remained untamed, becoming wild dragons. One of these, known as the Glutton, was terrifyingly powerful, devouring not only a large group of apprentice dragon riders, Targans without dragons, or Valyrians, but also bullying the weak, consuming dragon carcasses, young dragons, and dragon eggs. Therefore, even the most mature and composed Whitebird fell silent upon hearing Daenerys' concerns. You can only approach the edge, absolutely not enter that place. Whitebird sighed, waving his hand. You'll understand when we get there. I hope the black dragon isn't injured. I understand, Daenerys nodded, then asked Mormont, why is your Longclaw only 850,000, while Lithal costs 2 million? Does the price of Valyrian steel swords fluctuate so much? Chapter 72, The First Exploration of the Valyrian Ruins. Light Whistle is a 2-handed greatsword, and my Longclaw is a hybrid sword, Mormont said. A hybrid sword? Dany was taken aback. Mormont looked around, not finding an example on the ship, then drew his own sword with a clang and explained, although this sword can be used with one hand, it's easier to exert force when gripping the hilt with both hands, so it's considered a 2-handed sword. The sword in Mormont's hand was a full 1.5 meters long from tip to hilt, thanks to his height of about 1.95 meters. Besides two-handed swords, there are also one-handed swords, shorter by a quarter to a third. The hybrid sword, however, falls somewhere between a one-handed and two-handed sword, a half-sword, which is why we call it a hybrid sword. A hybrid sword is born from a two-handed and a one-handed sword. The burly Beworth laughed heartily. What a hybrid sword! Mormont glanced at him and said calmly, whether in Westeros or Essos, hybrid swords are the mainstream. One-handed swords are not good for slashing, and two-handed swords are generally too heavy for most people to wield, let alone use in combat. Then, he turned to Daenerys and said, "So, you understand? The reason Lithal is so expensive is because it's heavier than Longclaw, requiring more Valyrian steel. If Ned Stark sold his clan sword, Icecrown, to Tywin, he could probably get 3 million gold dragons. Icecrown is taller than most knights, a full 1.85 meters 1.85 meters, the tall, rich, and handsome of Valyrian steel swords." Daenerys inwardly grumbled, thinking that this rich and handsome guy had gotten himself into trouble with the Lannisters, without even acquiring a single golden dragon. But it was indeed as Mormont had said, ordinary people couldn't wield two-handed greatswords, so Tywin melted the ice and forged Widow's Howl in Oathkeeper. A hybrid sword? Ned Stark took the clan sword to King's Landing, was beheaded, and the sword ended up in Tywin's hands. Mormont, unaware of her thoughts, continued, "I'm not sure about the market price of Valyrian steel swords. Lannisters are rich, and the world of the rich is different from ours. It's safe to assume that when Mormont's ancestors acquired Longclaw 500 years ago, they certainly didn't spend 850,000 golden dragons." "How much did the Starks spend on the ice?" she asked. "I don't know," Mormont shook his head. "Perhaps the Starks, like me, have long forgotten the price they paid for their clan's sword." At this moment, Whitebird interjected, "Your Highness, the distinction between two-handed, half-handed, and one-handed swords isn't solely determined by length, the key lies in the hilt center of gravity. For example, the two-handed greatsword Dawn is a two-handed sword for many, but Arthur Dayne, tall and strong with incredible arm strength, could easily wield it with one hand. So, by adjusting the weight of the ornament at the end of the hilt, the knight transformed it into a one-handed sword, but after his death, the Day Knights reverted it to a two-handed sword." Mormont looked at the old man with surprise and nodded, "This old fellow is right. Every sword should ideally feel like an extension of its master's arm. True knights rarely buy ready-made weapons from blacksmiths, they usually have their arm span and strength measured and have the blacksmith custom make one for them." Arthur Dayne, the legendary sword of the morning. Daenerys exclaimed in amazement. Viserys said he was the greatest swordsman in the world, only Rhaegar could compare to him. Whitebird looked on with reminiscence, his face filled with emotion. Arthur Dayne was indeed a peerless warrior. He could eat kebabs with his right hand and wield a sword with his left, cutting down all 7 kings good. As for Prince Rhaegar, he... Sensing the hesitation in the old man's voice, Daenerys waved her hand dismissively. "I know Viserys was exaggerating. Rhaegar wasn't Robert's match. But the Sword of the Morning wasn't a prince, so there was no need for others to exaggerate his abilities. His strength was certainly real and credible. Why did he die at the hands of Eddard Stark, who wasn't known for his martial prowess?" The old man pondered. "Any warrior, no matter how strong, swift, or precise, is still human and has his limits. He can win a difficult duel and lose a simple fight. I've witnessed countless duels and participated in numerous wars. I know many factors determine a duel. A small puddle in the grass, the filth from dinner, might mean defeat, while a sudden change in wind direction could grant you victory." He glanced at Ser Jorah. "Perhaps even a token given to you by a lady on your arm can awaken a war god." The bear, not expecting the old man to drag him into this, immediately darkened his expression and coldly said, "Old man, watch your tongue." In the tournament at Lannisport, Mormont won a spear duel with a silk scarf given to him by lines wrapped around his hand. But since then, he had never won another match. This example is vivid, typical, and indeed somewhat derogatory. The conversation ended unhappily, and Daenerys left with her handmaids. Growly slightly adjusted the course, sailing west-northwest for 2 days, until Daenerys saw the Sea of Doomsday Storms. The distant, gray sky seemed to have collapsed, merging with the sea, or perhaps a massive tornado formed a barrier, encircling the northern part of the Valyrian peninsula like a seal, blocking both the entry of external ships and the escape of demons from the ruins of the ancient civilization. "We can't go any further, or the storm will tear us apart." Growly roared at Daenerys, the wind whipping his unkempt, shoulder-length black hair. "Then stop," Daenerys yelled back. They had to shout. The towering storm in the distance brought not only swirling gales and heavy moisture, but also thunderous roars. Strangely enough, normally, if there's a massive storm ahead, even without a downpour, the nearby waters would be turbulent. But the waters of the Valyrian Peninsula were completely different. The sky ahead was dark and heavy, the wind and tsunami almost blurring the boundary between sky and sea. The sky was the sea, and the sea and sky merged. But a dozen kilometers away, the sun shone brightly, the sea was calm, and apart from the tremendous noise and gusts of wind, there was almost no impact. It was as if a wall separated two worlds. Inside the wall was a storm inferno. Outside, flowers bloomed everywhere. Anchoring the ships, the three vessels hovered temporarily on the sea. Daenerys left Glory on the bridge to control the rudder while she, Jorah, and Whitebird went into the lower decks to discuss their next move. "Your Highness, you must hurry. It's calm here now, but in a few hours, this place might become the eye of the storm. That storm wall isn't fixed, it can expand or shrink. Whether it expands or shrinks, it will cause violent changes in the surrounding celestial phenomena," Blackbeard warned Daenerys before leaving the bridge. "I understand," Daenerys called back. Below deck, the roar of the storm subsided, and they could speak normally again. Upon seeing Daenerys, Whitebird immediately urged, "Your Highness, let's leave. I never imagined the waters near Valyria would be so harsh. Even dragons can't fly over that storm wall." "Sigh, I didn't expect it either," Daenerys said helplessly. "It's illogical and unscientific. A continuous storm requires a huge amount of energy. It's been hundreds of years, how come it hasn't disappeared?" Jorah didn't understand science, but he understood her meaning, saying, "The rise and fall of Valyria is a miracle in itself. It's not surprising that such a spectacle occurs here and now." "What's the environment like in the Smoke Sea?" Daenerys asked. Valyria was built on a peninsula in the Summer Sea. During the cataclysm, a volcano erupted in the center of the peninsula, shattering the continent into a strait of boiling water, the Smoke Sea. Valyria shattered into countless pieces. The northern land became the Smoke Sea, burning with hellfire, while the southern waters were surrounded by an ever-present storm, creating an extremely harsh environment. Jorah shook his head and sighed. "The Sea of Smoke is dangerous too. Undersea volcanoes boil the ocean, the exposed reefs are scorched and smoking, the sky is almost completely obscured by the black smoke from the eruptions, and the sea is a dark red. It's said that demons and sea monsters live there. The harsh natural environment of an underwater volcanic eruption means that any creature that survives will either become a demon or a monster. Dragons aren't afraid of high temperatures," Daenerys said hesitantly. "But thousands of dragons in Valyria died in the volcanic eruptions." Whitebird poured cold water on her sentiment. Though harsh, it was the truth. "All right, let Big Black try to break through the storm," she said helplessly. Hiss, the bare mast, its sails billowing, trembled slightly in the wind. Three small dragons folded their wings and curled up on it, as still as stone statues. At this moment, receiving Daenerys' command, Big Black's blood-red pupils suddenly opened, and it leaped downwards, flapping its wings and gliding towards the storm. Daenerys and Big Black became one, constantly observing the storm wall through Big Black's eyes as they advanced. "Big Black, climb higher." Big Black circled upwards, soaring higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the storm ahead. Gradually, the large ship on the sea became a black dot against a blue backdrop. Whoosh, the view suddenly blurred, as if a helicopter had gone out of control. The gale tore at Big Black's fleshy wings, making a sound like whipping tanned leather. "Steady, steady, follow." Just as Dany was about to tell him to fly with the wind, Big Black had already adapted to the storm environment. He raised his wings to reduce his surface area exposed to the wind, and then his long tail flicked slightly, like a balancer, stabilizing his body. Like a gliding paper airplane, Big Black floated and swayed in the storm, but remained as steady as an old dog. "Wow, Big Black, that's great," Dany encouraged excitedly. Crack, boom. Suddenly, a patch of silver-blue electric netting, like tree branches, flashed in the gray whirlwind, one of which struck Big Black squarely on the neck. Daenerys groaned. Her vision blurred, and her ears rang. Time slowed to a crawl in her mind, a brief moment feeling like hours. Kalish, what's wrong? A maid exclaimed. In the spacious cabin, Daenerys, who had been silent with her eyes closed, suddenly cried out in pain. 2 streams of bright red blood flowed from her nostrils down her pink lips and white chin. She swayed to one side as if drunk, but thankfully Doria reacted quickly and caught her. Oh, what bad luck. Big Black got struck by lightning. I'm just sharing some of the damage. Daenerys waved her hand, trying to calm the tense crowd. Chapter 73. These officials are too dim-witted. Big Black's crash wasn't long. He first plummeted towards the sea like a log, then was swept upwards by a strong wind. This back-and-forth turbulence helped him regain consciousness from his brief unconsciousness. Dany's dragon spirit state hadn't subsided, and although she'd received a soul electrotherapy treatment, she was in relatively good condition. After reassuring Jorah and the others, she resumed directing Big Black's flight. This time, Big Black lowered its altitude. Dany wasn't stupid, she had already considered the lightning strike issue. On Earth, thunderclouds only reach a maximum height of 10 kilometers. Her original plan was for Big Black to cross the cloud layer and enter a position close to the stratosphere. However, Big Black had already reached its altitude limit, over 10,000 meters, PS, and still hadn't crossed the thundercloud layer, and was unfortunately struck by lightning. PS, the original story doesn't mention how high dragons can fly, but many birds in nature can fly over 10,000 meters. Big Black was, after all, a dragon that had eaten a demigod. Most importantly, dragons aren't limited by low temperatures and low oxygen. Since he couldn't cross it, he decided to crawl under the lightning. Surely the lightning clouds couldn't be 10 kilometers thick? Descending to about 2,000 meters, Big Black couldn't descend any further. The lower he went, the stronger the sea wind became, and he couldn't maintain his balance in the storm. Fortunately, this altitude was just enough to avoid the thunderclouds. Thus, Big Black struggled through them. 5 minutes passed, the road ahead was dark, a torrential downpour, and gusts of wind howled. Half an hour passed, the road ahead dimmed, and the moisture poured onto Big Black, evaporating into a white misty path. An hour later, Big Black's stomach rumbled, he was hungry. Haven't we reached the island yet? Jorah asked for the 5th time. The previous 4 times, Dany had reassured him calmly, we'll be there soon. Big Black flies very fast. Big Black was indeed flying very fast, reaching 150 kilometers per hour. Could the storm wall exceed 150 kilometers? No, Big Black is lost. Dany discovered that Big Black's perception of the magnetic field was disordered. When she first entered the dragon spirit fusion state, Dany could receive 7 or 8 other senses from Big Black besides the 5 senses. What those 7 or 8 unfamiliar senses were, Dany didn't know. She was just an ordinary person, not having cultivated her inner universe, and could only understand the 5 senses: sight, smell, hearing, touch, and taste. As an aside, through taste, Dany learned that Big Black's favorite food was the marrow of a bison's hind leg bone. Every time he sucked on the hind leg bone, his taste buds reacted with particular excitement. After several months of continuous testing, Dany also identified magnetic field perception, heat perception, and danger perception. Danger perception was discovered when Regretful Guest tried to assassinate her. The moment Regretful Guest took out a box, a sensory information she had never understood was pulsating intensely. Dany didn't understand its meaning, but she knew it represented danger. This was excellent news for her. From now on, Daenerys could deduce whether the person opposite her intended to harm her by observing the intensity of the fluctuations in that sensory signal. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that Blackbeard's magnetic field sensing fluctuations were quite large, thus guessing that he might be lost. Can you find your way back? Whitebeard asked anxiously. Yes, I am the best coordinate. Daenerys sighed, ending the failed Valyrian expedition. Blackbeard turned around and rushed towards Daenerys' location. Well, he had been flying away from Daenerys, so theoretically he should be fine. This was an oversight on her part. Flying in an arc around the storm wall was also considered a way away from Daenerys. Hey, that's a ship. 15 minutes later, Daenerys suddenly exclaimed. There are other people exploring the Valyrian ruins. Realizing what was happening, she shouted excitedly. What? Jorah and the others asked in confusion. Oh, Blackbeard saw a ship in the storm, she said. Impossible, Glory shook his head. After waiting for 2 hours on the bridge deck without seeing the dragon return, Blackbeard anxiously went to the cabin. Such a violent storm is unstoppable for any ship. Any vessel caught in it will be torn to shreds instantly, he said with absolute certainty. Dany shook her head, saying, seeing is believing. When the Great Black descends to 2,000 meters, you can see sand lizards in the desert. You can ask Jorah and Aggo if you don't believe me. Khaleesi is right, Jago immediately said. I've personally witnessed a dragon fall from the sky and capture a sand lizard hiding in the grass. This. Glory hesitated. Could it be the wreckage of a ship? Dany ignored him. The Great Black circled above the ship, tossed about on the waves for a long time. Through the dark clouds and torrential rain, it could be vaguely seen that its mainsail was folded up, with only two low side sails spread out like wings. Although it swayed left and right, it remained upright like a roly-poly toy. This was a master. In the dim space where the sea and sky merged into one, even the Great Black sight couldn't make out the people on board, nor could it see the ship's name painted on the hull. After it comes out, should we go over and inquire about the situation in the Valyrian ruins? Daenerys asked her strategist. Jorah thought for a moment and said, don't get too close. Send a small boat over first. No. Whitebird interrupted him directly, saying seriously, anyone who dares to explore the Valyrian ruins is no good. More importantly, if they succeed, they will surely have gained a huge amount. No matter what we say, we won't be able to dispel their suspicion, unless... The old man's blue eyes met Daenerys' purple eyes directly, and he slowly said, unless Her Highness the Princess already had the intention of taking advantage of the chaos. You old rascal, you're so wicked. You saw right through my dark thoughts? So what if you saw through me? Why did you have to say it? Shouldn't a truly good minister immediately take the blame for taking advantage of the chaos? For example, you could strongly persuade Her Highness the Princess to prioritize the greater good, for the millions of people in the Seven Kingdoms who are waiting for her, and to double-cross them. With those treasures and secret techniques, there's hope for restoring the kingdom. Then, despite my righteous and kind nature, I repeatedly declined, and you repeatedly persuaded me, finally forcibly taking matters into your own hands and acting first and informing later, leaving me with no choice but to sigh helplessly. Then let's set sail immediately. Dany sighed, looking into his deep, calm blue eyes. Compared to a big, fat fish, I'd rather know how to catch it. Sigh, never mind, those guys are probably desperate criminals. Even if we had malicious intentions, we wouldn't be a match for them. What fishing? The tall, burly eunuch drew his curved sword from his waist, asking in confusion, aren't we going to rob that ship? This blockhead, I can't be bothered with you. Whitebird, seemingly relieved to find his daughter had indeed gone to her best friend's house instead of fooling around with some wild boys he had imagined, breathed a sigh of relief and said, Your Highness, you are the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, possessing the wealth of an entire nation. For you, only your people and royal honor matter most. Worldly gold and silver are utterly meaningless. HMPH, don't you think buying the Unsullied costs money? Golden dragons are meaningless? Go tell Tywin what you're saying, Jorah retorted, then turned to Daenerys, speaking seriously, leaving immediately is the right thing to do. We might truly be no match for them. On land, 80 roaring warriors riding dragon horses could put up a fight even with 200 swordsmen, but on the sea, centaurs can barely stand. As for the fleet of several hundred sailors, they are more than capable of self-defense, but lack the courage and motivation for a desperate attack. A few volleys of arrows from the enemy will surely rout them. If pirates attack a caravan, the sailors will fight desperately to survive, resulting in casualties exceeding 50%. But fighting for Daenerys, a 10% mortality rate would cause morale to collapse. Dany understood this herself, but... I didn't say I was going to rob that ship, Dany said angrily, her face stern. I only said I encountered a ship returning from Valyria and planned to ask them if they needed help and where they got in from. What do these bastards take me for? Seeing her anger, the others fell into an awkward silence. Glory quietly returned to the bridge deck and loudly instructed the crew to weigh anchor, hoist the sails, and turn the rudder. 10 minutes later, the big black bird landed on the deck, and Dany quickly took a bucket of fish chunks to feed it. About half an hour later, the sails were adjusted, and the large, bulging ship creaked and groaned as it headed northeast, gradually moving away from the storm wall. 10 minutes later, the lookout shouted to the deck, the ship is out. Someone actually crossed the storm wall. A group of idle sailors on deck rushed to the stern, scrambling to get their eyes on the binoculars. Well, While this world has medieval institutions, its technological level is quite high. The lens technology of the city-state of Mir on the west coast is world-renowned. Binoculars are child's play. The Meesters of Westeros have even built high-precision astronomical telescopes. Dany didn't fight over the single-lens telescope. She only needed to tilt a large black one at the top of the mast, and she could see more clearly than the sailors. An eagle can spot a rabbit running in the grass 10 kilometers away from 4,000 meters in the air, and it can constantly adjust its viewing distance and focus to see more details. Dragons have even better eyesight than eagles. Dany saw a long ship with a narrow, blade-like sail, a dark red hull, and a giant sail as black as the night sky. The low, wing-like secondary sails gradually folded up, while the mainsail slowly rose, becoming twice as wide as the hull. The excess extending diagonally beyond the gunwale. Its design looked fast, incredibly fast, as if specifically designed for high-speed navigation. The black sail bulged, full and firm like the breasts of a female bodybuilder, as the ship charged out of the final storm zone like an arrow. It had truly broken free, traversing the infernal wall of the storm. "Captain, they've spotted us," the lookout shouted. Dany adjusted her focus, her large, black, fiery red eyes also spotting a figure standing on the high prow of the enemy ship, peering towards them through binoculars. The distance was approximately 15 nautical miles, roughly 30 kilometers, not too far, not too close, essentially a safe distance. The enemy ship was a fast vessel, capable of quick escape, and there was no need to worry about the fleet taking advantage of their situation. But they've changed direction, the lookout cried out in bewilderment. They seem to be heading this way. Are they seeking help? Damn it, those are pirates. Glory suddenly cursed loudly. He also had binoculars and had been observing the long, narrow fast ship. Hell, does anyone guess who emerged from the storm? Those who have read the original book probably know. Chapter 74, Meeting an Old Friend in a Foreign Land. Damn it, we don't even need to rob it, it's a pirate itself, and now it's trying to rob us. Captain Glory cursed loudly. How do you know it's a pirate ship? Daenerys asked, puzzled. It doesn't fly the pirate's skull and crossbones flag. Indeed, the skull and crossbones flag was very popular among pirates in this fantasy world. The skull and crossbones flag is for those wild pirates. Blackbeard shook his head grimly. If a pirate king has his own sigil, he naturally doesn't need the common skull and crossbones flag. After saying that, he ignored Daenerys and began hurriedly ordering the sailors to arrange themselves. Daenerys observed the ship more carefully for a while. Besides the unusually conspicuous golden ink on the long black sail, she also saw the words Tranquility painted in black on the dark red hull when it was turned to the side. Good heavens, Westeros! Daenerys exclaimed. Why are Westeros pirates on the summer sea? It turned out that Tranquility was written in common tongue, not Valyrian, the most common language on Essos. Sir, do you know the Serenity? Daenerys turned to Jorah Mormont, who was standing on tiptoe peering into the distance. Well, apart from the captain, first mate, and lookout, no one else had binoculars. The Serenity? Jorah looked puzzled. It sounds familiar, I don't know where I've heard of it. That ship is from Westeros, with huge golden squid painted on its sails. It's kind of like the Greyjoy sea monster. Daenerys explained. Seven hells. Jorah exclaimed, slapping his forehead as if he'd seen a ghost. Isn't the hull dark red? Yes, Daenerys said in surprise. You know him? Euron Greyjoy, the villain known as Ravany. Jorah enunciated each word with venom, seemingly filled with intense hatred for the person the name represented. But that squid, even if it's a sea monster, it's upside down. The Greyjoy sea monster is upside down, this one is upside down, and the tentacles are different too, Daenerys said, puzzled. Don't underestimate this, the family crest is no small matter. A reversed orientation is practically equivalent to two different crests. Consider the flags of modern nations like Russia, France, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. The average person might confuse them, but they are indeed different flags with distinct features. This actually explains why Euron Greyjoy is here, Whitebird Aston said, a look of realization dawning on his face. Jorah nodded in agreement. He must have done something. He was expelled from House Greyjoy by the Duke of Barron. Exiles, often out of shame, unwilling to bring disgrace to their family, or out of jealousy, will slightly modify their family crest, such as reversing its orientation. Dany glanced at the human-shaped black bear on his chest, her mouth opening and closing several times, wanting to ask, "Don't you have any shame, no resentment whatsoever? Why don't you make the bear lie on the ground?" Mormont, the great bear, wore a black wool sweater over brown leather armor. A large black bear, standing upright and roaring, was depicted on the chest of the armor, perfectly echoing the Mormont family motto, "Stand tall." According to the well-known tradition of Westeros, if he felt ashamed, he should follow Euron's example and make the bear kneel. Daenerys' gaze was also noticed by Mormont. Her face flushed, and she stammered, "I don't resent my family." Whitebird said coolly, "You're not ashamed either?" Mormont retorted angrily, "I serve the queen, I am honored. And, no matter what, I am better than you, a fellow who doesn't even dare to show your sigil." "You?" Whitebird was furious, opening his mouth to retort, but glancing at Daenerys, he swallowed his words. Only nobles wore sigils. The nobility of Westeros was divided into knights, earls, marquises, dukes, and kings, with knights being the lowest rank. Knights could also be called knights, but they were actually half a rank lower, considered only as reserve nobles. Mormont the Great has two identities, the ancestral Earl of Bear Island, and a knighthood bestowed upon him by King Robert 10 years prior for suppressing the Greyjoy Rebellion, essentially a knighthood, though he already possesses the title of Earl. Mormont was to be tried by Eddard Stark for selling slaves. Winter Stark had taken him along, so execution was certain, and fearing death, he relinquished his earlhood and exiled himself. However, his knighthood bestowed upon him by Robert was not revoked, as he escaped trial, and Eddard had no opportunity to strip him of the title granted by the king. Therefore, Daenerys and others call him Ser Jorah or Ser Mormont. Daenerys and Jorah both know that Whitebird is concealing his identity. His knowledge, experience, and eloquence surpass even that of Earl Mormont. It's difficult for someone without a proper aristocratic education to possess the outstanding qualities he displays. Yet Whitebird wears a simple linen robe, leans on a cane, and never reveals any insignia or other identifying marks. Whitebird also suspects his identity is being questioned, which is why he was rendered speechless by Mormont's retort. Well, speaking of which, it's worth noting that even as the most legitimate descendant of royalty, Daenerys didn't display the family crest. Moreover, she's theoretically illiterate, having never received a formal aristocratic education. That Kraken ship is so fast. It's really chasing us. The lookout's exclamation broke the awkward silence on the bridge. Clearing her throat, Daenerys asked, "Why is Euron Greyjoy chasing us? Did we guess wrong? Did he fail in his Valyrian exploration and suffer heavy losses, needing to rob us to recoup his losses?" "Possibly." Jorah glanced at Whitebird, pondering. "We only saw the tranquility struggling within the storm wall. Perhaps he's been lost in the storm and hasn't entered the ruins. After all, even dragons get lost. If we reveal our identities, will he spare our lives out of consideration for our shared heritage?" Daenerys asked with a strange smile. Whitebird paused for a moment before reacting, asking, "Are you absolutely certain of victory? Greyjoy is no easy opponent. Last time Balon rebelled, Euron displayed extraordinary cunning and ruthlessness, nearly capturing Lannister Harbor with his Ironborn. If he wasn't confident of defeating our fleet, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to pursue us. I have dragons, not just any fleet," Daenerys said confidently. The old man looked up at the white and green dragons circling in the sky and solemnly said, "He saw your dragons." "Ha ha ha, you don't think I'm going to send the dragons to burn his ships, do you?" Daenerys laughed. "I am their mother, and I cherish their lives more than anyone else. These young dragons can't even withstand arrows. If I were to send a dragon flying over an enemy ship to breathe fire, it would be murdering my own children." Saying this, she ordered the blood guard beside her, "Bring all the warriors from the cabins up. And bring them bows and iron shields. Centaurs fear the sea, and unless absolutely necessary, they prefer to stay in the cabins with their horses." "What tactics do you think they'll employ?" she asked Blackbeard Grolly. The old sailor frowned, seemingly perplexed. "Normally, pirates without a large fleet won't attack us. A 3-to-1 ratio of ships means that when he boards us, the other two ships can attack his mothership from the flanks and rear. We have over 600 sailors, while they only have one small ship, which can barely hold 300 pirates. With a 2-to-1 numerical disadvantage, how can Euron possibly win? Unless he has a trump card." Whitebird said solemnly. Daenerys thought for a moment and asked, "What kind of person is Euron? Could he suddenly go mad? By the way, why was he banished?" Ironborn is relatively isolated, and Euron isn't King Belon, so few people pay attention to him. I didn't even know he was banished, but I'm sure he won't go mad. That man is cunning and unpredictable. Whitebird shook his head, looking at Bear. Perhaps Sir Mormont knows him better. The Ironborn frequently raid the Westeros coast, especially the north, which lacks sea protection, and the people of Bear Island often fight against Ironborn disguised as pirates. Mormont sighed. I wish he'd suddenly gone mad, but Alice. Let's prepare for battle. He then walked towards the cabin to put on his full armor. This fantasy world wasn't without gunpowder, but its power was limited, merely a prop for Pyromancer's tricks. Therefore, without cannons, naval battles were still primarily boarding maneuvers, supplemented by archery exchanges. Armor would provide greater safety. Of course, that was assuming he didn't fall into the sea. Besides Mormont, Daenerys' centaurs and sailors were also busily changing their equipment. The centaurs were uniformly dressed in dark red leather armor with breastplates, gleaming copper helmets, small bronze shields strapped to their left wrists, Iraq scimitars at their waists, and longbows in their hands, looking somewhat like a regular army. Unlike the uniformly dressed centaurs, the sailors' armor was a mess: rusty plate armor, ill-fitting chainmail, tattered leather armor, and some even using potleads as shields. Big Black had entered the storm around 9 a.m. and returned at 11 a.m. Then, the Tranquility began pursuing the fleet around noon, at which point the distance was less than 30 kilometers. Then, at 3:30 p.m., the two sides entered combat range 1 kilometer. Although this world lacked cannons, the cannons on warships during the Invincibles era only had an effective range of 300 to 400 meters. Catapults and ballistae were mounted on the bow and stern decks of the ships. What was thrown were not stones, but oil-soaked cotton bundles. These oil-soaked linen bundles, wrapped into solid projectiles the size of a school bag, were ignited and thrown. Hitting a target was extremely difficult. They were mainly used for stationary targets, such as during sieges or raids on enemy fleets and ports. The Sidurian was a purely seagoing vessel, unarmed, but the rowing ships Summersun and Mocking Yasso were intended to act as escorts from merchant ships. They had a large crew. Rowing required even more: 6 catapults, and 18 ballistae. Blackbeard's original plan was to stall for time. If darkness fell, the Serenity might not be able to catch them. However, he severely underestimated the speed of that narrow ship. Not only was the ratio of its sails to its hull enormous, the larger the ship, the faster it is, but as it approached the Sidurian, the Serenity lowered 200 straight oars on each side, the dull drumbeats echoing from afar, striking the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 75 Euron the Crow. Seeing the red-hulled, black-sailed ship pursuing them like a sea serpent, Glory, pale-faced, told Daenerys with absolute certainty, the Serenity's speed must exceed 20 knots. For a merchant ship with a speed of only 7 or 8 knots, escape was virtually impossible. I understand now, Glory said through gritted teeth, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The red devil that's been circulating in the eastern waters of the Summer Sea lately, is it? It's the Serenity. No wonder the Nugithians say that no ship can escape it. It's just too fast. Whitebird didn't want to fight, and for that reason, he had his sailors fly Daenerys' flag atop the mast, a red flag with a black 3-headed dragon. Every Westeros knew what it represented. Perhaps he will pledge allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen, the old man said with some disdain. Even Jorah Mormont, a knight who had lost his honor, was somewhat looked down upon by Whitebird, and he genuinely despised the murderous pirates, but the other side seemed fearless, and the old man still hoped to avoid heavy casualties. Unfortunately, the ship behind them not only didn't respond, but instead chased even more enthusiastically. Through the Black Dragon's perspective, Dany could even see Euron's cold smile. Yes, Euron, nicknamed Ravany, was a one-eyed man, easily recognizable. He stood atop the bridge, also observing his prey through binoculars. Upon closer inspection, Dany found the man to be quite handsome, in his early 30s, with black hair and beard, wearing the same smoky black full-body armor as Jorah, but without a helmet. His exposed skin was somewhat pale, but his features were exceptionally handsome. His left eye was covered by an eye patch, while his right eye was a bright blue, radiating a strange, captivating charm, like a gentle smile. Beside this devilishly handsome man, Dany also saw a 2-meter-tall black man, his muscles bulging, his skin oiled and gleaming in the sunlight. The black man was expressionless, holding a huge horn that resembled a saxophone. The curve is smoother than a saxophone, somewhat like a ram's horn magnified 10 times. That twisted horn is estimated to be over 1.8 meters long from head to toe, mainly black with red and gold stripes, its surface extremely smooth, the kind that gleams black. Grolly had already directed the 3 ships to form a pincer movement, all sails lowered to avoid starting fires during the battle. After the 2 rowing boats began hurling incendiary bombs at the Serenity, Euron also lowered the sails, relying entirely on the rowers to propel the warship. 500 meters from the Sea Durian, the Serenity began to change course, not charging straight at it, but circling like a hunting lion, searching for its prey's weakness. "Is that Lord Euron of House Greyjoy over there?" Whitebird shouted at the blood-red pirate ship. He used common tongue. His voice was loud and clear, carrying across the sea towards the Serenity. Daenerys grinned. "I didn't expect Aston, at your age, to have such a loud voice." "Your Highness," Whitebird replied, his face beaming with pride, "the knight I serve told me that on the battlefield, a loud voice is just as important as excellent command skills." Daenerys considered it and thought his words made sense. A loud voice, besides effectively conveying orders in battle, could also boost morale. At least in the chaos of battle, it would let her own men know their leader was still alive. "In Westeros. Whose squire were you?" Jorah's eyes flickered, a half-smile playing on his lips. "A knight far greater than you," Whitebird scoffed. "I am Euron Greyjoy." "Is this His Majesty Viserys?" Euron also had the potential to become a great general. Yes, his voice was also very loud. However, his information was severely outdated. He didn't even know Viserys was dead. So, he didn't know Daenerys had hatched dragons? "Euron, this is Her Majesty Queen Daenerys Targaryen's fleet. Do you wish to demand iron coins from us?" Whitebird proclaimed. 12,000 years ago, the First Men invaded Westeros, establishing First Men kingdoms on the continent and occupying a bay in the middle of Westeros's west coast, Ironman's Bay. Ironman's Bay contained a group of islands where the First Men developed a unique culture and religion, calling themselves the Iron People. In Iron People's culture, warriors plundered spoils from defeated enemies, calling it paying with iron coins. More ruthless than the Dothraki, while the centaurs would exchange gifts for what they needed, the Iron People never used currency to buy goods. Consider the Greyjoy family motto, "Stronger is better than hardest." The Iron People lived by plunder and raiding, stealing material goods, slave labor, and sold concubines, taking pride in this and referring to this way of life as the Ancient Road. But with the advancement of civilization, especially as the wealthy Westerlands and Highgarden began to build fleets far more powerful than the Iron Peoples, the Ancient Road gradually became unsustainable. After the Targaryens unified the Seven Kingdoms, the Ancient Roads were completely abolished, and the Ironborn began to become Sea People. However, the Ironborn, led by Greyjoy, always hoped to restore the Ancient Roads, as evidenced by Balon Greyjoy's rebellion 10 years prior. That rebellion not only cost Balon the loss of his eldest and second sons, but also put his third son, Theon Greyjoy, under Stark's control as an adopted son, well, essentially a hostage. Now, with Robert dead and the Four Kings locked in war, Balon has once again rebelled, intending to restore the Ancient Roads. However, this time, Lord Balon has learned his lesson and no longer provokes the Lannisters and Tyrells in the south. He chooses to target the weaker party, and the defenseless north suffers greatly. Is Her Majesty Daenerys returning to Westeros? Whitebird deliberately provoked Euron with the iron coins, but Euron took a long time to process the information revealed in his words. "No, we will go to Slaver's Bay." The old man stopped there, not telling Euron about Daenerys' plan to buy the Unsullied. "Since Her Majesty the Queen is here, I naturally dare not defend Her Majesty's might." Euron turned around and shouted to the pirates on the deck of the Serenity, "Immediately throw your weapons into the hold, raise your hands high, and stand on the ship's side." "I have already laid down my weapons. May I cease attacking and approach Her Majesty to say a few words?" Euron himself raised his empty sword sheath and shouted. Well, as the Serenity approached, the ballistae and catapults never stopped firing. When Euron spoke to the Riston, the catapults stopped, but the centaurs and sailors all drew their bows and aimed at the sailors on the enemy ship's deck. "Let him row over in a small boat," Daenerys whispered. Whitebird hesitated. He might refuse. After all, even if the exploration of Valyria fails, his ship still has countless stolen treasures. If he refuses, let him leave. "I don't want to take in a pirate," Daenerys said directly. Game of Thrones had been airing for several years. Daenerys might have forgotten the early plot, but she remembered the last 2 seasons vividly. Euron is utterly untrustworthy. He's the one who killed Balon Greyjoy. Daenerys, while not morally fastidious, can't trust a villain who killed even his own brother. He's also ambitious, wanting to conquer the mother of dragons and then, as her consort, conquer the 7 kingdoms. In the story, Queen Daenerys of Meereen is Euron's primary target. Cersei is just a backup. How impressive, using the queen as a backup. After his niece beat him to it, he actually slept with Cersei, giving Jaime a huge cuckold's horns. Besides not wanting to be the target, the more important reason is that Daenerys thought Euron offered little to gain. In the story, he doesn't even have a Valyrian steel sword, suggesting his Valyrian expedition likely failed. A loser trying to eat dragon meat, get lost. However, the results surprised Daenerys. Faced with such a difficult situation, Euron agreed without hesitation. 10 minutes later, the Serenity stopped 300 meters away, and a small boat carrying Euron and a servant slowly approached the Seydu. Euron had removed his armor and sword, revealing a black silk robe embroidered with gold thread, understated yet luxurious. Daenerys received him on the upper deck. Seeing Daenerys in the center of the crowd, Euron's blue right eye flashed with amazement and surprise. "Your Majesty," he said, "even the bright moon in the sky is not as beautiful as you. The winter rose of Winterfell pales in comparison, and the nobles and commoners of the 7 kingdoms will kneel in submission the moment they see you." As he spoke, he respectfully knelt on one knee, holding up an exquisite jade box. It was palm-sized, entirely carved from jade, and one could guess that its contents were extremely valuable. Jorah stepped forward, took the box, opened it, and his pupils contracted, his breathing becoming heavy. "Wow, is this really a diamond? It's huge." Daenerys took the box from Jorah and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at first glance. Who had ever seen a smoky purple diamond the size of a goose egg? In modern society, Daenerys would definitely think it was a fake, but in this era, forging a fake is far more difficult than finding a real diamond. "Only you are worthy of this jewel of Valyria," Euron said, looking at Daenerys with deep affection. His expression and tone were just like a boy's first love. Daenerys' beautiful mood upon seeing the large diamond vanished instantly. "Just like in the plot, this guy is treating me as an object of conquest and strategy." "Ravani, did you really go to the ruins of Valyria?" Jorah couldn't help but ask. You look so familiar." Euron stood up and stared at Jorah for a long while, then exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected this. I never imagined I'd meet Count Mormont of Bear Island in the Sea of Sorrow." "That's right, I went to Valyria," he continued. "Haha, my fame spreads from the Jade Sea to the Summer Sea, and now I've become the first man to conquer the Smoke Sea and the Storm Wall." Euron laughed heartily, extremely proud. "The Smoke Sea?" Daenerys' heart skipped a beat. "You entered from the Smoke Sea, then traveled from north to south, traversing the ancient Valyrian islands?" Euron's smile faltered, and he touched his nose awkwardly, saying, "Before a true dragon, I dare not lie. Initially, I never intended to traverse that ruined peninsula. Returning to the Smoke Sea would certainly be safer, but, it's strange, directions are hard to discern in the storm, and I somehow ended up 1,000 miles away. Is that even possible? This guy's luck is incredible. What's on the island of Valyria?" Daenerys' question drew the attention of everyone, from Jorah and Gloria to the sailors beside her, all staring intently at Ravani. A curse. Euron's pale face turned almost transparent as if he had recalled something terrifying. "There were 3 ships on the way there, my Serenity and 2 other great pirates, but everyone who set foot on that land, except for me, died," Euron said, his voice trembling. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.